live? Can you all see me? Can you all hear me? Hello, hello. Welcome to the Deadeye channel, where today we return on into the Inventory Management Roguelike Megaloot with a new strategy, a fantastic one that should consistently get you into 200 floors. Now, with the new updates to the game, this is a pretty hard spot to reach, but not to worry. I will coach you on through. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we're going to start ourselves on at floor 193. I'll explain the end stage of the strategy for those of you curious. And once we've passed 200 floors, I'm going to walk you all the way through from beginning to here. All right. Good morning. Hello, hello. Okay. Not floor by floor. I'll give you a library look. You know, we can pop through the item library and explain the way. Just because I'd rather not remove this run. I'd like to see how far it can get afterward. But okay. So to start with, here we are at floor 193. How do you survive at this floor? Tears of Gold being a very important part of it. Additionally, Potion of Madness is somewhat important as well. It can be very helpful. But Tears of Gold essentially means that if I take any damage, I can block one instance of damage. The cool thing about that is that the Chromalure set here, every time your health is about to take damage, negate it and convert it to poison, applying it to yourself. So say they all attack me. Well, we'll give an example here, why not? Attack them, and then boom, they all attack me, 1.45 million damage. Not looking so good with 750k health. Luckily, again, we have the golden heart, so at the beginning of the turn, I'll attack again, and then that poison damage will apply to me. The golden heart gets removed, and then when they attack me, again, because of Chromalure set, it all scales on into poison damage. Okay, so we pop another golden heart. And you can kind of see where that end of it is going. But it's not as simple as just that, because look at the amount of armor that this guy has on them. This unit especially, this is the main unit people think of when they think, how much penetration do I really need in this game? I'm here to tell you the answer is 100%, not 2,800%, like they might have you believe, okay? The nice thing about 100% penetration, or 90%, whatever works, is that you can punch through units like Saturn, which want to do armor break and are just generally a nuisance. You can punch through them pretty easily, leaving yourself with just the Iron Golem. But I don't know if I want to dismantle, I don't know, what is that, 28 different items or whatever it is to get myself to this point to be able to handle this enemy. I would much rather do something like this. So Potion of Madness. So the reason we're going to do a lot of damage to this unit is not because of my actual raw damage. You can see 877 billion. Well, that might seem like a lot. Q here means quadrillion. It's kind of irrelevant. Even if we go with some faith, I'm just not going to get there with this. Not yet. I'd like to someday, but not yet with regular attack. The better way to go about it is to do damage based on the amount of damage that I've taken. So that's the way that Celestial will work for you. Upon taking any damage, transform it into elemental power. That's why, by the way, that's why I have this amount of armor here as well. We'll get into that. But for now, every time that I'm taking this damage, which right now is at 204k because Golden Heart only heals you up to 25% of your health, each time, every turn here, as I take damage, I am scaling up my amount of damage taken, meaning I'm scaling up my elemental power, meaning that this magma helmet, which scales Cinder based on the amount of health that I have, is being amplified massively just by the amount of damage taken. However, it's not that simple, okay? Which I know it might seem, okay, we're really entering in, but this is the build, so this is the most complicated form of it. We'll get to how we build up to it after the fact, okay? So, I do see chat. Okay, I'll respond in a second, Petrez. Appreciate you coming around. It's not just the amount of damage that I've taken. So at 204,000 damage taken here, after this one, right, the 2 million is going to just hit this much and then I'll die and revive. It's also about the amount of times that I've been hit. That's why Madness Potion is so important. So when I hit myself with this Madness Potion, because I have 3 attacks, you can see there, 3 total attacks, that is 3 instances of my health in damage. I don't totally know why it works that way, but I appreciate that it does, so let's go ahead and do that. 1 time speed. I hit myself, and each time I'm hitting myself, you can see that I am scaling Cinder, and then when they hit me, I'm scaling Cinder as well. And luckily, finally as well, at top of all of that, I'm scaling Cinder because I'm getting hit an additional time by Electro Charge. So this is the importance of Madness Potion. You hit yourself 3 times, 3 extra instances of raising my toxicity, raising my Cinder, electricity, and so on. And then on top of that, another extra hit every turn going forward because of Electro Charge, plus their amount of hits on me. So Madness Potion, very helpful. Okay, now we pop back onto the Tears of Gold, and you can see the amount of damage I'm doing right now. I think 340, well, was that 347 quadrillion? Let's see again. See if it can show me. We're doing pretty crazy damage. You can see their armor is going down. Not as fast as you might like, but we didn't have many opponents there that could scale us as fast as I'd like. And finally, one more, and you can see, boom, down goes Iron Golem, the biggest opponent in the game. Here's the issue that you may run into when you're in this position, is some enemies like to scale your damage really, 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 really fast. This one's the best example of that, okay? Perfect Slave, they attack 6 times, all for your amount of health or more. What this unfortunately means, is that you can scale damage so high that eventually it turns into the negatives and hits yourself. So there's this interesting balance you have to do in this later aspect of the game, where you don't want to go so much over 999 quadrillion. You can see, well, this one's getting up towards 999 quad, but that Iron Golem, they hit 999 quad forever ago, and they're just continuing to grow their armor. Eventually, they're going to get negative armor. That's what I want to see someday. I'm curious, and hopefully we can get there in the later aspect of this run, but we'll see. If you hit whatever, over some amount beyond that, maybe 2 times that, maybe 10 times that, whatever it is, you switch to negatives. It's very easy to get there, to my understanding, just by continuing to scale health, because the amount of raising you're getting there is substantial. Additionally, because these guys can hit you 6 times, the amount of hits you're taking then scales up the amount of damage you're doing, which gets you up to that negative number. It's a funny way to say it. Okay, we attack again. So that is, in essence, these are the 2 ends of it that we want to be balancing, okay? I need to do enough damage to get rid of Iron Golems with their massive armor pool. And I also need to not do so much damage that I am self-attacking. So the way that I go about that, which is interesting because generally I would say with this build, why would you even need armor? You can scale off of health every time. The way that I like to go about it is I like to scale armor because health, you're getting 25% of your health in Cinder, which is your base amount of Cinder damage, which is then amplified by the amount of damage you're taking with Celestial. Armor doesn't work that way. Armor would be a flat increase. So 1.5 million is just going to go flat into this, not going to scale also then into Cinder damage itself, giving me this crazy outlandish number. Just is going to go into the elemental percent, which I really appreciate that, honestly. Okay, attack. 10 hours later, SpongeBob meme. Okay, come on now. Okay, so this is the core of this end stage of the strategy. Anything else to consider? You notice that I'm wearing Excalibur and the ring. This is just because I want to be able to take care of Perfect Slaves faster, especially if there's 6 of them all lined up. They're going to be doing a bajillion attacks. I want to get rid of them as fast as possible. You might think, okay, why not use Demon at that point? Trust me, I would very much like to, but the amount of damage from Cinder is kind of important. They're already at 357 quadrillion health, so it's not really an option anymore for me to just go with Demon Excal and remove the Cinder. It is what it is, but someday, maybe, someday. Okay, no boots and leggings. Honestly, what you're wearing matters in the early game quite a bit because it's just flat boost to your stats and so on. When it gets to the late game, the importance of any of that stuff just doesn't matter. What you care about is the sets themselves because they have these bonuses. The reason for that being that you're dismantling items, and so every time you dismantle an item, you steal away its stats. It doesn't take very long of dismantling the same item for that item's, I don't know, raw stats here to not matter anymore. I think we'll be fine. I'll do a Madness Potion here, and then you can see they're down to 111Q. It's kind of hard to tell exactly how much damage I'm going to do, but if I lower it down to 1, right-click the tiers of health, you can see we're doing enough to finish them off. There are the 2 maybe hardest or like most crazy situations are, well, with Iron Golem, there's actually 2 in like a subsection. Okay, 2 there. You could either have 6 Iron Golems all stacked against, like, on top of each other, which is kind of complicated because you have to do enough damage to them to kill the front line and then still have enough health potions left or revive potions left to kill the back line. Then the other Iron Golem issue is something like this, honestly. None of these enemies attack much. You attack twice, which is nice, because that means I get a little bit of extra, potentially a little bit of extra attack damage myself. But when you have Death, Perfect Slave, or Suns, or Jupiters, all of these units attack so many times, which is good, because it amplifies your attack damage. So when you have an Iron Golem, it means you're very easily able to kill them, unlike this, where I'm just kind of popping a little bit down at a time. So, like this unit attacks 3 times. I think Jupiter and Perfect Slave each attack 6. Let me see here. What do we say in the chat? We got a lot of words in the chat, okay? And again, once I hit 200 floors, I'm going to go ahead and explain from top to bottom, or bottom to top, really, how we get up to this point using the library. And then after, after that, we can see if we can find these negative numbers. I don't know how far in the game you have to go to get to negatives, but okay. Sell all this. Try left strand, multiplayer with me, is run 10-hour stream. It kind of depends on how long it's going to take. Because the one thing that I'm wondering in the super late game, when it comes to that, let's see, pop myself a little bit, and then boom, this should all delete, and then boom. Okay, we got another one behind, gosh dang. What I'm kind of wondering in the late game is, if they have negative armor and I hit them, does that mean it reflects back on me? Does that mean it heals them? Does that, can I still kill them somehow? So I don't know. I don't know on that one. Run 10 hours straight. Let's see. Do you see chat? Yep. Explaining feels like me playing Lone Star. That is the most expansive explanation I've done at the beginning of a video, and there's still one major one to go. I guess what I'll say is the one additional thing is what I would love is if I could do enough freeze damage in order to destroy enemies. Because that would be amazing. If I could, let's say, 100 quadrillion freeze damage and do 3 attacks, that'd be great, because then I could remove Cinder, and I could just... I could have one extra set, so I could use Demon at that point. So I could use Demon and Excalibur to hit all enemies all at once. It would speed things along. The issue with that is that, unlike with Cinder, which can scale off of my health, this has to just scale off of itself, so 252 at a time, instead of, like this one, the 1/4 I'm getting for Cinder is like 200,000. Very hard to keep up with. I have been trying. So if you look at freeze damage, I've got 5,000 and I got 4,000 some odd percent of freeze percentage increase. Both of these will then scale off of elemental damage and power and faith. It's just that I can't go too heavy into faith because, again, I don't want to go into the negatives. It's a whole thing. Jester Bone Mass, not important. I actually think you should never use those. The reason for that being that your initial damage will never come even close at all to your Celestial enhancement of that, so turn 1 just makes no difference. Let me see here. Hold on. Not to, completely crush your dreams, but at this point in the run, it becomes very clear that will not help me, because look at how much I'm scaling my damage from turn 1 to turn 2. I would have to trade in a bajillion of them, and none of the ones that I trade in would help at all with any of these turns, because it would just increase by a flat amount the first turn, and then flat amount the later turns, where this is a scaling amount. Look at this, 2 trillion. And my base amount is some amount of billions, Okay, pop these ones down. Now, what are we saying beyond that? Boots and leggings, mentioned that already. Professional of Megaloot. Yeah, maybe at this point. It is interesting. I'm not, to toot my own horn or whatever. I am surprised to find that people are like, oh, the legend arrives, a little bit when I talk to them in the comments of things. But I'm really not. No, honestly, in my mind, Heelsick is going to and will always probably be more of an expert on the game. Just how quickly Heelsick has learned so many things. I find that to be really impressive, but hopefully I'm somewhat keeping up with the understanding. Let's see. Yeah, I think to a certain extent. Okay, let's see. Read my messages. What's the Frost meta? So, again, the Frost meta is to hopefully eventually be able to scale enough damage off of damage taken. And what will help me scaling that is the base amount of the Frost, the percentage increase of the Frost with the Ring of Ice, and power, because power isn't going to impact magma. Now, one way that I could get around this as well is that I could start raising health. So health and dazzle are the big ones that I think of. Is this music a little bit too loud? Hopefully it's not. No, I think we're okay. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. How does it depend on you getting enough tiers of gold? So, not exactly. It's more that getting enough tiers of gold is a given. But you do need to have them. It's like if you ask me right now, okay, I don't know, let's say the run from here on is totally dependent on me getting at least one, silver sword, okay? It's like, can you still win? Okay, well, let me see. let me just, It's like, eventually, if I roll enough times, I will find a silver sword. And I would have multiple turns to do so if I want, but, look at that. There you have it, right? It's like, yeah, it is dependent on these things, but the odds of getting this, if you have leather, you just will have it by the time you need it. Let me see. Let's see. Pop down you. Early on, I thought this was the Tears of Gold was a lot more frustrating, but I found that it really isn't that important. You only need maybe 1 or 2 up until floor 60, and then beyond that, you just will get a ton. You don't really need this many, technically, sort of, but by this point in the game, it's more so how many do I want to have rather than how many can I get. Okay, let's see. Professional Megaloot, also real messages. What's the Frost meta? What percent faith is diminishing returns? Sell this. What percent faith is diminishing returns? Everything is always diminishing. So the first time that you get a major faith boost is the best time you get a major faith boost. The second time is half as good, and every time after that is proportionally lower. So 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, 1/6. So diminishing returns is immediate. Well, immediate after 1. Let's see, attack you. But I would say the problem actually is that faith enhances the magma build, and I don't want to do that. I want to just, to what extent I can, I want to just be enhancing the, I want to enhance the magma build in a way that's very flat and not very extended. Which is through armor, which is not in the same ways that the Celestial Mask, it is a flat increase, but it's a tiny one. What I need is like 1,000,000% from beginning forward, and what I can do with that is going to be the armor. So that's why I'm using Jade. So you can see when I hit, I don't know, this guy, let's say, that I'm scaling 1.59 mil. That's 1/5 of this or so. It's really easy to get it here because I'm not. This isn't one of those battles against Iron Golem. So you can see, boom, I get to 9,000,000%. Pop. Oh crap! Didn't pop one of these. I right clicked, but I right clicked in the wrong spot. Not a big deal. I'm gonna hit you actually this time, and then I'm gonna I kind of like Madness Potioning second turn. Not that I need to for these guys, but it'll allow me to get up a little bit higher than I would otherwise. Then we pop this, hit. And there you go. Okay, got it. Whenever you die one time, even if you're just kind of monkeying around, take your hand off the keyboard for a second and just don't put it back on until you're ready to attack. That's my general recommendation because it is way too easy to mess up there. Let me see here. Seems like stretch 100% penance. Just a bone mass. You have 2.7 million poison, only 203k health. How does poison work? Poison works in that when they hit you, it does whatever amount of damage that they can do up to your health, I believe. So 750k is each time they hit me for 750k or more, it's stacking that much poison on me, which is why, interestingly, that's what's scaling up my cinder damage. Which is really, yeah, it is pretty bizarre because you would expect it to do, like these guys are each doing so much more than that every single turn, so it should be way higher. It's not because it's limited by how much health you have, which is actually what makes Chroma Thorn not very good. Is it Chroma Thorn? I think so. Okay, which is the new class. I don't think it's very good. I'm iffy on it, but okay. Let's see. Pop this one, then pop this one. Let's see. Gotcha, thanks. You got it. Let's see. What's your agility percent? Agility percent. Why would I have agility percent? Attack you. Do you mean maybe precision? So agility right now is definitely 0 because I'm not dodging. So this 5 energy, I'm pretty sure is just base energy you get on Viran, if I remember right. I think it is. Yeah, it should be. But then, let's see, you're probably talking about precision. Precision is 180%. I really thought for a span of time, like I was actually was it the progenitor? Is that the word they used for that? That seems like a kind of a crazy word to use, but I was the one within Mahil 6 strategizing that encouraged or said that you had to have over some crazy amount of precision to be able to hit Jupiters. That used to be the case. It was the case for a little bit of time, but it got changed, and now you only need 100% or more. So not scaling precision anymore. And of course, agility, yeah, is not important here. Attack, I'll do this, I guess. These guys are at 99Q armor. Luckily, I only need to do the 103Q because that's what my penetration is. I don't think you need to go much higher than that. Like I would say you could go to 100%. Maybe I will go to 100% just because I would like to be able to do all of the damage that I can do to them, to just wipe them out in one go. Where this turn you can see it's not happening. The reason it's not happening actually that turn is because these guys also have armor shields. It's not a big deal. Again, we have a lot of health potions. Eventually, I'd like to thin down health potions, but I don't really need to hold much loot, so it doesn't matter that much. Honestly, refreshing a ton in here is just... This is maybe the downfall or the greatest pain. You could go with some leather gear. The issue with leather gear, of course, being you'd have to take off Excalibur, which just slows down your fights against perfect slaves, and could become a problem if there are 6 of them. Let's see. Okay. But that's the only real case where they're probably going to be a problem. Attack, like actual problem and actual difficulty. What's your agility percent? How do you get those guys that have invulnerability? That's all Cinder. Suns are easy because of Cinder, and there is no other answer. There technically are other answers, but I hate them. So you could go with electricity, for example. Against these guys, there's the sun. Go with electricity. Do you ever use Malice? No, but I think there's room to use Malice in the build. I have thought about it some, because I believe in the self-attack that it would counter self-attack against me, which would be able to scale me up higher. But Malice is something that takes so much to build that it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense outside of potentially that. Because if I could get enough damage, self-damage myself as one additional attack for every time I attack myself, it would double the usefulness of Madness. Not double, but almost double, because then you have electricity every turn out also. But still, it would nearly double the usefulness of Madness, which would be nice. Okay, attack. Though Madness is not really that vital at this point. Okay, let's see it go. And open. What do you got? Whole lot of nothing. But yeah, the thing is, you can definitely just scroll through here a whole ton and kind of hope for the best. I do think it's important. So let me give you a kind of example. At this point, I'm pretty sure we could, maybe this fight I might be able to. We'll see. If that's a perfect slave behind there, though, then no to that. But let's see. We take off the Excaliburs and we put on the Demon. The cool idea here is, and because I've raised my freeze attack so much, we actually can punch through. Well, not you, actually. There's no shot with this guy. But we'll try it. Okay, we'll try anyway, all right? I want to see it. So we go with Demon. We attack all rows. We're able to scale quite a lot more armor, which is nice, because then that means we can scale. Wow, you do not do very much damage. True. That's fine. Okay, and then we just attack again. We're confused right now, so I don't use Madness Potion here. Right? So this guy is currently at 364. You can see we're actually punching through some quadrillion, some amount of quadrillions. I have traded in, I don't know, 20, 30, something like that of each of these at this point. Okay, then we do self-attack, pop. And now, how are you doing? Are we actually, we're getting there, We might actually be able to beat you. I don't know, well, okay, hold on. We don't have Excalibur though. Right, oh, no, never mind. I was gonna, that's why I'm doing so well against these guys. I should have been using, not Excalibur trade-off, but Magma Helmet trade-off. The idea would be that eventually you could swap off. Well, you could go with Demon here as well, as opposed to Excalibur, as long as you don't have very many perfect slaves. But it'd be amazing if I could just get rid of Magma Helmet and use the Demon and be able to handle it with just my freeze attack. I was wondering, okay, am I suddenly way stronger than I thought I was? But no, that wasn't my freeze attack, that was my cinder damage. Gosh dang. Okay, we'll put more freeze attack in, eventually, all right? Eventually we can go with freeze attack. I could take Mask there, actually. Let's see, there we go. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. At least one item to be able to trade in the future. I'm not trying to go super heavy on refreshes and finding things, but you can see with 21 billion, you really can refresh as much as you want. A lot of people, I think, are sort of concerned with this, I don't know, stockpiling still, which is no longer a thing to do. Doesn't really matter at this point anymore. Okay, I'm going to attack you. Okay, we'll find a good spot. We'll find a good spot that I can Demon. This one might be a good example, okay? So we're going to try to Demon here. I'm going to take off the rare helm of Magma. I'm never trading off of a rare, okay? You can't make me. And put on the demonic. So, well, this is an interesting spot where I actually also don't really need Excalibur, but generally the hope eventually would be to use Excalibur, Demon, and, pardon me, Celestial. Okay, so let's see. So I pop Gold Potion. I attack. Get some free attacks on myself as well. Some extra free attacks from Katoya. So maybe that helps us enough. And then, well, second turn, we're also going to attack all lanes. So do I want to do that one more time, or do I want to self-attack here? I don't think Demon enhances self-attack at all, to be honest. But I do like the idea of the extra... Well, no, the Electro Charge is already at 21 mil. So no, there's no reason to. We can wait until one more turn. So attack again. All right, let's see how much damage we're doing. We're not doing any cinder damage outside of just like one trade-in, so that doesn't matter at all, because it's not reflecting off of health, it's just reflecting off of this armor and, you know, elemental damage, basically, reflecting off of Celestial. Okay, so let's go another Tears of Gold, and we're going to self-attack now. And this is actually a good helpful spot, because you're going to hit me 4 times, unless I just break you immediately with something, but I don't think I will, because we're not using Magma here. Let's do self-attack. Okay, we've gotten so much damage on ourselves. We're at 2.3 trillion, and we've done 2 quadrillion damage to you. Oh, it hurts. Okay, and now we attack you directly. Okay, you're down to... Just look at this. This is the problem you run into, is I'm going to need to keep trading in freeze for a very long time to get this to somewhere where it's actually has potential. You see, 77 out of 90, so I've done like 20-something maybe, you know? It's just not... It's just not gonna happen. And I'm even taking advantage of 4 extra attacks on myself every turn. So, yeah, no such luck swapping to Demon at this point. Again, I hope for a one-day situation like that, all right? But for now, yes, minus health. Myself. Let's see. But for now, yeah, we keep to this. So this is your tried and true. Basically, as long as it takes until you can get freeze going is my theory. But I don't know if that's ever going to happen necessarily. Look at how many of these freeze rings I'm getting though. I'll tell you that that's lucky because you might not believe me considering how many I've gotten at this point. But I have done so many floors of looking for those things and rarely ever find them. Okay, so we go with Excal. I'm gonna say the best one to attack here is someone I can at least scale a little armor off of. You're not gonna give me much though. A little bit, yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? Because you can't dodge because I have some precision. Yeah, good. Now I do self-attack. And now look at the comparison here with Cinder. So, and I haven't been scaling Cinder. I could scale Cinder way more, but I've been focused on freeze attack because eventually I'd like that to be my thing. Okay, so we're going to attack you directly. Attack you directly. Okay, so we see 813. Now it's down to 587, down to 315, and gone. That's what you're looking for. All right, 4, 5. Ooh, there was a freeze sword. That would have been good. Oh well, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I could go with more faith. I think eventually, yeah, eventually, when I do want to fully make the swap to demon, there's not really a big reason not to scale my health more, and health can scale faster. This is 225%, but and then there's the 252 damage you can get from freeze attack, where in terms of scaling health, you've got the Thronglers, which do like 1300 or 1500 or whatever it is. So they're faster. They're definitely a lot faster. All right. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. Attack. Why not better helm or ring? So what do you mean by that? So wearing things doesn't matter. It's only about the sets. Nothing else is going to make a difference here. I could put on the pants, for example, for a little elemental damage on the first turn. I'd be able to do an extra like few billion to enemies that have quadrillions of, you know, or power necklace. Yeah, none of those things are going to matter. My power is at 8,500, so let me pop. See that? Like, yeah, it's not going to matter, but I can. Like, these are things that I can do. I just, then it's, you can think of it like when whenever I want to test and see how my demon is going, I'm going to have to switch around a lot more. Another thing also that's kind of useful is if you ever get in those positions where you got 6 different iron golems in front of you, you can also swap to Orion's Core. And Orion's Core will armor break below 75% armor. So that's a really good answer as well to situations where you have no reason to have Excalibur and you have an Iron Golem. And in theory, with the Demon thing, you could swap off of Magma, you could swap off of Excalibur, and you can go Demon, Orion's Core, but you saw how little armor damage I was doing, so we're still not even there yet, where we're doing 25% of their armor. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. Anything I'm partial to here? Not really. Okay. I could also raise Magma Helmet. That one's more of a joke, to be honest, but also Magma Helmet doesn't do anything for me. Like, literally, it does nothing for me at all. It is only the set. So if I had pants, if I had shoes, if I had common Magma shoes, it would be the same difference. So that's why, yeah, I'm not too concerned with it. Okay, pop you down, pop you down. Let's see. Okay, goodness gracious. So much defensive. But luckily, yeah, like with these guys, they'll do 4 attacks each. This should scale us up enough to be able to punch you down pretty soon. Self-attack. Bop. Okay. All right, and we'll push ourselves up to 200. If you have any questions, like you're asking questions there, if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in and I will respond. Let's see. More health, but you get more poison, more magma. Yes. Yep. That is the idea. However, if you have too much, we haven't found yet a spot where there's 6 perfect slaves, but they're a good example of this, where on the first or second turn, you're already doing 99Q damage, and so by the time you've killed all of them, it's like, am I gonna hit negatives? Am I not gonna hit negatives? I feel pretty confident I won't at this point because I've been very careful with my health, and with faith, for example, I have very little faith compared to what I could have, this sort of thing. I only have like 20,000 faith instead of, or I almost 30,000. Let's see, faith here. I have, no, actually almost 20. I only have like 20,000 faith, so I could raise faith faster than almost anything else. And because I haven't done that, because I've been very deliberate, I'm not too worried about hitting the negatives, but only because of that. So if I were to be a little more reckless, put on some health, and put on some faith, I might go into the negatives. All right, pop you guys down. But it only really matters when there's 6 perfect slaves. Like, these guys are gonna maybe get me up to 999Q, but they probably won't. Like, look at it right here. You know, that's 100Q. If I attack you, let's see. Now I'm up to 300Q. And if there were another perfect slave, or one behind you, you might maybe get me up to 999. But attack. All right, attack. Wow. there goes the Iron Golem. See how easy it is to kill Iron Golems when you have a perfect slave there? All right. 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dazzle would have been good. I should look out for Dazzle necklaces. I do like the idea of raising my armor more, because that will help me when I make the swap. When I try to make the swap to freeze attack, that'll help quite a lot as well. Without helping at all with freeze with a magma helmet. Okay. Oh, the stun guys are spooky. Stun guys are spooky. Okay. Pop. Not a big deal. Open. What do you got? Nothing. All right, 1, 2, and that is like when I go through at floor 200 or floor 201 or whatever it is. When I go through on the way up, it'll make sense what I'm talking about with exactly where you want to land with health generally, and especially on the way up. I think it's important because you might like seeing this. There are a lot of ways in which I could have lost on the way here that I had to be kind of careful around. One thing that can help again greatly is the Orion's Core. I wish that I had known about that coming up, but I just tested it out at one point when I was already up here, and I was like, oh yeah, this is actually really useful as an answer to certain potential issues. Okay, I'll throw you in. Put one of these guys in. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, but yeah, I didn't notice until I was already here. But there's so many different ways in which you can lose on the way up. A lot of them having to do with Iron Golems, I would say. Attack, attack. Because you'll always well, depending on potion amount, I guess, you'll always outlast the perfect slaves. Unless you do negative damage. Okay, attack. Do self-attack a little here. Attack, there you go. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... But the idea there, the nice idea there is, like, let's say you had 2 million% or 3 million% you could raise just from armor on first turn. If you get hit up to, like, I don't know, if you get hit up to, like, 20 million% maybe, somewhere around there, and you're hitting the 99Q damage against the perfect slaves, you know it's not going to scale faster based on that armor at all, where if you raise your health, it would be scaling faster every single turn. But then when you're fighting against Iron Golems, on the flip end, whatever, you know that you will have that little extra boost to make sure you do enough damage. Because you really only need to do, I want to say like 7 million, maybe. 7 million damage, or 7 million% increase in order to take out Iron Golems. Like right now we're at, well actually let me see. But if there were 2 rows of them, maybe not. So 6.35 mil is where we're at right now. And so Cinder damage is going to do how much? 234 was that? Or was that 400 something? No, that was 234. You can see based on their health there. So 200,000. If you do 300,000, it will only take you 3 turns with 333,000. Or quadrillion. Sorry, I keep saying 1,000. 333 quadrillion would be all you need for 3 turns to take out 1 Iron Golem. And their health really doesn't scale at all. You can see their health is very low. Let's see. More health. It depends on what the dev has used for the number. If it is double or a float, you have no chance of getting to negative damage. I know for a fact that I could get to negative damage if I pushed for it, because Maheel Stick got it really easily, to my understanding. And the first person who actually suggested this, you can get to it by floor 130 something. That's the earliest I've heard of someone getting it to it. I haven't seen it happen. I don't know what it looks like, so I don't know exactly how it works, but I know that it's very possible. Let's see. Because you can hit 99Q in like the 80s. All right, let's see. Pop. Since it's just about amount of attacks taken, it's not about, so like as soon as perfect slaves can have 6 of themselves, I would say, which is very early, you can start hitting some crazy amounts of unnecessary amounts of damage. All right, we're gonna go with I'll hit this guy. Unfortunately, yeah, my initial damage isn't enough to do much at all to you. You're doing weakness, so that could be a little annoying, but I think we'll be okay. We only got the 1 Iron Golem. It's not a big deal. To deal with those guys, I could do Bone Mass. I just don't really think that it's worth it. Okay, 2. But they could. Also, I've noticed they do a golden heart with a cross through it. But I'm pretty sure what that does is it stops immunity or invulnerability. Not that it stops the effect of golden heart in general. Because I have gotten that on me before and definitely had enough poison to kill and was okay. So anyway, okay. So right now we're at 11 million, and you can see that must have done 600 something Q, right? Or maybe 700 Q. Okay. So that's where we're getting to that 11 million. Very, very short distance there between the initial amount that we absolutely need, which is going to be that maybe 7 to 8 million% versus 11 million%. Just a little gap there. And if I can cross that gap with armor %, that means that then the extra amount that I'm doing against perfect slaves shouldn't be too terrible. I'm excited to see, though, if we can find a perfect slave 6x enemies level, That would be very nice, because then I can show off exactly what that problem can look like. Okay. If you're watching after the fact, that you're just here for how do I get there, though, no hard feelings if you decide to push through to 200, because it's going to take me a second. There are a lot of battles at this stage of the game, which is something that I've always felt kind of iffy about. There might be less than there used to be, but I remember at one point complaining about just how many battles there are in the late game compared to the early game. But we'll see. I'll take a look. I'll take a look when we start 197 and see how many battles that's going to be. Okay, attack, attack, and attack. There you go. Okay, there you go. Come on. Oh, right, because I was, gosh dang it, making me confused. Game. All right. So these guys will stun me first turn. I find the stun enemies are really not a problem. Not really, anyway. So you attack these guys. They stun me for a turn. Then I take a bunch of damage. And somehow it just never seems like it's enough to cause me any problems. Okay, attack. Maybe surprisingly. Okay. I would think that I'm doing cinder damage even when confused, but I'm not sure on that. Okay, attack. And then as soon as you guys start hitting me, I know I'm gonna be. Ooh, wow. Look how much health they're getting. Like, these guys are actually going to get to a point, not where they're a threat to me, where they'll take multiple turns to hit. Megaloot fears this man. I appreciate you. Hey, thanks for coming around. If you have any questions at all in terms of the game and whatever strategies you may have and so on, let me know, because I feel like at this point I can kind of talk about anything except for magic. Don't ask me about magic. No, you can ask me about magic as well. I don't know if I'm going to be as good about that one, though. Magic is the one thing. Tyr is not. It's weird because in my mind, Tyr is not a magic character, even though they are. But they don't feel like one. It feels to me like they're very much a, what would I call them? Why am I not getting ephemeral armor? Lock. No lock? Question mark? Okay. Little interesting. Oh, because they're only able to hit my armor? No, that doesn't make any sense. Because I'm dying to poison each turn? Is that really enough to defend me from lock? For that many turns? That was crazy. Anyway. Okay. So pop these guys down. Pop you down. Down. Good. Now, what are you at? 234 quadrillion, and you're gone. You're gone. So, Tyr doesn't feel like a magic character to me because they're a reflective character, so they're really an armor character. And I set characters into different categories of either physical attack, armored attack, and magic attack. And I would say that character, Tyr, is firmly sitting in the armored attack area, if anywhere. Or not in the attack at all, because they're just a defensive character that attacks based on their defense. Like, it's similar to armored attack anyway. It feels more similar to that. But then you run into enemies that have magic shield, and you very quickly learn that they do have some armored attack or magic attack qualities to them, I suppose. Still feeling friend for speed, but I don't know at this point. Fair enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. Let me see if I can find anything worth having here. I would like to, in the first little area, find just one thing, and then I can keep going without worrying about it. There we go. That'll work. Okay, Zach. Yeah, friend for speed. I do like dodge quite a bit. I can agree with that. I think then it's also going to depend which character you're using. So blink is really strong. I think that's the one that you're probably opting for. And then I'm also a fan of, let's see. So there's blink. Then there's striker. Striker's interesting. Very different, but very interesting. In theory, Striker should be really good, so when enemies attack you 6 times, you're counterattacking each time. If you have Dazzle, you should be scaling, maybe, but then it doesn't... And it should work because you have energy, which means that you're avoiding their attacks, but then you run into Death with Friend, and Death and Friend don't mesh at all, because Death hits regardless. Let's see if I can find a Death as an example, but okay. Come on, give me what I seek. Okay, so yeah, these guys' health is just getting so crazy. I guess it doesn't really matter. We're scaling along with them instead of with these guys. With Iron Golem, it's like Iron Golem, there's this really big spot within this build that is going to become a problem for anyone who tries it, that you hopefully will be able to get around without just dying, which is that Iron Golem scales really slow and then really fast. So you got like, okay, I'm doing a quadrillion damage. They've got, 100 trillion health. 200, 300, 500 trillion, 800 trillion, a quadrillion. It's okay. By this point, I'm already at a couple trillion, maybe 2, 3 quadrillion. It's fine. And then very suddenly, it's like, now they have 60 quadrillion. Okay, I can manage that. I've scaled up to around there. Now they have 120 quadrillion. Oh, okay. Give me a few turns, but I can get there. And now they have 500 quadrillion. It's like, oh no. And then they get up to 900, and you're like, okay, I have to have a solution for this, right? Okay, but that's not as much of a problem anymore. But holy cow, I'll be fine here. I will be fine here. Okay, let me. Yeah, because that still pops me. Let me see if I think early on we're gonna need to do. You know what? Actually, no. Just to make sure that I win here, because there are no perfect slaves, let's take off these. We're going to put on the Orion. I'm going to sell this power thing. I don't care about that. Okay, go for Tears of Gold. So now we have Orion on. If they have... I probably could be fine just making sure I do Madness Potion a little earlier so I get the extra attacks myself early with, you know, whatever. But I don't think I need to do that. What might be better is Orion. On hit, your attacks armor break at 75%, which means you'll die really early, and that'll be fine. Okay, so we go with, let's say, 1 attack on you. This does enough damage to one-shot me next turn with poison, so I'm going to do Madness Potion. We still have the Golden Heart because they didn't manage to actually kill me in the first turn because they can't, because it all goes to poison damage. Now we do Golden Heart. Sorry, now we do Madness Potion, attacking myself, scaling me up. I should have a decent amount. Let's see, we're at 4. Yeah, we really are struggling against these guys. You would be a good opportunity, though. I must have attacked you last time. You should be able to hit me enough, or is Cinder damage just going to pop you immediately? I've got 4.4 mil, or 4.1 mil. All right, go with Golden Heart. Now we attack you. Yeah, just immediately get popped, so we don't get to scale up our damage almost at all, which is a big bummer here. This type of thing is a problem. And then another Golden Heart hit, and as soon as you get here, now this guy has 631 quad. So we're going to need to do enough damage in a short enough amount of turns, but you also do 3 attacks, so not as much of an issue. So if there was in this situation, if there was one more Iron Golem behind, I would just need to do 1/4 of their armor in damage, and then I can pop them with armor break. This character, on the other hand, because they do 3 attacks, is also safe for me because they're scaling up my attack quite a bit. Okay, boom, there you have it. A little bit, you know, a little bit uncomfortable, and I don't think I've actually ever come into that exact situation before, because right now enemies are starting to get crazy amounts of health, which is becoming... It'll be okay. We'll be all right, but it is a little bit concerning. Okay, let's get Tears of Gold, and I want to take this off, pop these on, and attack. Still feeling it's friend for speed. Let's see. I do hope they nerf Tears next patch, like limit it to 2 or something. Break the game way too hard. No restrictions, character build. I agree. Yeah, Tears of Gold are pretty insane, but I'm going to take advantage of them while they're around. But yeah, I agree with you. At this stage of the game, it's pretty wild. All right, you're going to do some damage. Still not enough to kill me, which is nice, because I'll just get another attack without actually having to do... I can't tell, actually. That's a weird thing. Is it said 400k, but there is something weird with poison where it actually does a little extra sometimes. Still didn't kill me, but got a lot closer than it should have. And now, because I'm going to do... Okay, now we're going to do Potion of Madness. Pop. And then I'm going to attack EU from here. Okay. Then attack. And attack. And attack. There you go. Alright, what are we saying? Okay. Break the game way too hard with no restrictions. Yeah, so Tears of Gold, I agree, needs some kind of adjustment. I appreciate that they allow you to build any character you want. That's nice, but yeah, the two would be plenty. 2 would be plenty for me to build every character I want without it making it possible for this kind of end stage on any character. This character is optimal. You don't really want to, like, you don't want a health character. The only 2 characters that actually perfectly utilize this are either Chroma Lure or Legacy. Or is there another option? No, not really. Those are the 2 ones that matter. Because there's no demon character, there's no Excal character. Well, there is Excal character, but there's no Celestial character, there's no Magma character. Let's see. So, yeah, there's only a couple characters that perfectly optimally use this, but any character could if you just had enough hearts or Tears of Gold. Okay, attack. So I agree with you. So now I have Golden Lock, which I don't know what the heck that does. Because it doesn't seem like it kills me, huh? Yeah. So this should mean... What is this? Wait, are you just locking my ability to get gold? Is that actually what that does? That's all it does? Okay. I think that might be all that does. Okay, well... I thought Golden Lock would lock Golden Heart, and it was very scary for me at one point in time. I'll tell you that much. Okay. I should have gotten that. Ah, well. See if I can get something in here. We've already got a decent amount of things. Haven't done Striker. That sounds interesting. It is interesting. So you counter every time you dodge, which is, I think, really cool. It's a really cool build anyway. So here's the situation where I can quickly scale Cinder. Let me attack this guy and just see how much he's going to get me up to. So 12 mil. It's not terrifying, but it's, you know, it's a little concerning. 14 million, you got another, you got the six attack guy, and then pop them down. So you can see now we're at the 9-9Q. I don't want to go so far above that, but maybe I should do a little bit of extra health just because. But the thing is, I believe what happens if you go into the negatives on attack even one time, from everything I've heard, is that the next turn you insta-die twice. So you insta-die, then if you try to attack again, you insta-die again. So just one very fatal mistake at that point would be enough to set you back all the way. And so it's super not worth it for me. I don't know how close or how far I'm getting from that, because it's entirely just based on the amount of attacks that they're doing. I've heard that it's not actually the quintillions, it's the sextillions that get you. Yeah, we'll see. All right, attack, pop, pop, good. Okay, all right. But yeah, I would say dodge characters are one of the more interesting ones. I also like Chroma Lure. Jace, to me, is not a very fun character to play, but I think does really well. So, like, the legacy character there. I wonder if you do have shield. Interesting, okay. All right, attack. Right now, I would commit to not really liking, what was the character I really don't like at this point? Magic characters. Kino especially. I haven't tried Pyre yet, but I have tried Kino. Oh boy, not a fan. All right, attack you. We're also going to self-attack a little bit. We can do so much damage at this point because we have Perfect Slave attacking us, so it's all good. Scaling armor is one sort of a solution. A potential thing that could happen that would be very bad for me would be if there were a Saturn and then everybody else were... Iron Golems. That would be kind of an annoying thing. I'd probably be okay, but okay, so. And I'm trying to make it so that, like, ideally one build works for all enemies. I know everyone's always like, oh, you do the swap builds and so on. I can't stand doing that. I gotta be honest. Okay. All right, you do some attacks onto me. We're fine. I'm gonna do a self attack, pop, and then here we go. Okay. I do kind of like, outside of Iron Golem, a lot of enemies don't really do as much damage as it kind of feels like they do, even at this stage of the game. Like, it's surprising the amount of damage some enemies do at this stage. Item swapping is cringe. I agree, okay? But you have to do it sometimes, and I'll do it if I have to, with Orion's Core if I feel like there's gonna be a problem. But, like, ideally for me, it's like, if I die, I'll item swap, but don't make me do it. Don't make me have it be an active part. Like, every time I see a set enemies, is this strategy, or this? Like, I hate that. I can't stand that. I need a universal strategy and then a backup strategy for one specific situation that I'm trying to overcome with my universal strategy, because it's the only one I want to use. Gosh dang it. Personally, that's how I think about it. I think on the way up, it's fair. Like, you got to convert sometimes, okay? Converting is kind of an equivalent to this. It's like, on the way up, sometimes you have to swap around, and you'll do it a lot more often than you do in the late game. But by the time you get to the late game, it's like, I don't want to have to be thinking that much. Okay, dismantle. I don't want to be thinking that much. Okay. All right, that's a lot. That's kind of a lot for me. 7, 8, 9. In a stage where, like, you have so many battles, like 12 battles, you know? All right, but we are getting closer to 200. We are getting quite a lot closer. But yeah, 12. Is it... I feel like it's a lot less than it used to be, though. I feel like it used to be like 20 battles, but also I think it used to be easier to make a build where you could kind of clear through. Like in this one, you can see I do have to do quite a lot of this. I might raise health a little bit more, though. Now that I've heard that it might be that much higher, like, it's not until you get one more bracket above, so 9-9Q, it's not then... I don't know, it's not like 2 times. What I'd heard, but I don't know if that's true or not, okay? What I had heard initially was that if you get double the 9-9Q, that's when you pop. That's why I've been so careful, because it'd be really easy to do that. Really easy. Because I get to 9-9Q against Perfect Slaves pretty consistently. And so if I got enough Perfect Slaves, I should get up to, I don't even know, what would that be? 1.98 quadrillion or something, right? All right. Okay, attack. Okay, yeah, you guys are struggling to do damage to me. Okay, pop. How am I doing against you? So these guys are starting to get up higher in health as well. 179 Q. Okay, and I'm not scaling to... I'm scaling freeze attack with the hopes that freeze attack will catch up enough that it can... that combined together it can do enough, because eventually the problem is going to be that we have a 99Q armor unit that also has 99Q health, which would probably be Iron Golem. It's not going to start on Saturns, right? Because Saturns we can punch through either way. So 99Q armor isn't going to matter ever. It's only ever going to matter what their health is. Okay, let's do a self-attack. Yep, that feels okay. Even though technically I could have waited one more turn because I wouldn't have died there. All right. Pop. This should get you guys down a little sooner. We'll punch through. Do you have any armor? No. Okay, so how is that doing? 15, 15. Pop, good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm gonna hit you so you don't have any more dodges. I'm gonna self-attack. And let's see where we're at right now. So 14. So this is where it could be a problem. I normally attack this one if I'm playing optimally to avoid the crazy amounts of damage I can do, but let's attack you first. Okay, so that gets us up to 18 mil. Okay, attack. This gets us up to 20. Okay. And then we should pop all of you with 999. Bop, bop, bop. So 20 mil is easily enough to get to the 999. Yeah, I could raise up health a little bit. Oh, Dazzle though. Dazzle's gonna keep us going in the right direction, okay? I don't know, it just feels concerning. If it, like, imagine it is 2 times, but it can't be 2 times, I don't think. Because I think you get it like 12 mil, well, it'd be 24 around, right? 24 million% would be where you'd hit double the 99Q. If I'm just wrong on that, you know, I feel like maybe we'll try raising health a little bit more after we hit 200. I just want to make sure we get there, because you for sure can hit 200 here. Okay, right up to 8. Okay, attack. And see here again, yeah, we didn't get enough to die. Well, no, I guess we did. We didn't, but poison is weird. Poison is weird. It is what it is. Okay, self-attack, and then pop. Oh, look at your health. Look at your health go. Getting to these somewhat potentially intimidating levels, but it's okay because we'll just keep raising Gloom, and that'll give us enough armor first turn. Except against Saturns. I like universal strategies, and that is the potential problem with that strategy. Okay, attack. Because like if there is a Saturn in the front, they will always armor break my. But if I can scale armor on somebody and then one of these guys before the Saturn can break the armor, we're good. Or I could just use Madness Potion if I had to, I guess. And I should still benefit from some of that armor. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's funny, I feel like with this build, which we'll get into later, but you don't actually need to scale armor at all until you get into super late game. You can pretty much just ignore Dazzle and ignore Golden Wardens, and then you get so many of them once you start looking for them, and then suddenly you stop getting them again, of course. But alright. Bop. 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 Oh yeah. I wonder with poison damage, if I get stunned, it should be the case that if I get stunned and have poison on me that's enough to kill, that then I'll get killed the following turn. Nice streaming, guy. I actually love this game, and I really wish we could play together. Add me up in Discord. Sure. Right, I have a Discord link in the description. Just shoot me a message there or join the Discord. I might consider it. Once multiplayer's out, I'm definitely interested in giving it a try with somebody, at least. Let's see. Attack. Okay. Pop. Get him down. Get him down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I also like that technically with penetration, getting to this 90%, I didn't actually have to specifically look for penetration at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. All right. Look at all these guys. Look at all these dudes. All right. Self-attack a little bit. Give me enough damage to pop through. Oh, very nice. Oh, is it 6 of you? Okay. All right. Alright, okay, how much am I doing? I should be doing enough to pop all of you there. We're fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we'll go with another Divine Gloom, because that's going to get us up to higher armor amounts. I'm pretty sure that feels a little bit higher than it even should be. Okay, attack. Okay, so 1.64 every single time, 1.64 mil, which is nice. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, you know what? If I see another one with Throngos, I'll hold on to it for not floor 200, 201. All right, attack. Okay, attack. But I did take. I have some notes here. I have some notes as to exactly what I want to say. I was thinking going into it, maybe you know what? I'll just off the top of my head, off the dome, explain how to organize everything. But I think it'd be a lot slower because you do have to think pretty hard. Like, okay, what? On this floor to this floor, then this floor to this floor, you know. It swaps a lot. It becomes a lot simpler in the later floors, but the beginning of the game is really... Okay, self-attack a little bit. The beginning of the game is really... okay, come on now, there we go. Concerning, that was concerning. There's a lot going on. You have to consider quite a bit. 3, 4, 5... Okay, I'll buy this one. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, floor 1 and floor 2 have totally different strategies because there's basically nothing available in floor 1 that you care about. Let's see, attack... I think that maybe one of the biggest differences between my general strategies and other strategies, like immediate differences that I always notice, is everyone's always like, use the hammer. You got to turn in the hammer first. First floor, you always turn in the hammer. I am so against that. And it's like the one area where I think I disagree with everybody that I've ever seen talk about the game, where it's just immediately I'm like, oh yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't agree with that. All right, attacks. I'll do some self-attack. This should be enough to pop you down. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because if you're playing a physical build, you can just get penetration. You should get penetration because the best physical build thing to exchange in. No thanks. There we go. The best physical thing to trade in is a penetration thing for like 3 floors actually. So no need to build penetration with that gosh dang hammer. Go for max amount of physical damage because early on you don't need penetration. You need physical damage. Let's see, attack to make sure you get through all the waves in second, third, whatever in these areas. Attack. Then again, it's not that hard to get physical damage either. They're both fine, I suppose. It's not the end of the world if you trade in a hammer. Okay, you'll survive. You fools. All right, attack. Foolish hammer beings. All right, self attack. It's nice with the sun when the sun is the first one that you attack. It might seem kind of annoying. Oh, now I can't scale up armor like I normally would, like in this case. But it doesn't matter that much because they attack. Was it 4 times or 6 times? So they scale it for me just fine. Attack. Okay. Okay. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Gosh, I'm not. No more searching in here. We already have enough items to trade in. Attack. Okay. And would you look at that? Would you look at that damage go in one single swipe? Well, okay. Oh wait, look at that. That was all coming from my. Because the first hit they had an armor shield. The first hit armor shield was Cinder, and then all of this is actually all that damage came from my freeze attack. It's a very rare thing you get to see that because Cinder just outscales by so much. So much. Okay. Pop, pop, self attack. Okay, so now you have. We're doing a little bit to you, but not as much as I'd like, but that's okay. We've got a decent amount of these. I feel like it's good to just hold on to a lot of tiers of gold because at this point, I don't need very many spaces. I will just find the things I need, and I'm not combining anything in anymore. Open, sell. So I feel okay. Just hold on to a bunch of them. Okay. I don't, not that I need this many technically, but I think it's better to hold on than not to. Okay, pop this on. Good. All right, attack. Attack. 800 quadrillion. Okay, self-attack. 700, and then you're going to scale me up like crazy. Thank you. 500, 200, down, and what do you got left? Boom, just like that. We're going to floor 200, so we're gonna trade this in. When we go through floor 201, we will trade in Throngler. So dismantle, and now we're officially on floor 200. I suppose it's good to we'll see if we can beat floor 200. I'm assuming we will. But let's go ahead and go into library, and I'd like to go through the actual direction of the strategy, what you go for. I'll even save it and put it into the Discord if you guys want to have it after the fact. There'll be a picture there. But all right, wood sword. So the first floor always, no matter what character you're using, except for one, can anybody guess which character does not use the wooden sword in the first floor? Any guesses? Any guesses? I'll let you guys, leave your thoughts down below or whatever you want to try. But I'm sure you'll get it. I'm sure you'll get it. Wood or silver armor along with the wooden sword. So here we go. So always wooden sword, no matter the character, except for one. And you go with wooden armor or silver armor because you're already using wood either way. So you could go wood no matter what. And then alternative, you can go silver. You don't technically need to. You could probably get through with just the sword on its own because you can convert. But if you don't want to, or if you want to have a little extra padding, there's no problem with going some wooden armor. I used to go wooden armor all the time. Now I tend to convert just because it's faster. But yeah, either way is fine. Then floor 2. So this is, you could say floor 1, or you could also go with ring if you want. Floor 1, it's this is a fine idea. Floor 2 is the iron dagger. So iron dagger, the reason you go iron dagger is because wooden armor sucks. Okay, it's just terrible. There's no reason to have wood at this point. So iron dagger means you can get rid of the wood part. It also does more base damage than the wooden sword, still giving you the swiftness set, super important. So that is your iron dagger, and of course, for those of you familiar, we know what we're doing next. It's all in on leather, and it's all in on leather for as long as you can keep it, because that is 70% per item. One who can't carry a weapon. Yay, there you go. Tier cannot carry a weapon. So with tier, you don't use wooden sword. Every other unit, you use the wooden sword. Well done. All right. And then we go with the iron dagger as well. So leather armor, iron dagger. That's floor 2. You're also, interestingly enough, going to trade in the iron dagger because the iron dagger does the most damage. Yep, most damage on floor 2. There's no better weapon if you want to go with damage, and I think that's a good idea. Also, for floor 1, you will be trading in the wooden axe because the wooden axe does the most physical damage on floor 1. I don't care about trading hammer. We'll get into why. Almost everyone's going to tell you go trading hammer. It's fine if you want to. You'll live, but technically you're a little bit better off with trading axe, in my opinion. And then if you're going for, for physical damage at all there. And then for floor 3, we move on to. So it's not one floor at a time. We'll get through it. But the early floors, it switches a lot. So floor 3 is golden sword or golden dagger. Both of these are acceptable. The thing is, if you go golden dagger, you now have 3 sets all on, where if you go golden sword, you only have 2, and you could afford, for example, to throw on a silver ring. This would guarantee for 2 turns that you survive. If you would rather go with the extra damage, it's acceptable, but I might lean towards the silver ring with this build just because those first 2 turns getting free each time keeps you alive a lot stronger. So we'll pop off the golden dagger. Also, funnily enough or happily enough, golden sword is your best bet for trade-in because it does the most physical damage once again. So now you're doing faith damage, okay? Or not faith damage, but you're doing silver to survive. You're doing gold for damage. And by this point, since you already have the Greed's Grasp, now you have the 2 rings, you might want to swap onto instead using the power ring. And silver at this point, yeah, it's probably for the best for the 2-turn survival. Another option you could go with is that you could use, you could use the dagger. Now you have 3 different golden items. It's a lot. That would give you 1-turn survivability. So these are your 2 routes. I'm going to say, actually, you know what? Because we already have this as trade-in, and for the sake of whatever, we take these 3, and we say 3 items that gives you 1 turn invulnerability. So first turn, you're fine. You die, you revive. Now second turn, you have to kill the enemy. Either way is okay, again. Either way is okay. Now we move on to 4 through 5. So once you get into this, so this is like just very beginning of the game. How do we survive? How do we get through? We're fine now. 4 through 5, I think you keep the same, but instead of trading in the gold sword, you're going to trade in the silver sword as it raises the amount of damage. You could also wear the silver sword. Again, if you're using that silver ring to survive the first 2 turns, wear the silver sword. If you're using all gold, just keep the gold on, trade in the silver sword. Okay. Now on to 6 through 8. So it's 4 and 5. We're trading in this for physical damage. 6 through 8, again, keep this. I like this. But now is when you're going to start seeing Tears of Gold. Tears of Gold show up in floor 7. And now is also when you're going to start seeing the hammer. So the hammer shows up floor 6. The hammer gives 8% penetration. That kind of sucks. You know what? How about on just legendary, 32% penetration? You only need 3 of legendary hammers to get yourself up to pretty close to 100%. So 96%. So who cares? 100%. Fair enough. So now you have penetration. Use this for all 3 of those floors trading the golden hammer. All 3 of those floors, well, 2 of the 3 floors, you're looking for golden heart using your leather. Okay, so that's 6 through 8. I would say up to this point, this is pretty guaranteed. I don't see much problem with this build. But if you have to convert, you can convert. That's fine. Let's see. So now we have Tears of Gold, and going into 9 through 14, hopefully in floor 7 and 8, because 7 is you have the most likelihood of dropping Tears of Gold because that's when they show up. That's how it works, or it seems to work anyway. You're likely to have gotten at least 1 or 2. If you haven't, you can keep looking for them. Hold on to leather as much as you can, of course. But now in 9 through 14, so we're getting a little bit lower down here, we are going with the Demon Ring. So right now you've been using so far Swiftness, Gold, and Leather. You can swap now over to whichever you'd like. I would say put on the golden sword instead of the golden dagger, and we go with the Demon Ring. I believe that would be the route. Okay, so let's see. Demon Ring, if you can, you could swap entirely off of gold here. Now that you have golden, as soon as you have golden tiers, you can swap on to using Demon entirely. So we'll go with that. Let's say you get, because most likely you get at least one gold tier. Probably you'll get 2. Hopefully you'll get 3 by this point. Now you can swap on to using the Demon Sword with the Demon Necklace, meaning leather, demon, demon sword. For the first 2 to 3 turns now, you're immune because of Tears of Gold, and that is good enough. Because if you have 1 Tears of Gold, the first turn they'll do damage to you because you're poisoned. All of that damage is converted to poison damage. Then second turn, beginning of second turn, is when you would die. The 1 Tears of Gold keeps you alive there. You've had now 2 turns in order to hit all enemies. Pretty solid. If by this point you're okay on Tears of Gold, you have 2 to 3. definitely I would recommend going with the boots as well. That way, or the chest plate if you want. Whatever, it doesn't matter, right? Any of the demon items work. So that's 3 demon items, meaning 2 turns hitting all enemies with Tears of Gold. You'll need 1 technically by this point for this to work, to be able to kill everybody in the 2 turns. Okay. And for trade-in, by this point, so up until now, we know we've been trading in the Warrior's Hammer. Now we're on floor 9 through floor 14, a pretty big range there, but this should work for all of it. We're going to go with the Giant's Ring and 1 Orion's Vest. I really wouldn't go too heavy on Orion. Reason being that the Giant's Ring is the strongest percentage health increaser throughout the rest of the game at 225%. Where if you're get rid of this guy. Okay. Whereas if you're going for health and you're using the Orion's Heart, where are you? You're a little higher, aren't you? Orion's Heart is somewhere in here. Gosh dang it, there it is. 100 health at max. You're looking at 225. And by comparison, the Throngler at max is going to give you 1350. So that's a lot of extra trade-ins of Orion's Heart you don't need. So maybe trade in 1 Orion's Heart, we'll say. And then definitely trade in as many of these rings as possible. Maybe all of these rings. But ideally 1, so you just have a little extra health. You know what? I'm iffy on this. I don't really care that much about Orion's Heart. We're going with the Giant's Ring. Now at the very end here, or towards the very end, 15 through 29, we're getting very close to the end here. The Celestial Chestplate, the Magma Helm, and the Leather. That's what we're kind of swapping into. So Celestial Chest, this is going to be for floor 15 through 29. Quite a lot of floors, okay? These 2 together works great. And this is going to mean that we're now officially, because we've got all this health, hopefully, or we're starting to build up health, we're going to be taking damage, and we're going to be countering it with Cinder. And by this point, you don't need to take very much damage for Cinder to do crazy amounts. This is 15 through 29. Because we've been trading in a lot of max health rings, yeah, and technically you should trade in 1. Let's move these guys back and move these guys up just to make a little extra space here. We'll say 1 of these. Now you have enough health that you can trade in these guys, okay? Then let's see, that is 15 through 29. I would say also trade in probably 1 Faith Necklace, just so that we have a little faith, because it does boost your damage substantially. And now, at the very end, so for floor 30, until you have 700,000 health, we're going with the Throngler for health. Continue with G-Rings. I'm going to add this in here, so I'm not going to duplicate it. Faith Ring, and then there's an opening here. Let's see if I can... I'll remove this because it's a duplicate. We'll say... We'll move these guys up and around, whatever. Let's just move stuff over a little bit, make a little more space for us. And you go there, these ones here, these ones up here, and this is the final floor. You have these. So that's, at this point, so up to 700,000 health. Now you have 700,000 health. This is going to be in probably, I want to say, by floor 80, let's say, around. You've got 700k health pretty easily, I would say, or you're around there. You're trading in Thronglers, you're trading in the Giant's Rings, and you've been trading in the Faith Rings. Your damages are really solid. You can start swapping on over to looking at Freeze. So Freeze is going to be... You're also going to want to wear Excalibur by this point. Freeze is going to be with the sword, and let's see, where's my sword? Sword here. Thing here that I can get rid of that I don't care as much about. This is okay, I suppose. Sword, and then the it's interesting with this build because it's so complex. It's a little bit too much to be able to fit into everything, but the sword and the freeze ring are the 2 that you're going to want to care about for freeze. That stuff is very much after the fact. There's also dazzle. Okay, dazzle's the most important one. You know what? Freeze isn't ideal, but you technically don't ever need it in this build. You could just go with dazzle, and this would make you a pretty well-rounded build right here. Okay. And I will screenshot this. I'll throw it into the Discord after the fact. But that is your breakdown of how you get all the way beginning to end to reach this point of floor 200. And from here, if anybody has questions, if people are curious to see where this goes, stick around and so on. But I'm going to be trying to get as deep into the game today as I can and see what records we can hit. And hopefully, if we can find negative armor. I don't know how deep that might be, but it may well be in there. We'll also trade in another Throngler because I think we'll be safe to do so. Okay, attack. And I would love the extra amount of damage that it would provide. Consistent damage. Okay, attack. All right. And then so like all of that leads into here where now we're saying I want Dazzle because I'd love to be able to scale up my base amount of damage as much as possible. So 1.7 million, right? Like we're able to get guaranteed a certain amount here. That's nice. A little extra health is going to make it even more consistent. It is going to make me even more worried about hitting the negatives, which I don't love, but we'll say 1 extra Throngler, and that should do well for us. That's going to get us up to 800 and some odd. Okay, attack. Oh boy, you guys are... I'll do self-attack here. Thank you. And then attack. There you go. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. We'll trade in 1 Throngler. If I can get any more Dazzle Necklaces, that would be good. I think those are the strongest items right now for me, just because they can get me up to such crazy amounts of armor. I don't totally understand why with you. Oh, because you're breaking my armor, maybe? And then I'm taking only health damage? So actually, how much? Okay. But you're very much limiting my ability to scale, except that now I'm going to attack, and then you're going to attack me, probably. Okay. Huh. You're attacking me, and you're not ephemeral locking me. Oh, because I'm dying instantly. A little concerning. Yeah, these guys definitely can be annoying. I'm surprised that you were able to do so well there, though. That's first. All right, attack. A little concerning, but clearly not able to actually fully manage. Attack. Okay, we'll do self-attack. And attack. And attack. Good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But if you do have any questions, any particular builds you'd like to go over, I will respond. I'm thinking I'm going to look into, though. I'm going to look into Pyre and see if I can find an actually kind of pre-made build. I tend to like to make my own. Well, maybe I'll be able to see a way I can adjust it in a way that I might like, or that might be more my playstyle. But I don't want to go into it like Kino. I think, to me personally, and maybe other people didn't feel the same way, but I felt like playing as Kino was probably my most, like, I wish I had done this differently. I wish I had known some strategy first time. Like, the most where I was just, oh my goodness, this is crazy. I really would have liked to go into it. Oh, here we go. Okay, wait, hold on. So perfect slaves. 1, 2, 3. Buy this, thank you. 4, 5. There's nothing that I really want from here particularly. All right, so I don't think you use Potion of Madness at all, because I don't need to scale up my damage even a little bit. What I want is to get rid of their shields as easily as possible. Let's see how quickly these guys get me up to 999Q, though. Which is, we're going to say 999Q is about 10 to 12 mil. Well, elemental percent. So attack 1, they all attack me. So that's 3 different 6 attack units. Look at that. Already at 14 mil. This is kind of what's concerning to me, is we're at 14 mil, so I'm at 99Q damage probably right now. Let's attack this guy. Let's slow it down to 1. There you have it. 1 single turn. With as careful as I've been to get to 999Q, okay? I do kill one of them. Okay, so that means only 2 attacks instead of 3 attacks this turn. But, so concerning, right? And then we attack. See 99Q on you. This gets us up to how much? Ooh. Oh, I forgot to... Gosh dang it, I forgot to do this. Right, of course. Because I'm playing in this kind of funny way. We'll go 8x speed. I'm going to attack you. And take off hand. I'm going to right-click a potion whenever I can. So then attack you. Let's get us back to where we were. Right-click a potion. 17 mil. Okay. We've already taken a potion. Yes. Attack. Take potion right away. We are at 19 mil. Okay, potion taken. Now we attack. I'm going to attack you. So I'm going to try to play this as optimally as I can because I really don't want to fail. Actually, I'm going to attack this one so that I can break the shield of the one behind, because your shield's going to pop automatically at the end of this turn. You're going to get a little closer. But I want this guy's back end shield to be gone as well. So attack. Okay. We are now at 22 million. Okay. Now we're going to attack you. Still at 99Q. We are now at 23 and attack. So I need that to not be enough to carry me, that specific fight to carry me. That's the only one that will, past 999Q to the point where we go into the negatives. I think that was well over, well, technically it's 23. No, but we only needed, well, we had 14. Is it going to be enough to go double, 99Q times 2? I think if I do any more healing increases, it will go to that point. I kind of would rather keep with raising armor than raise health, because if I keep raising armor, I'll be a lot safer. I'm very concerned with the idea of raising health and getting myself over it. I have heard it's actually 1 sextillion or maybe 99 sextillion, somewhere one of those two numbers is where enemies get where you do negative damage, which would be great if that's the case, because that would give me a lot of wiggle room. But if it's only 99q times 2, so only 1.98 quintillion, then I'm probably right on the edge of that right now whenever I fight those guys. Because that would have been, if it takes 12 million% to get me to 99q, then it'd be 24 million to get me to negative damage. If true. We'll see. Attack. Then again, I may have to. I think as long as I can keep scaling armor, I won't have to. But these guys are getting health that's a lot closer to that, a lot closer to being competitive with iron golems. And if I have 2 rows, well, if I can fight 2 rows of iron golems, though, couldn't I fight 2 rows of anything? Potentially. As long as I can, because I don't have to wear their armor, it's only their health I worry about. 4, 5, 6, 7. So we just keep raising armor, probably, and not health. Just in case. Okay, attack. But then if I raise health... because that's an every turn thing, where it's first or second time they attack me that I'm raising with armor. Attack. How are we doing? Okay, down to the last... Wow, that wasn't enough. Okay. So we're... Oh, I never did Madness Potion, though. But I think for this one, just to make sure we're safe, we're going to go with removal of... I'll sell this one, remove this, and then we'll pop this on. Because this should get you down really fast. And as soon as you're down, then I can start attacking the guy behind. But then without Excalibur, I'm not going to be able to... It's going to take me 3 turns. I should have an extra 3 turns because I'm able to kill you so quickly, though. Maybe? We'll see. Okay. I think so here. I think this is the right play. Kind of concerning. Imagine I get to floor 200 and then I don't get to floor 201. Alright. Then we do Madness Potion here. Extra amounts of attacks. And now this is enough to get rid of you, right? Yes, thank goodness. Now we just have to wait through your turns. And then, okay. How much are we doing to you? Yes. Whew! Okay, spooky though. Spooky for sure. We're starting to get into this weird territory of enemies being behind with that much. If I keep scaling my armor, but then if I go against Saturns, that's the issue. Where if I scale my health, I know that'll help me. Or I could scale Faith. Faith would also be a pretty decent one. And Faith wouldn't be every turn. Well, it would be every turn because it's amplifying the damage. Gosh dang. Okay. I could go with Little Faith. I could go with a little health. These are my options. Open. What do you got? But health is at least tempered by it being 25% of the health that I get after the first turn, which is a nice thing, where Faith isn't tempered by that at all. So technically, health is probably better. Okay. Attack. Attack. Okay, self-attack. And go for you. Boom. so many of these monsters. Alright. Now we go, we'll try a health exchange. Gets us up to 800k. From like 770, it was not a massive boost, but not terrible. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 9, 10. Okay, attack. But yes, we'll keep, from there, we might be safe to keep focused on freeze attack. Attack. But that was it's a little concerning when these guys start getting to this crazy level of health. Okay, attack. Oh, and you're gonna weaken me. Does that weaken Cinder as well? I'm not sure. Oh, I swear I right-clicked this. Gosh dang it. Okay. 23 bill. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay, just gotta be really careful and make sure we're right-clicking the right potion. Boom. Boom. What does this get you down to? Okay, but you do so many attacks that we should be safe on you compared to Golem. Yeah, no one should be more concerning than the 6 Golems. It's just that there's a lot more fights that are getting closer to that level because their health is getting so high. But if we raise our health, it'll help. It'll get us there faster, get us the damage we need faster. Okay. I kind of like the idea of raising armor, though, because first turn, a lot of the time, that's going to clear enemies for us pretty well. 5, 6. Okay, nothing. Attack. Attack. There you go. Attack. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe I look for... Yeah, Faith would also be good. Faith would also be good. We could get one more Faith ring in there, potentially. Just a little concerning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Attack. We already have 2 of the swords, if I don't need more of those for now. Boom. Boom. The potions are also supposed to be changed at some point to being auto use, or like you can toggle them. That's going to be so helpful for me. So helpful. But we'll get there. All right. Maybe. Attack. Boom. Desperately waiting for it. I may also, I'll say at floor, maybe like floor 210 or so, we'll go over Mahale 6 breakdown of this build, just without some of the adjustments that I made to it, and we can break down my differences and what I would think as well. Could be interesting. Okay, attack. All right, attack. I need that demon potion. Oh yeah, that demon potion's gonna be crazy. Totally agree. That because it means you just don't need to use demon. Like right now, I'd be able to hit all enemies. That'd be crazy. That'd be so crazy. Like that was part of my response as well. The dev had mentioned maybe I'll because we're talking about the demon potion, I can show off exactly what we're talking about for people who aren't in the Discord. Okay, let's see. Where's Frog Club? Thank you. And we'll go to Gmonic set effects. Therefore, I like the potion, but the effects of demon set is boring. The new effects of demon set, yeah, fair. Okay, so let's go to here. All right, so demon potion here was something that the dev is talking about adding. New potion and status effects. So this is what the demon potion is. Okay, poke. Boom. Grants a stack of multi-attack charge. Okay, so it's basically demon in a potion. Makes enough sense to me. Before attacking, consume 1 stack and multi-attack. Okay. But as a flip thing, demon set goes to gain 10% chance to remove a buff on hit. You know, I don't know about this one. I can see that maybe it could be useful. The thing is, we already have Excalibur, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Excalibur's effect, once you have 2 items equipped though, but remove all buffs from the target on hit. So this means that Demon just bad right now, which means Excalibur is getting changed. I don't know when, I did ask when, and the dev responded. Let me see, was it in here? Yep, gut feeling is negative on this one. Here's my breakdown. I suppose I can do easier instead of having to remember or try to think about it too much. Demon Bottle, this would be a net positive to strengthen my runs, for sure. That'd be crazy. Because then every turn I could just have demons. I could have a couple Demon Bottles even in the first 2 turns. We could hit everybody. It would scale up my Dazzle so much faster. I wouldn't have to take off anything. Pretty amazing. And especially if they made it so that potions are toggleable, first turn I would just be destroying everybody. Let's see. Then the issue is almost that it's too good. That's what I'm saying here. Demon becomes unusable, so Demon will become unusable, and then the change to Demon also is kind of, yeah, right now it sucks. So if we use old Demon set, why would you use it? If you use the new Demon set, kind of why would you use it with Legacy? Unusable and Demon Potion is stronger than Demon was, and this is like, since it takes 1 inventory slot instead of taking 1 set slot and 1 equipment slot. So you only have 4 set slots, one of them being your character slot, so 3 set slots. Now not having to use Demon, that gives you a free slot for something else. That's great. But that's ridiculously strong, actually. And so it's way stronger than Demon used to be. And 1 equipment slot, so it only doesn't take up the equipment slot either, which is not as important in the late game, but in the early game it's nice. Or 2 inventory instead of 1 set, 3 equip. So it takes up 2 slots if you have 2 potions instead of needing 3 equipment to be equipped and then also still 1 set. Again, potion becomes ridiculously strong. Depends on how it plays. Adding potions and adjusting the game may take some time, so on, right? So yeah, demon potion, I feel kind of mixed feelings on. I really like the potion. I really don't like the new demon set, but I also don't know if I like the potion because it changes things so much. But maybe it's good, and it really just depends on how it ends up playing. That's fine. But then I also asked in this other thread. Let's see. Where's my? Wait, didn't I ask in this other thread, or where did I? Oh, right, no. Maybe it was in this initial thread. All really depends on how it plays. Adding potions adjusting the game makes it take some time. Does this mean Legacy Set is getting reworked too? Because Legacy Set does what Demonic Set does, just without anywhere near as as much of a problem to do it. So instead of needing, you would need 10 items to 100% on any turns, where the Legacy Set does turn 2 does it anyway for you. Potions adjusting the game may take some adjusting to, let's see. So they say Legacy Set is getting reworked too sometime in the future, which I don't know. We'll see. Demon Set hasn't been added yet, to my understanding. It hasn't actually gone live with a change, so we'll see once it goes up. Okay, and then yeah, we'll wait till floor 210 to go over some Helisic stuff. But all right, now pop attack. Craziest is that you have multiple attacks for multiple turns. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Sucks for magic builds though. Change Demon Set to cleanse was crazy. I like that idea. Oh yeah, there were some other ideas. I suppose we could go over attack and attack. Pop. Yeah, there was someone was that your idea? Whose idea was that? I'm not sure, but I did like, so within this separate spot, this thread, boom. And Mahilsic has actually added in some more ideas here. Can I make this the full, or more of it anyway? Okay. Making a thread for new demonic set effects. So ideas, 5% chance per, so this is the first idea someone came up with. Chance per set to convert. Convert would have a max stack size of 1, would wear off at the end of enemy's turn right after attacking, which conversion means the enemy attacks another enemy. I don't like this because it's so random that I would just never use it. Not sure if 5% per set would be too much, but it's just an idea. Honestly, I think that's too little, if anything. It's such a weird concept to randomly have one of the enemies attack the enemy next to them. Unless we're saying it would affect all enemies. Then maybe it's kind of interesting. It might be strong enough then to be worth it. I just don't know if it'd be something I'd want to do because it's so random, right? Because you just, like, if you stack into this and you make this your thing, eventually you'll just have 2 turns in a row where it doesn't happen, and then you're just sad and you lose, and then you have to restart. So very RNG. Or maybe 5% chance per item, equipped set item to leave a health orb on kill. This health orb would act like a chest would in the old versions, where it would take a slot where there usually would be an enemy. The orb would stay there until picked up and would heal the player maybe like 20% of the max health per equipped set item. Okay, could be make it easier for players to deal with big hordes of enemies. I think this is probably a newer player because this doesn't make sense in a late game, but it makes sense from an RPG perspective. And this is something that I talked about. I don't remember if I talked about it here or where I talked about it, but I do believe that on the face of it, the game look. Oh, I talked in someone's comment section. But on the face of it, this game looks like an RPG game where it's like, oh, you know, you're going through a dungeon, you're fighting the enemies, you're scaling up your health, and you're trying to get enough damage to beat through these different enemies, and if you can just keep yourself alive, whatever. But it's not that. It's a strategy game with the focus of building through floors with whatever limitations, the ability to get to late floors and the ability to survive as long as possible. And so that's sort of the point. So with this, a chance, so anything RNG kind of bad generally, but could be good if the chance is enough to be consistent. Leave a health orb, which gives you max health, which max health is currently bad generally, except for with this build I'm doing now, but for the most part, max health bad. Of their max health per equip, so it like heals you. Like I don't think you don't really generally think of something as like, here's a chance for you to get healed for a certain portion of your health in order to survive. That would be more with like maybe if you're moving around, let's say Brotato or something, right? If we think of it like an survival real time, that could work here, where you kill an enemy, there's a chance that they drop an orb, then you pick up that orb, and now you have your health back a little bit. And if you had enough of this chance, you could kill enough enemies fast enough to get your health back fast enough to not get attacked by the next enemies. It's not really that type of a game, so I don't totally agree with this one, but I do think it's an interesting idea, and if it was made into a thing, I'd give it a try just because it'd be funny. But I don't think it would be actually very effective, and it doesn't really mesh with the general feel of the game. Then GH says, when you hit an enemy, steal some of their attack for the rest of the battle. Overkill damage spreads to other end. Wait. Steal some of its attack for the rest of the battle. That's interesting. It's kind of like armor steal. So it's potentially limited in some ways, depending on which enemies you're fighting, but yeah, there's like a way for this to work. Overkill damage spreads to other enemies is really interesting. That's really interesting. I didn't even read this part before. If you were a really, really heavy single attack build, yeah, this makes sense. Actually, this is also interesting with Demon Potion, because if you're playing an Insight Magic build and you attack and then it spreads to other enemies, would this count with Suns? This would probably also take out Suns. What an interesting... This is actually a really something worth thinking about. Overkill damage spreads to other enemies, I think. Gain attack every time you successfully deal damage for the duration of the battle. Gain attack amount, or damage. Successfully deal damage for the duration of the battle. This one's a little bit... I don't know about this one because it just scales too well with leather. We have to fix... Like, leather right now, Deserter is already broken. I guess, but then for other characters, it would make it so that a character with as many attacks as possible is the only viable option in too many ways. It would also weaken tier substantially, relatively speaking, but it could be interesting. But I really think Overkill, this is probably the most impressive one to me, where I'd really be curious. Not serious, then. Okay, so when you die, revive as a demon with 1 HP, doubles your final attack amount, removes your faith for the spell. It's a funny idea, but yeah, that makes sense. But it's kind of clever, because yeah, faith doesn't work because you're a demon, you know, kind of cool. Second one does sound quite interesting. That'd be good for magic sets with high damage. Yes, this one for sure. Overkill is crazy. Maybe it would need to be percent based per set item. Actually, that reminded me of an old effect I wanted to add where your damage cannot decrease from you during battle. Damage won't reset, but I wasn't sure how to word it. Won't reset from Blitz on the next turn. Gotcha. Okay, so some spitball ideas. Okay, Mahil's like in here throwing everything at the wall, but I mean, it looks like it anyway. There's a lot of different options, but I'm guessing some of them would make some sense. Overkill splashing, yep. Even Demon Transform idea is really awesome. Yeah, it's a cool idea. I don't know how it would work, but it's cool. Some kind of version where you transform into a second mode the first time you die in battle seems really cool. Yeah, it would be super unique to the game's general feel, but it would be interesting. But then I feel like if you could transform, you need to have one of those. So Dragon Quest is a game that I really loved growing up. You could transform into a dragon with a specific move with a specific character in one of the games. So, I don't know which one at this point. But when you transform into a dragon, all your attack types change, where you do like fire breath instead of doing your regular attacks. And I don't know if they had I think they had visual changes maybe as well. Because it'd be cool if when you changed, if there was like a little tail or something, like dragon tail on the side. Something like that would be really interesting. If you went with this idea. Or demon, still a tail, something like that. It's called Poof. You know things! You know things about things. What is going on? Hello. Okay, you know Dragon Quest. That's awesome. Yes, that is. Yeah, Poof. That's funny. It's funny because I've talked about Dragon Quest for so long and no one ever people only ever know Rocket Slime sometimes. That's awesome. I really appreciate you. All right. Attacks ignore enemy toughness and or enemy attackers lose penetration. Yeah, right. Yeah, I feel like that's been true for a lot of my life in general, but also with YouTube especially. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, poof into a dragon and then attacks ignore enemy toughness. Enemy attackers lose all penetration. If you have what do you have a favorite game? I don't think I care as much about this because I'm not. I personally have this vendetta against toughness and penetration. And every other stat that works in this way where enemies scale up. 7. Oh, that's interesting. I think 7's one of the only ones I never played, and I always wanted to play it. I just didn't have the 3DS. So I would play... I played 6. 6 is probably... Well, 5 is probably my favorite. 5 is amazing. I haven't even played 5, but it's fantastic. If you like 7, you probably would like 4 through 6 quite a lot as well, if you haven't played them already. But I started with 6. No, I started with Dragon Quest Monsters Joker, which is really good, and then I went to 6, and then bounced around from there. But 5 is really solid. 5 is probably, in my mind, is like objectively played them all. Wow. And 7 is your favorite. That's awesome because I got to give 7 a try. People have generally kind of ragged on 6 and 7 more than maybe the other games relative to their quality, I think. Because in my opinion, I don't really care for 8. I think people like 8 a lot. I don't think it's a bad game, but I think it's overhyped because it's the one that really brought the games to the West or whatever, that whole idea, where because it came with Final Fantasy, a lot of people played that one first, and so it makes sense they would think it's really good. I think that Dragon Quest Monsters Joker and that 6 are really good, maybe relative to their quality to a certain extent, but I think 8 doesn't hold a candle to 6 or 5 or 4. 4 through 6 are my favorites. Without having played 7 and having heard that 7 is similarly like very story driven and sprawling of a game, like a very long game with a lot of different characters, a lot of different areas, a lot of different dialogue. I've heard a lot of good about 7 from my perspective, but mostly from people who didn't like it. So it's hard for me to, let's see. Attackers lose all penetration, gain demonic power equal to your total stacks of buffs and debuffs. Demonic power equal to your total stacks of buffs and debuffs. Okay. What's demonic power? Multiplies damage against all enemies. Ooh. Buffs and debuffs. I would sell... madness. I would madness myself with so many different things if I had this. Wow, that's interesting. But that's actually... Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It would make demonic really strong. But it's interesting. +1 attack, gain combat equal to your wisdom. because then combat would be easier to scale. That's interesting. I like that. Although combat and wisdom are both kind of iffy to me. Wisdom has a way to be used now, and combat still doesn't. So it would validate combat, and you could just scale wisdom instead, and then have one extra attack. That's cool. Cast Demonic Fury every turn. When you cast Demonic Fury, gain 100% critical rate until the end of the turn. Okay. When you cast Demonic Fury, gain 100% critical rate. 1 mana. That's interesting. Yeah, it would allow for crit build without having crit. That makes sense. An enemy is affected by one of your spells, immediately deal your attack damage. Okay. Attack damage to that enemy. One of your spells. Okay. Items in Demonic Set could have a stat called Cleave. When you kill an enemy, deal damage equal to all other enemies based on Cleave. Value of your overall... Excuse me. Of your overkill damage. Demonic Set gives you plus 20% flat crit rate and allows Cleave damage to hit critically. Sure. The last one is out there. I like it. Okay. Items in the Demonic Set could have a set called Cleave. When you kill an enemy, deal damage equal to all other enemies based on Cleave. Which is the value of your overall kill damage. Or Cleave percent. And then based on your overkill damage. Next set gives you 20% flat crit rate, less Cleave damage. So similar, kind of a similar concept, I think, to overkill spreads to other enemies, just with more specifics as to how it would work. And then last one is out there, like it. Here's my idea. Okay. Steal a buff on kill. Okay, we've got kind of a lot of different thoughts here. Gain 5% negative effects on hit. Okay. Well, if anybody's in the, if anybody's in the stream who's from this, let me know and I'll read through your ideas. But yeah, we have, I think, various ideas coming through to the bottom here. Percent chance to transfer negative effects on hits per set item. Negative effects you currently have will be transferred to the... Oh, okay, that's interesting. Anyway, okay. So yeah, that's some of Mehilsik's things. Again, we'll go through Mehilsik's breakdown of this build and maybe some other builds as we go along here, because I do think it's interesting to read through what Mehilsik is doing. If that's, gosh, I hope that's the right way to say that name. But okay, attack and then self attack. Good. Bop, bop, and then this one should take you out. Thank you. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nothing. Okay. Well, I also, gosh, I feel like talking about Dragon Quest now because it's been a time since I've talked to someone who knows anything about it. I remember one of my first jobs, there was someone who knew Dragon Quest, and I was so excited, and they'd only ever played Rocket Slime, so that's all we could talk about, really. And I never even played Rocket Slime, but I know enough about the game, the different characters, and so on, that I was like, oh, that's cool, here's this or that thing. 5 has the best story. Yeah, that's the reason why 5, in my mind, is the best. Mechanically, maybe it's not as, I like 6. I started with 8, though. Okay, so you might be more partial to 8. Do you feel like 8 holds up to... to what extent does 8 hold up to 7 or 6 or 5? My biggest problem with 8 personally, I don't think it's the worst game in the series that I've played. I haven't played 1 through 3, admittedly. So I've played 4, 5, and 6 as being this is the trilogy that I really love. And then I haven't played 7. I imagine it's probably similarly to 6 as I would really enjoy it. And then, but I have played 8, 9, haven't played 10 because that's exclusive to Japan, I think. But I've played 11. I really think that the shift that happened starting with 8 is one that I didn't care as much for. I prefer the way that the game was pre that. Let me put in... Do I keep going with a little health? Do I go with... I'll go with 1 more health, but we're going to say maybe no more health out of that. Better than 6 for me, but not better than 5. Okay, that's interesting. My problem with 8 personally, but if I had started with it, it might feel differently, admittedly. But my problem with 8 is that it feels like you move really slowly. Okay, I'm going to self-attack here because, gosh, you guys... do not do any damage. PS2 buff too. Yeah, I did like. Yeah, I really liked playing on handhelds though. In general, I think 11 is pretty good. But for me, it feels like with 8, it felt like you're moving and the world is massive around you. When you're playing on a handheld, it's like. Every one movement is you're going through the mountains, a bunch of mountains at once. And I felt like they were trying to capture that with 8 in such a way where it feels like you're actually moving through this massive amount of land. But then it ends up feeling really kind of bare, really there's not a lot to actually see on the way. So it feels like you're just kind of paddling along and you're going so slow compared to the stuff around you. And then suddenly you're in a fight and you're out of a fight. I don't know if 8, I think in dungeons it had enemies that actually moved around, but outside of dungeons, you would auto-fight enemies, or was it always auto-fight? Because I think auto-fight, it works pretty well with the idea of, like, you're moving around and you're in the mountains, and so presumably there's stuff hitting there, there's stuff everywhere, and you're moving so quickly that it's like 8 or 12 or 16 tiles or whatever it is to the next village or to the next wherever. It feels like the world is vast, but it's being, like, portrayed in this particular way that allows you to move along it really quickly. That doesn't, it's just not the same. It's just not the same. Favorite Monsters game is, I don't know, I haven't played that one. Monsters game. Let me look it up. Adventure. Not now. Images. It's not coming up. Let's see. Game. I'll say game. Game. It was, oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I really liked, maybe that's, Dragon Quest, let me look up. Is that a Dragon Quest game? Maybe that might be a translation, or maybe they might have changed the name based on, oh no, that's from 7, maybe. A character from 7 they made a separate, like a spin-off game of. Yeah, because I never played 7, so I'm not familiar with this character. I really like, did you play, I didn't play the Torneco games, but I always wanted to, the shop, because I thought the shop mechanic was really interesting in, was that in 4? Where Torneco had his, was it Torneco had the shop? Torneco Dragon Quest? I think it was. Yeah, yep. From 7, gotcha. Yeah, the character from 7, gotcha. Okay, attack. Never did. Yeah, I didn't. Wait, did you play? But you played 4. Yeah, I didn't play the. I think the game. They made separate games where you would play as the character, and those. I didn't play them. They looked interesting. I really liked the portion of that game where you played as Torneco though, because then it felt like Blacksmith's. What was that game? There was a game that people would play on YouTube a fair bit that was. Like a blacksmith simulator, basically. And so part of that game was that you would build these weapons and then you would sell them. And so when I saw that game came out, the idea of selling them to people and then raising prices and new adventurers coming in and buying things was actually more appealing to me than the aspect of actually building. Because I think the point of the blacksmith's simulator games or whatever is that you are, blacksmith shop simulator, I think it was, is that you're building the stuff. That was supposed to be the fun part, but to me the fun part is actually that there's adventures, and you can imagine that you're selling, they're going on these quests, and maybe you even hear about it as they come in. That seems like a really cool thing, because I remember from Torneco in Dragon Quest 4 that was a really cool idea to me then, where adventurers come in, they buy the swords. You're used to being the adventurer coming in, getting the sword, now you get to play as the shopkeeper. Which is, I think it's probably pretty simple, but I don't know that a lot of games tried anything like that switching of perspectives. Which I think Dragon Quest is actually almost pretty well known for, because a lot of the time you play as characters that are... you play as characters that have family, like you play within the castle. A lot of the games, you start off either as a prince or of some kind, some important character there. You're starting off in a really cool castle with all these people all around, and so for a little while you're having this dialogue with different people. The king comes around and like says he's proud of you or something like that, and then you go on this journey and now you're in small towns, and it takes a while to get back to a castle again, back to the grandeur, you know. So that to me is a cool part of the games, is that it feels like, I don't know, it's like very, very RPG, right? But you're playing as this character that is a prince that lives in this castle, and all of a sudden now is a warrior, adventurer, and having these experiences. And so similarly, to play as a shopkeeper who sells the swords to the people, well, like yourself in most games, is also a really cool thing. And because it was short enough, it never felt like it got stale, playing as that in the 4th game. It always felt like, okay, I want to maximize my gold and whatever, and then almost too soon, it gets removed from you. You can no longer play as the shopkeeper. Attack. So the idea of a full game around it sounds cool. I don't know if it would have actually played as well, just because part of the fun of it is that it's short-lived, that you don't get to endlessly play. You only have this short span of time, and so you're left wanting more. Do we get Faith Ring? I think we start going back for freeze again. We keep freeze and armor, which is probably going to be the necklace. Okay, attack here. I don't. So you may not know, or maybe you do. I don't know. But I made a few different videos, 2 different videos. I made one which is Dragon Quest VI, a masterpiece. Which the reason I did that is not so much because the game necessarily. I don't think it's the best game. I think 5 is the best game. I don't know if it's even the second best game. I haven't played 7, so you know. But I think. Well, I think it is maybe my second favorite, but 4 is probably probably in my mind the second best game that I've played of the Dragon Quest series. We're gonna dismantle this because I really like how in 4. Okay, so we've got you guys. Ugh. Yeah, I might just because I don't want to deal with that. We'll do some self attack and then attack. Okay. I think that in 4, what makes 4 really special is that you... Oh, pop. Get him down, please, please. Thank you. Is that in 4 you have like 7 different characters, like main characters. So you start out playing as one, and then you're bouncing around between all these different characters. I won't go into too much detail for those of you who haven't played the Dragon Quest games. I highly recommend them. But your ability to not feel so tied to one character is something that, especially at that time, was not common. And then... Let's see, something. But even in general, it's not. Like, how often do you go from playing a main character to then not seeing that character again for such a long span of time and playing all these other characters, hearing about other characters and their actions in towns? Dragon Quest is really a story-driven game, so part of the point is that you go to this town and you hear about something happening here or there, a character that you've already fought that maybe is growing in power again, or like, oh my gosh, I love the intro to 6. I don't know. Okay, it's a little bit of spoilers here for Dragon Quest 6 specifically. If you care about that, I apologize. But in Dragon Quest 6, at the start of the game, you fight a character that is this all-powerful beast demon, and their name is, I think, was that Mordaw? I think Mordaw. Mordaw. I believe was. Let's see. Yes, Mordaw was the very beginning of Dragon Quest 6, and fighting this character, it's like they petrify you, you're turned to stone, and then you wake up and you're back at home. Except your home isn't the way that it should be. Your character feels kind of off about it or something like that, I think. But like, so you meet your sister, you have all these different interactions with people around the town. No, I think it's not that your home is different. Let me forget that part. Okay, so we're waking up, we're in this hometown, and we've just had this nightmare where we fought someone. It's like, no, you were never like that. You were never you haven't, all these experiences where you're like this great hero is just a dream that you had. But obviously it's a Dragon Quest game, whatever. Eventually you're going to become this great hero. And so, and you hear about Mordaw and you hear about the dangers of it. And you're like, okay, so this is a real threat. Was it just a dream? No, probably not. It's like, this is a real thing. And then eventually you start getting into this, going to the dream world and all these experiences where you know that there's something crazy going on within this game. And, so you're setting up for this super, super long span of time that Mordaw is going to be this ultimate great big bad. And you probably go, I don't know, like 20 hours or something, where you're building up, you're meeting all the different characters, you're going across the whole world, all these different towns, you're exploring this wonderful, crazy adventure. You fall down through a hole in the world and you're in this dreamscape, which you're like a ghost for a while in, then you find a way to be made real in both worlds. And it's really cool up to that point, until eventually, finally, you're able to fight the big bad. And when you go in and fight them, you can win. This time you can win because you have the right item to be able to not be petrified. But as a result of winning, you don't win the game. It's like the beginning of an adventure. That's like, there's so much more to it. But from the beginning, it's set up as being the final end. So I like that twist is really nice. A lot of the games have secret final bosses, but this isn't that. This is the intro to the world of the game, of what's going to come. Because like, you can go under the water and find different things out there. Like, there's just so much. It's just, Dragon Quest 6 is awesome. And to me, it's always felt like Dragon Quest 6 is probably the black sheep of the games a little bit, where people think of Dragon Quest 6 as like, it's sort of like 5, except like it kept a lot of the same stuff from 5. The story isn't as good, and it didn't really add anything massively new. At least 7, by comparison. 7 was... 7, it was 3D, it was very ambitious, then 8 was even more ambitious, it goes to the consoles, and then, 9 is... I don't like 8 because, for one... Okay, I actually kind of don't like 8, but I don't think it's a bad game. The reason I don't like 8 is I think that Carver as a character in 6 was really... interesting. It was they're a character that would traditionally be seen as an idiot, right? I work with my hands, I'm a warrior, I'm like the traditional brute, But actually Carver is sort of emotionally sensitive and intelligent and builds they work with their hands, but they're like actually also kind of an engineer. Like they can build up real buildings, and you see it in real time happen, or like not real time, but it's like sped up, and they'll like build this whole thing. It's like, oh, that's actually really impressive. You're not just like swinging an axe to do the most amount of damage. You actually care about craftsmanship. And within 6, actually, I think unlike 5, or at least unlike 4, you can, in any situation, you can talk to your party members. Okay, attack. So you're able to really understand their characters and like how they differ from each other and what they feel in any given situation. Just their personalities come out so much, because in almost every area, as soon as you beat a boss, as soon as you beat any minor bosses, their dialogue will change when you try to talk to them, and you can do it with just the B button. You have to turn around and manually try to talk to them, which, ugh, I hate in the new games. How you can't just press a button and you hear you see some dialogue. You have to like actually go and talk to them, and they have whole like voice lines. I think it slows it down in a way that I don't really care for as much. Anyway, so that was something really nice about 6. By comparison, what was the name of the character that is just Carver, but in 8 they're an oafish brute that is dumb. And they legitimately, and it's okay to be that, but that is their character, and I didn't care for that because Carver showed me a version of this character, basically the same character, that can have so much complexity and be like, you can see them in a whole different way. Like, they're not just like the well-meaning, oh, they also care about you, they're a really nice friend, but they're really stupid, haha, you know, like, it didn't have to be that with Carver, it could be something more. And so that's like one thing that I really missed in Dragon Quest VIII was a character that was like that. A twist on the traditional. Put this up, dismantle. And then, let's see. So that was for 8, was like one thing I didn't care about as much. Additionally, yeah, I felt like it was kind of slow moving when you're traveling around. I prefer the handheld, one tile at a time movement that just felt faster to me. But 8, movement and world building and character-wise, I don't even know why they made 9. Like, okay, these are like, not to complain too much, but these are the 2 games that to me feel the most out of place. 8 was, I can understand 8. It makes sense. There are characters, people do really like those characters. I might not like them as much as Dragon Quest VI's characters. It is what it is. But in, let me pop you down. In Dragon Quest 9, instead of having a character, like we go from Carver, who's kind of emotionally intelligent to a certain extent, surprisingly so, considering their character archetype, going up to 8 with a character, I forget the name of the character, a character that was just kind of just the dumb brute, which I didn't like as much. In my opinion, that's how I read the character, whatever. But then 9, we swap over to, I don't know if you guys, do you remember Mii's? Yeah, like the Wii had this Mii character where you could build out a, like you could, put some eyes on them, change around the hairstyle, change around the clothes, whatever, and then they're just like, oh, this little floaty guy. That was what we had in Dragon Quest IX. It's like unimaginably bad. It's like, I can't, like, what were they thinking in 9? So I think 9 to me is the worst game by such a wide margin, it's crazy. Because okay, let me show you Dragon Quest IX. The characters didn't actually, the main character does have a story. They're from, the main character is from this, the Starry Skies. It's from this Zenithia, which is this floating up in the sky thing. You have wings, you come down to the earth, whatever. But, let me see, images, let me see if I can... Clicky, this is something, hopefully this is visible enough. So, this is kind of what the characters would look like, but in 9, these other characters aren't actual, like, distinct characters with backstories. They are just characters that you made. Like, you choose their hair color, you choose their eye color, their general, like their height maybe, but they don't have personalities. You never talk to them because they're not. Well, maybe you can talk to them, but they don't have like distinct identities at all. And that's such a weird choice for an RPG. It just for as much as I might rag on 8 isn't actually a bad game. It's got a lot of good qualities to it. There's a reason it's so well liked. But 9 is. 9 is actually kind of fun to play, but the gameplay itself isn't too bad. Although I don't really like the way that within the game, rather than having different. So in 6 they added vocations. I don't know if they might have had them in 5 as well. But in 6 the way the vocations would work is you go to All Trades Abbey and you could change your vocation. So, like, you're like a 1-star warrior, and you scale yourself all the way up to being a 9-star warrior. And then you can switch vocations, and you can become a 1-star martial artist, right? And so, if you could get to 9 in both of these, and you're still scaling up your level as well at the same time. So, like you're level 20, but you're a 1-star or you're a 2-star, 3-star, whatever, in whatever specific vocation. And those vocations give you unique abilities that you get to keep if you switch vocations, because you've already mastered them. So let's see if I can pull this back up. Good. So it's a cool idea. It worked pretty well. Some people didn't like it as much because it takes a lot of time to scale up these vocations, but I liked it well enough, especially because then now you let's say you're a 9-star in warrior, 9-star in blacksmith. Now you can, or sorry, not blacksmith, but in martial artist. Now you can become a. You might even need a third one as well. But with these two, you could then become there's a new 2-tier, second tier vocation that you have to have these prerequisites for. I think it would be, I don't know if I remember the vocation, but it would be some type of like master of combat of some type, right? And so this character would get these really high level skills that you could only get by having all of these prerequisites done. You also had the hero vocation, which required you to have like 5 of these tier 2 things, which takes an unbelievable amount of time. But you can get there. The hero gets it by default as an available one with just 1 of these mastered, but every other character you have to get like 2 or 3 or 5 or something crazy. So, and people complained about that because it means that you have to do so much work to get there. I like that it was an option, but like, I don't think, in my mind, I think of it as being an extra thing, not as being like, it should be by default, you should be able to hero with every character without as much work. I don't think it's fair for it to be hard to achieve, basically. But by comparison, in Dragon Quest IX, so that you can see this very cool, complex, whatever, build-up of something. In Dragon Quest IX, when you change vocations, it restarts your level. So it's not based on your level is separate from your star amount, and then you get to keep all the abilities of it. It's like, if you're level 60 warrior and you swap to a martial artist, now you're a level 1 martial artist. I feel like I almost can't rag on Dragon Quest IX enough. And it's funny because within the videos that I've made, so I made, let me see here, we'll go to YouTube. Dragon, well, we'll say, yeah, Quest. If I look up Dragon Quest 6 just like this, will I pop up? Oh, it'd be so cool if I did. Yeah, there it is. So Dragon Quest 6, a masterpiece. This was 2 years ago. I made a video on Dragon Quest 6 and why I really love it, an underappreciated masterpiece, because I think, for me anyway, Dragon Quest 6 is a fantastic game. I understand there are flaws, but something, I don't know, I think you think of something as being like this very excellent and impressive thing, while recognizing that, yeah, it's not a perfect thing. And so a part of the point of that was that if you look up Dragon Quest rankings, almost always Dragon Quest 6 is almost at the very bottom of them. And let's see, what was I going to say with that? Well, very passionate about this. Let's see, Dragon Quest 6, a masterpiece. What was I going to say there? I'll try to think about what I was going to say, but I think I did do a little comparison thing at the end here. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on, because I just never really cared for.
Despite its critics, here's why I think Dragon Quest VI is a masterpiece.
Okay, we'll go to here, and then we'll say criticism. It's my kind of response to
GC Positive has the best criticism for Dragon Quest VI that I've found. He points out that Dragon Quest IV and V had interesting puzzles, so why not 6? Because making you walk around more instead of think means weakening you before fighting the boss. The more dead ends and secret rooms, the weaker you'll be. This may help you learn vocations, but it does nothing for the pacing of the game. My only response to this would be that although there are some ways to get around this, you could use Padfoot with a thief skill or use holy water. The number
I'm kind of like still getting a dig in there, like, well, technically you can do that, whatever, but okay.
of battles in the game is pretty huge. I won't say he's wrong here, only that I don't think it detracted much from my experience. That may not be an especially satisfying response, but I think it fits for much of the criticism of the game. There are things I love about this game, and for me, it is a masterpiece, but it can't be for everyone, and that is fine. But hey, at least be reasonable.
Out of the DS Dragon Quest games, I'd say it's the worst of the bunch, and it just does not shine as brightly as 4, 5, and 9.
Worst of the bunch.
9.
Look, I don't actually hate Dragon Quest IX. I hate Dragon Quest VIII. Okay, but what did you think?
As a joke. I actually think Dragon Quest IX is worse than 8. Now that I think about it, at the time, I don't know which one I thought was worse at the time. But I think Dragon Quest. I really liked Carver. That was the main reason. Let's see. Versus, was it Yangus in Dragon Quest VIII? I didn't care for Yangus because of, I'd already played as Carver, though, maybe. Which maybe if you had played Yangus first, you'd be like, oh, I really like Yangus. And then you play Carver, and you're like, oh, this is really cool. A next step, without having to feel like there's this loss instead of feeling this gain, right? Okay, let's see. We'll move this down. But, yeah, Dragon Quest, oh, man. This guy had said, and this is the general thing that I've seen online, and so I included in that video, had said that Dragon Quest 6, it's the worst of the bunch in terms of DS games and handheld games, and that it doesn't hold a candle to was it like 5, 8, and 9, which is just like, what do you say? What do you mean it doesn't hold a candle to 9? Oh my gosh, I hate Dragon Quest 9. Oh. So yeah, I had to. That's why I made the video on it. Even though, yeah, technically I recognize that there are games that I prefer. Dragon Quest V, namely, which is why I also made one on Dragon Quest V after the fact. I think it was Dragon Quest V in 5 minutes. So I went over the story, you know, and just general aspects of the game and why I care about it. Where, yeah, but Dragon Quest V's story is interesting. Like the ability for the fairies in that game, I won't spoil too much, but there's an aspect of time travel, I guess, or whatever, in the game, and it feels like it feels like whenever that exists in any game, it's like, what couldn't you just there's just so many ways you could use this that would solve so many problems, and you just don't. It's okay, but so I kind of acknowledge that. You know, I make some jokes, more comical Dragon Quest V video. But in Dragon Quest VI, I was really trying to mostly focus on this idea of here's all the benefits, here's all the really good things, and here's some of the criticism and why I can understand it, but I don't necessarily think it detracted from the game in that extent to me. But I also wanted to, I don't need this actually. I also wanted to I wanted to showcase that there are people that think this game is really bad compared to games that I think are really bad, and maybe get a little dig there is like, come on now. Okay, you've got to be a little reasonable here. I wonder though, but then yeah, in response to that video, or within the comments of that video, I did get a decent amount, if I look at the comments a little bit here, of, oh gosh, where are the comments? Down here. Gosh, they move comments around so much in this gosh dang YouTube. All right, scroll up, there we go. Best OST found out. Let's see. There was someone who had said, I think there's a couple different people who had said their favorite game was 9, and that to me was very surprising. I can understand 8. What best game in the series? What did you find wrong with Dragon Quest 8? If I may ask, I love the series, so sorry in advance. I think slow movement in conjunction with how open and empty the world felt is 90% of the issue. After playing 4, 5, and 6, I was very excited for a PS2 Dragon Quest game. Later in the game, it may pick up, and it might have. I only played until I had the ability to ride on the Tiger, which was supposed to make the game a lot less slow. But once I was on, I was like, this is the same. It doesn't feel that much better to me. So I was good there. I think it holds a candle to the other games in the series, to some other games in the series. Yangus 8 is a goofy, annoying version of Carver and 6. 9 might be actually better than 8, but I'd recognize 8 sooner than 9 as a mainline game. 9 is more fun, movement is better as a handheld, but 9's support cast is literal me's that you can build to travel with. An unimaginably bad approach to companion characters in the mainline game. More fun than 8 due to pacing. That was generally my perspective on the two. But if I had played 8 sooner, I might have thought differently. 8 seems to mark a shift away from the more... This was more of my issue as well, was that 9, making characters not actually human and instead just me's. So that's like inexcusable. 8 was the first step in this direction towards kind of the removal of story mattering as much. And I feel like that continued, like 9, crazy. Also 11 though, to some extent. Like as much as I think 11 visually is so nice. I really loved, whenever I buy a new Dragon Quest game, or like for the first time playing a Dragon Quest game, I hear that music, you know, the symphony, and I'm like, oh, I'm back. This is so good. But usually within a short span of time, I'm like, I wish. Okay, back. Well, yes, welcome back. Wait, were you gone that whole time, guys? Dang it. Well, it makes sense. But I went over a little bit in the time that you were gone, just Dragon Quest-y stuff, but not a big deal. So I feel like, well, okay, I don't know if you, okay, work. You're good. So I guess, yeah, to explain, this explains pretty well my feeling on 8 and the reason, like, so Yangus, I feel like, compared to Carver, was a much worse character. Yangus is very goofy and kind of silly. Carver is very, I think, complex as a character, comparatively speaking, very against the norm for the type of character that they are. But then the issue I run into is, like, in terms of, like, I wouldn't say that 8 is the worst of the games, especially because 9, you played 9? What did you think about Dragon Quest 9? Like, I don't think that 9 was entirely bad, but there's there's weird problems with 9. Okay, attack you. Fair enough. I figured you might have been gone because of the lack of response to certain things that I was saying. Okay, attack. Since I was kind of addressing the Dragon Quest 8 and my thoughts on it. Attack. Okay, pop you down. They're the weakest story-wise. Yeah, my biggest problem with 9 was that the characters were... Like, you basically design the characters. They don't actually have their own distinct personalities, which is just such a weird choice for an RPG. It just doesn't make sense. So, yeah. And then also the vocation system was a lot worse in 9. But, okay. So I'm gonna say attack you. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Attack. Let's see. But then I feel like, yeah, a part of the reason I have like a little grudge against 8 is because 8 had a very sprawling world that it felt like you're moving very slowly in. That was part of the reason I never got as far in the game as I normally would get into games, into the Dragon Quest games. But I think with 9, yeah, that it was just really weird. Like, you keep all vocation skills you learned. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 6s did as well. Yeah, with 6 you would learn different skills, like learn some type of punch or some type of attack, and they would hold on to it. Where in 9 especially, the weird thing with vocation was that, like, so in 6 you would level up. So you'd, like, let's say level 60, and you're like an 8-star black belt or something like that as a martial artist. If you swap vocations, you would still be a level 60, but instead you would be like a 1-star of something else or whatever you're changing to. But in 9, if you switch vocations, let's see, pop you down, thank you. In 9, when you switch vocations, you are swapping to, let's see, you're swapping to being a level 1, not like a level 60 with a 1-star. And that's just like such a horrible choice. The 9 had so many mechanically, just, it makes no sense. I don't understand what they were thinking. 7 did the same. Where you would swap to being level 1, learn monster skills too. You could, in 6, you could learn monster taming, I believe. Self-attack. But... yes, 9 was just... gosh. So, okay, fair enough. I don't know. I probably would prefer 6's approach to vocations. I think that was the best approach that I saw, although I didn't play 7. It might be okay with 7. I wasn't expecting... Like, with 6, it's like you would... job would be level 1, but not you. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, 7 is good then. 7, they still have the right thing. Because your level should be different from theirs. In 6, it was shown as stars instead of levels, but... might have been in both, I don't know. But... where in 9, it was like, yeah, your level was the level of... Like, there was only one system for keeping track of how far you were, which was your level, and that's how far you were as that vocation. And switching resets you entirely. Which, I guess, like, it kind of goes hand in hand with the problem of every character not having an actual identity. Because why would you have to hold on to anything that you've learned, or, like, hold on to any of your upgrades when playing a character if the character is just a me anyway, with no identity. But, yeah, 9 was unimaginably bad as a game. But the mechanics were better than 8, in my opinion. Like, the feel of the game, because 8 felt so slow to me. But then I feel like I'm okay with 8 because the story was still decent. I liked Carver a lot better than Yangus, and they're very one-to-one characters. But there was still, like, a kind of sprawling story, which is good. But I feel like when I play 11, I run into... maybe a similar problem to 8, only instead of feeling like I move around the world slowly, it feels like I communicate slowly. I don't know if you ever played Divinity Original Sin, but for me, I like to read a character's... like, what a character is saying. I would prefer to read text as opposed to listen to them talk, because it feels like it just slows down the game so much, because if I'm reading the text and they're talking at the same time, eventually I'm just like, okay, I'll just listen to what they have to say. But it's like, okay, I have to wait so long. I know, I can understand why they wanted to go that route, since it's a cool idea to be able to have everything read out, and it also appeals to a much younger audience who maybe can't read yet. And genuinely, that's how I feel about 11, is that their main focus was trying to get people that are younger than, like, 5 years old to be able to play the game and have fun. And that is fine. But it hurts it. It hurts it a lot. Let's see. Because, like for example... I don't know how you felt when you were playing the earlier games, but if they do pixels, I'm cool with no voices. Yeah. Well, okay. In 11, okay. Fully rendered, I expect voices. I suppose that's fair. I can see why, but I also feel like the problem with having voices. So I played starting with monsters, and then I moved on to 6, and then I did, I think, 4, and then 5, and then I tried 8. And then 9, something like that. And, okay, I'm going to attack you. That's fine. And whenever you would fight a demon, like, let's say there's a little, like one of those, like, imp demons, right? Something like that. When they come out, you expect their voice to sound like some creepy voice, right? Like some but like not like childish exactly, more like a demon, right? Like they should sound like a demon. In Dragon Quest XI, there's a point where you open up this chest and a demon comes out, but their voice is legitimately a child's voice as like a goofy thing. It's not like a demonic, creepy, evil voice or like some dark voice of some kind. It's like, to me, it broke my sense of, I don't know, my sense of how the world works or how things are or whatever. I've my immersion, maybe. I've always felt like within the games, even though even though they are, kids can play them, when I'm fighting a big bad demon guy, I'm not fighting like, this person is someone who wants to kill everyone on Earth. This is something that wants to spread darkness and everyone and all plant life, and they want like this is in Dragon Quest V, I believe it is. You are enslaved. Okay, like, and in Dragon Quest IV, your entire village is slaughtered. Okay, like I don't need it to be so explicitly for children. Like, I was a kid when I played those games, but I don't think it had like I don't know what is this, right? It doesn't need to be for kids in this type of a way. Everything doesn't need to be lightened so much. I think kids can handle a fantasy world, and in fantasy worlds, sometimes bad stuff happens. It doesn't have to be Game of Thrones, okay? I understand that we don't want that because it's supposed to be, and you don't have to actually show things to such an extent. But an understanding that that's what's happening in some even vague way would make it so that young people who don't understand probably do understand, and older people who obviously do understand, that all of these people it can fit for. And I do really feel like, especially. I think 8 did an okay job. 9 just lost the plot, which I think is going to be what carries it forward. But 4 through 6 were fairly mature. Same thing with 1 through 3, to my understanding. Their stories were not like, whatever, but they were, yeah, they weren't like that. They weren't like this weird, kidifying thing or whatever it is, or like. I don't exactly know why they have to be. I'm pretty sure those games weren't like rated M or something, just because there were elements of things in the game. But maybe they wanted it to be able to fit for this specific, like they want to be able to sell it to these certain people. So that's like, and I feel like to some extent, for me anyway, it feels like that started in 8. Because 8 was trying to be like PS2, wanted to appeal to as broad an audience as possible. We had the Yangus as a character, instead of being this sort of emotionally complex, intelligent person that people assume is really stupid because he's a big dumb brute character, but he's actually really smart and caring and so on. Like, that was Carver. That's great. Yangus is a big dumb brute. And like, he is exactly what you think he is, or what people might assume that he is. And then it feels like. Then it feels like the green guy was kind of this sarcastic, kind of a bully character. I am bragging maybe too much on Dragon Quest VIII. It's not that it's a bad game. I just, oh boy. But it's just like the start in that direction. There still were mature themes to a certain extent with 8, I believe. Like the castle gets overgrown with all these whatever, and but I don't know if 8 had some things. 8 also is weird. I think the approaches in some are weird, like Jessica or whatever. And 8 is like, what's going on? But yeah, it's not going for that approach that I think 11 is fully in on now, where it just feels like everything is like all of the depth is kind of sucked out of it in 11. Let's see, we're gonna attack you. But again, 11 is a lot better than 9, of course. It's just, yeah, the characters, I need, like, and that's why I like it with the text, is because I can interpret it myself. I can say that the demons are actually dangerous and vengeful and so on. They're not, like, the way that they're portrayed because of the voices. And I can't turn let me turn the voices off, That's also another thing, is like, they could have just allowed for that. That would have also solved it for me. Okay, attack you. And so... I think I already generally don't like voices, though, again, because like Divinity Original Sin 2, I played that game. I thought the game was really cool as a concept, but I think voices slow me down. So as long as there's an option to turn off the voices, that also totally works for me. Because some people like it and some people don't. That's fair, but there isn't, unfortunately. Attack. There you go. Or if I could speed them up, play YouTube on 2x speed for the characters in games. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nothing. Attack. Okay. Attack. attack. Okay, pop him down. Let's see. But gosh, yeah, you can see how long it kind of takes. At this point of the game, it is very, like, getting floor to floor is tough. That's why I want freeze to be strong enough, because if I could do freeze instead of magma, then I'd be able to do, I could do freeze with demon, and then that would demon and Excalibur, which would allow me to hit all enemies all at once. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then take, yeah, it would only take a couple tiers of gold instead of taking so many. Okay, attack. Attack. Pop. Yeah, I should definitely at some point get a look in at Dragon Quest 7. I also feel like Dragon Quest, I don't know if you play the Dragon Quest Monsters games, but I want to get a look in at Dragon Quest Monsters Joker 3. I think there were, I didn't play, let's see, in Dragon Quest 6 they had, what's that character in Dragon Quest 6 that they played the Dragon Quest Monsters? I'll do Dragon Quest Monsters. Probably coming faster that way. Monsters. Character. Let's see. Dragon Quest Monsters. The Dark Prince. What's that? Oh, Sorrow. Whoa. Wait, is there a new game? Monsters. Because Sorrow was from, what characters is Sorrow from? Dark Prince details, the new characters, world, and new monsters. Oh, that's cool. Release new information and screenshots for Dragon Quest Monsters, The Dark Prince. Look at that. Third numbered entry in Dragon Quest Monsters series. Really? Including the game's story. Okay. I would totally play this. And look at that. There's Dragon Quest 4, main character. That's cool. That's cool. I want this now. The Dark Prince. When is that coming out? Dragon Quest 6, Dark Prince. Dragon Quest 6, Dark Prince. See when, if they have a release date. Let's see. Oh, it's actually already out. iOS, Android, and Steam. Really? Oh wait, no. 2024-09. Okay. Well, that actually, no, that should be out, right? Yeah, we're in, or is it 09-12? So it's not gonna be till December. Still good. But okay, I was thinking, Dragon Quest Monsters protagonists. Here we go. This will work. Terry. Yeah, Terry's the name. So Terry was in Dragon Quest 6. Was one of the main. It was in Dragon Quest 6, I think. Was one of the main antagonists, and I really liked antagonists. Well, slash, transferred protagonist or whatever. And I really liked Terry's character quite a bit. I never played through the Dragon Quest Monsters with Terry in them as a kid. But there's also books. Dragon Quest Daimado or something like that, I think, was where the books were. That it was cool as an adult. I was in. I used to. I've mentioned at different points, but I used to go on the road and like work a lot out of hotels and so on. And while on the road, I worked with my stepdad for a span of time, and so my stepdad would always want to go to like Barnes and Noble or whatever, and like bookstores, and there was just nothing in there that I cared about. So I was always like, well, if there's ever anything on Dragon Quest, I'll take that, even though I knew there wouldn't be, because Dragon Quest is not. Dragon Quest doesn't have anything, like in the US especially, that, like, if there were like figurines, something like that, but I knew there wouldn't be. So I would just kind of say it to be like, hey, if there's something like that, cool. But and then it turned out that there was something at one point within. I was like, I think I was looking through probably manga or something, I don't know, and there it was, Dragon Quest. I was like, what? What is this? Dragon Quest in front of me in the store. So weird. And so yeah, so I picked up the books. The books weren't that good. There were 5 of them. They were, but it was cool to see something that I knew about. They were a little strange, but I think the main character is like a protagonist, like self-insert character. So you're able to like, I don't know, you're able to say, hey, that's me, I guess. But then, I died. What can I do? Oh, am I gonna die here? Wait a sec. Is there something that I can do? This is unusual. That would keep me alive. Oh, first turn keep me alive. I could go with... I could go with Turtle. This is interesting. I didn't expect this to ever happen. So Generally with stun attack, I always just live for some reason, so I wasn't worried about it. But in my mind, technically, if you stun me first turn, and then I have... And then you do enough damage to do serious damage to me, then I should pop on second turn, because I can't... Well, I can always use Tears of Gold, so to survive me second turn. And then you stun me again, I guess, stun attack. You should be able to stun me multiple times, right? Royal Silver? Oh, true. Well, I can't use Royal and Silver, but I could use Royal. Or no, sorry, Silver. Silver is a good option as well. Silver would survive me for... Oh, Silver would guaranteed survive me, because so I would survive first turn automatically because of Silver, second turn automatically, and then third turn because of Gold tiers. That should keep me alive in these situations. It's odd I haven't run into this situation yet, to be honest, but... Okay, oh, give me that too. Nice. So, that should be enough to keep me alive. First turn, you're going to stun me, but I will already be cleansing... I don't think I cleanse stun, unfortunately. Okay, this should be enough to survive. Royal won't work for me because I need something stronger. I can't. I have to have Magma and still Celestial at this point. We can't swap off that yet. This might be enough here. Okay, so then I'm gonna say it. I guess I'll attack you. Not that it's gonna really matter who I attack here. But I need. Oh, it will kind of matter because I need to scale on armor a little bit. Okay. Can you take off Magma? No. So the point of Magma is what allows me to hit enough damage to kill these guys. So no, it has to be this, because I'm going to have an Iron Golem back there that we have to kill. I also don't really need Excalibur here, because all it's going to do is pop their shield, which I'll get through anyway. I have enough potions. This should be good. Attack. Okay, so I get stunned. And then... Okay, how many turns deep am I wonder? I haven't lost Golden Heart yet, so maybe 1 to 2 turns in. Okay. So now, okay, gosh dang it, we have to have another option. Okay, so I don't like having so many options on me. Oh, right, I can't swap off yet. Right, true. So now, on this turn, okay, we attack again. We're going to attack Iron Golem, so they don't have the armor. We still have it, which means... Well, no, we cleansed it last turn. Okay, so now we're not going to cleanse. We're not cleansing this turn. So we attack, we'll insta-pop, then revive with Golden Heart. Pop. And everybody dies at 909. Good. Because we have Magma. We have to have Magma, right? Because right now we are at 19 million%. As great as that is, it wouldn't be enough for us to do enough damage with Freeze Attack. We're still going to need Magma. Okay. And then Golden Heart and attack. Good. All right. So that's another thing we might need. I don't think I'm going to need the power. Let's pop this off. We're going to put on the sword and the ring. Okay. Good. A little concerning. Attack. But that's okay. I got pretty far, but ended up dying because I couldn't dish enough damage. Magma Set solves that. Yes. So the way it's solved... So did you use Celestial, but you didn't use Magma Set, I'm guessing? So Magma Set scales damage based off of health, which means Cinder damage right now is at 217,000. If you do Freeze Attack, you can get it up to... Well, it should be pretty high here, but I know it's not. It's 6.3k plus that. I wonder why that's not anywhere near as high. Well, no, yeah, 270,000, then scaled by Elemental, which will get us up to this, 585 mil. So 585 mil base damage... Hold on. Are we on floor? We're on turn 1 or turn 2. So 585 mil base damage versus freeze attacks, which is at 350k. That's the issue, is this is then amplified by Faith, allowing me to do enough damage to get in the quadrillions, where freeze attack is amplified by Faith, allowing me to get into like the trillions right now. Enough turns in, you know. So let's see, how much is that? Yeah, like 424 quad. And then now we're up to, well, it can't be quad actually, it must be trillion, because we haven't taken any damage. That's with these guys we're not taking any damage. Let me attack you. Okay, that didn't help me at all. Gosh dang. You know what, we'll self-attack so I can actually get some serious. So now it's in the millions, so Cinder damage is at 11.4 bill, where freeze is only at, well, it says 350k. That must not be taking into account Elemental, actually. So it's 350k. It's It's just harder to read out because the numbers don't, like the numbers in there don't exactly. Freeze attack doesn't show me that it's amplifying by elemental, but it's 350k then amplified by whatever elemental damage is. Where this one Cinder shows elemental and base Cinder all in the one same spot. Okay, open. What do you got? Sell. If there's a way, I'd like to show how much Cinder okay, yeah. Here's a way we can do it. So we have the Cinder currently on. It's going to do crazy damage. Based on the amount of damage that I'm doing, I'll do Madness Potion. And then now you have one shield left. So I'm going to slow this down. So we're going to be able to see this guy will get hit by the amount of Cinder damage. Okay. This guy will be hit by the amount of freeze damage because I'm going to be punching into their shield. It should be. So Cinder's going to be blocked, then I'm going to start hitting. Then this guy as well will be damaged by Cinder. So, boom. Cinder damage right now, 610 quadrillion. And then we'll see, so 610 quadrillion was done to this guy. This guy has armor shields, which stopped it from hitting them, so they were fully blocking it. This guy does not, meaning 610. You can see 999 down by 610 around, getting us up to 389. So 389 quadrillion, 610 around quadrillion damage done on Cinder on that turn. This guy was hit only by freeze attack because the Cinder was blocked by their shield, but because of Excalibur, I was able to hit all of my freeze attacks on. So that's 3 freeze attacks, doing about 1 quadrillion damage, comparative to 610 quadrillion. That's why you have to have Cinder. Okay, swap this up to 8. Now Cinder has applied to them, and you can see, boom, there goes all their health. We probably still only did a couple quadrillion damage in freeze attack. Pop again, and they're down. 1. Move this up 2. So now we have our current answers to different problems. We have Demon with the hope to eventually focus freeze damage, because it'd be amazing if we could, but it's going to take a lot of dismantles for it. We have Orion for if we have all Iron Golems. If I do 25% of their armor, this will break their armor, allowing me to go directly to health, which is a great way around. Then we have Silver in case we get stunned and hit so hard that we pop in 1 turn. It'll survive us for 3 turns between it and the Tears of Gold. Okay, we're going to trade in or dismantle some more freeze as we want to keep going that direction. I would love to get some armor. I would love it, but I really doubt it. Really, really doubt it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Any armor? Nope. So Dazzle or armor percent are what you're looking for there. Attack. Pharah ended up dying because I couldn't dish enough damage. Yeah. Makes enough sense to me. Pop. Attack. And damage is raised based on the amount of times that I'm getting hit. So this guy's hitting me 6 times. That's why my damage is going up so fast. Where these guys only hit 1 each. So they're really scaling damage super slow. The amount of times you get hit for your full health worth of damage, I guess. But okay. But a lot of enemies do full health. So like this one as well. So 3 attacks, you do 6 attacks. So in this scenario, I'm going to test this again. Because I would love it not to be the case, but I think we're there. I would love not to have this problem. But I'm going to attack this character. They're going to stun me. Then these guys are going to hit me. Freeze damage. They're going to stun me again. These guys are going to hit me again. Correct? So I hit. Little Cinder. Not a big deal. I hit. Doing a little damage to them. These guys are attacking me. Then you're stunning me. Then because I can't move, my gold heart pops. Did Cinder activate? So Cinder is activating. It's just based on the amount of damage I'm taking, I guess. I have to have enough damage taken for Cinder to activate to do damage to these guys. Huh. Which is increasing because of my armor and increasing, well, that's about it, really. More armor good. More armor good, of course. Okay. Look for armor. I don't really care about freeze too much right now. Just want armor. Okay. Pop this. So there you have it. We can still survive those guys without Silver, sort of. Because of Cinder damage. Just for some reason I wasn't able to before. It's kind of surprising, but I guess their health is getting so high that second turn Cinder is still not enough. Wonder why. Wonder how they're so strong. Limiting me to 1 attack with a drop of chaos. Not a big deal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me something. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Keep attacking. Attack. Oh boy, you guys are tough. Attack. Boom. I'm going to attack you, so you get rid of your armor shields. And shouldn't take much more. Oh boy. We'll attack you, getting rid of your armor shields. Oh my gosh, how many enemies? So we got to do a lot of damage with this. Let's see how much it is. Ooh. I don't know. This might not be enough. Whew. Oh, I should have done Potion of Madness as well. Okay. So that gets me killed. Let's do... I want to see you play Pyre. All right. That's the next one. That's the last major character. I am curious how it's going to go because it's magic, you know. Can't trust magic. Pop this off. We're going to put on this. So Orion is going to mean we can punch through that final enemy a little easier. But holy cow. All right. Honestly, we're just going to focus on that final enemy. We can let our AoE take care of this guy a little bit. Well, no, we don't need to focus on the final enemy because our attack should be enough. Tricky. I want you to live as long as possible, though. 4 attacks is really important for me. We're going to do attack. Then I'm going to do self-attack, because this should scale me up with Electro each turn for 1 extra hit. Now we want to do you. Okay. Go again. Boom. So you got 5 shields, but I punched through enough that now you're out of over shields, which means I can punch you. And then I'm going to go back to punching you, because you've got less quadrillion. Well, actually, no, you have more quadrillion, actually. Because it doesn't matter that much. Because you're going to die either way. Orion should be enough here. I wonder why I didn't win the last one, then. Oh, well. Okay. Pop this off, because I think we should have... It's just order, I guess, attack order. 1, 2, 3. Give me more armor. Gosh dang it, game. It's been years since I've seen armor. Just a bit of armor. Just a bit of armor. Just a bit. No such luck. Okay. Pop. Oh, annoying with this because I'm not going to be able to scale armor, but I suppose it's okay. We'll do this, then you keep me from scaling any ephemeral. That's fine. Actually, you know what? What's nice about this is if you stop me from scaling ephemeral armor every turn, then I'm just going to keep growing the sparkle on this guy. And we good. More sparkle. And then as soon as you pop, I'm going to have so much extra damage. Okay, that works. A little bit concerning. Okay. Oh, wow. Did I don't even know what I killed them with. So, okay, what does that give me? Oh, but then I didn't get... Wait, ephemeral lock. I have 10 mil. Good. Okay. Pop, boom. Pop, boom. That should be enough. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we'll go with Pyre as the next one. That's the last one on the docket, and then after that it's mostly going to be updates and so on, I think. Unless someone else has like a major idea that really interests me. But I have a lot of other games as well that I'd like to throw in here on the way, so... Yeah, see, like, I survived all that. Whatever the heck just happened there, I survived all that. Okay, let's go with... I'll attack you. Okay. Don't mind attacking you, because you guys will scale up my damage enough that I can pop. Ooh, how much health do you have, buddy? Oh, okay, well, 99Q, I guess that makes sense. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we'll go with you. And go with you. I wonder if I should... I'm considering changing the title from the current How to Beat 99 Floors to maybe New 99 Floor... Or, sorry, How to Beat 200 Floors to being New 200 Floor Strategy. And, you know, any recommendation for tier? So, if you want a universal answer, I would say... grab a Chromalure ring at some point and get some of these tiers of gold. But additionally, of course, you're going to want to do damage based on armor. Well, the universal answer is you could go damage based on armor and then you could go Celestial with Magma. Right now it is kind of crazy. So you have damage based on... So you have counterattack. If you went Celestial, Magma, and then Poison, you'd be able to survive multi-turns. But if I wanted one that was a bit more catered to tier and wasn't so like, hey, here's this thing that you can do that will help with any character, I would say... Gosh, I still like Celestial. I still like... But you could avoid Chromalure set. The cool thing about Celestial right now is that if they hit you, you can scale up the amount of damage you do with something else. So you could go Celestial with Magma. Gosh, it's so tempting to do in general. Set recommendations with tier. I did actually have a previous tier video going with this direction. I would say scaling Set recommendations. You could go with Turtle. Turtle is generally pretty good, and because but I'm pretty sure the counter damage going to do your full armor damage. I'm assuming it would. So yeah, you could go with Turtle. Turtle, Dazzle for a lot of armor, but you still have armor break. You have to find a way around so Turtle, Dazzle, and armored attack, and then 100% penetration should mean that you can kill Saturns in one turn. So let's see, so you have Blackthorn, Turtle, Dazzle. You've dismantled armor attack, so you have one extra set. I would say maybe Demon then. So you would do, yeah, Turtle for armor, Dazzle, Necklace, and Demon Axe, Demon Ring, and Demon Boots, which allows 2 turns of hitting all enemies in order to scale up as much Dazzle as possible so that you can have as much armor as possible to do counter damage with, and also do as much armor damage as possible. That's your like late game thing. Of course, getting there, you just want to go to the traditional armor scaling route, which is tier can't carry a weapon. Oh, you're right, true. So you go with pants, boots, and the and the ring, and then Turtle chest, Turtle helm, Dazzle necklace. There's no Turtle ring, unfortunately. So you probably would just go with Dazzle ring and not power. Is there a better option than that? Dazzle ring and last ring. Dazzle ring, and you could go wisdom. Oh, wisdom. You can't go with this one. That'd be great though. But you could go with. You could dismantle this one, of course, in the late game, and you would go with. What's a good ring? Ring, and then can I say generic? Can't do it that way. Max health, toughness. I don't really care as much about max health here, probably. Maybe power. But does power amplify your... I don't think your power is going to amplify your counter attack. That's the issue with that one. So... maybe the interest, wisdom... Is there a better wisdom ring? Yeah, you can figure it out from there. I hate defaulting to demon or turtle. If you don't want to go demon or turtle... I'm just saying for tier specifically, I guess, but... I mean, like, technically defaulting right now is going to be for elemental damage through armor gain or health gain, either way. Thanks, 2 nice ideas. We'll try them. You got it. Let's see. Attack. But there are other options. It's funny. I've been watching through some different people on YouTube who played Megaloot, chatting, like throwing some comments out there and saying, "Hey, give this a try, give that a try," or "Really great job getting to this floor." Getting past floor 20 is a big achievement. Then getting past floor 60 is a big achievement. These are kind of the 2 biggest obstacles, I would say. So I've been chatting with people there, and also giving some general advice, because I think a lot of people playing the game right now, I'm noticing, are like new channels that are seeing the growth of the game and probably find the game interesting as well, and so they're trying to either get in on that a little bit or to explore it for themselves and so on, or showcase it. And so I'm noticing a lot of audio struggles, trying to give a little bit of advice there as well, since when I was a newer channel, at least, there's a lot of things to learn on that end. Okay, pop. But I did notice someone play a Vampire, Orion, Sid, so Leather, Vampire, Orion, and another red one, I think. But it was kind of crazy to see. Maybe it was Demon at the end, which I was like, oh, that's interesting. I've never seen that before. I don't know that it necessarily would work at all. But they were going for a health build as well, which health builds are, in my experience, are a lot less common than armor builds. So it was cool to see. It's cool to see someone who's newer to the game give things a try, and you can kind of see how it would work if you went that route, where you might never consider yourself, just because there's usually more optimal ways to play. Oh, yes, thank you. Dismantle. Give me more of that armor. Base armor grade. Okay. Okay, attack. Let's see. Yeah, I honestly, personally, I don't have that dislike for Demon Turtle, because I have really never done Turtle as a main focus. So I understand the build a lot better now than I used to, just because I've heard enough and I've seen concepts. But I've never gone Turtle. Turtle is just not my experience. Did I get 2 turned? Did someone stun me? How? Or was there a stun character here, maybe? And then for demon, demon is a classic. I would say gold demon is my default route, not turtle demon. And I generally find that demon doesn't hold up. I don't use demon in the late game. Technically, it holds up pretty well. But I would say it makes sense. A lot of people probably went turtle into demon as their primary thing since the beginning. So it makes sense to be a little like that one again. You know, fair enough. 4, 5, 6. Ooh, thank you. Okay, attack, and then attack. But then there's other sets that I never really consider. I would say Vampire is one. I think Vampire to me seems just like a pretty bad set, although I mean I'd like for it to work well, but self-attack a little bit and then attack you. Thinking of trying Orion for the shield. Yeah, for the shield shave, yeah, that makes sense. I think Orion, I was surprised to find Orion work this build because I've never used maybe in the first 3 videos I made where I didn't know what I was doing, I used Orion just because I thought, oh, maybe this would work, maybe it wouldn't. But I found usually scaling damage instead of trying to find it like sort of your own gimmick. Like if you think about enemies have gimmicks, that's your main concern. Gimmicks work against some enemies and not others. That's kind of the whole point. And so this isn't a game where you work against some enemies, not others. You have to work against all enemies. That's your goal, as opposed to the enemy who want to find a way to gimmick themselves around your answers. So I usually with Orion don't find it makes much sense, but in this specific build, I've been kind of surprised. It does seem to make some sense. Magic sets need dodge energy on them. Magic sets need dodge. Okay. Yeah, they need energy. That's interesting. Magic sets need energy. Do I agree with this? Yeah, maybe. It would... Magic sets... I think to me, the reason that might be true is because magic sets are just bad currently. But I don't know if fixing them has to come from that, but it would be an interesting way to go about it instead of just trying to make them scale better, to instead make them like scale in some different way. But then you're kind of pushing magic into being a dodge build, aren't you? Or does that not really? I guess it doesn't matter. At least magic has a build at that point. Some attack. Oh, let it be enough. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pop. Oh, 3 of you. Okay. So I can't scale. You guys make it harder for me to scale. You guys might actually be my biggest nemesis right now. Okay, I'm not going to die here, so then we do this. Oh, I did die there because it doesn't show correct. Fair enough. 58 mil. Yeah, this... Because their health has gone up so much so quickly, these might be my greatest opponents. Attack. We're gonna need... Oh, but you don't have... Oh, you don't keep armor shield on all of you anyway. Okay, so we'll be okay. Good. Yeah, no, they're not too bad. I thought that was gonna be a lot worse for me, but... What are we saying? The magic set needs dodge energy on them. The Arcadium set gives agility but no energy. That's a good point. Yeah, why have that if it's not going to be relevant? Yeah, you make a good point there. Berserker I've also never gone for. Every time your health is damaged, gain Fury. Physical attack by 25%. Yeah, that's the issue, is physical attack and magic just don't hold up against armor or freeze attack in the current meta. And 25%. Well, you could heal a lot of different times, I guess. Could be an interesting way to get up to the top. I feel like it's a losing build. Well, if you think of beating Perfect Slaves as a win, which it is, I think beating the Perfect Slaves, once you can get past floor like 65, you for sure got into endgame properly, because you've beaten the last major gimmick. I mean, obviously beating 100, you've more beaten the game in some ways. You've beaten the end game, I suppose, and now you're just going endless and trying to find ways to survive for as long as possible. The Arcanium set gives agility but no energy. They have no defensive properties. Yeah, because well, in what way do other characters have defensive properties? Like, you're saying just raw defense, but couldn't you dismantle defense on them as well? If you're playing tier, it's a magic character, technically they have defensive properties, but do other magic characters have no defensive properties? Because Arcadium, or we can say Kino, I guess, or it's Arcanum, I think, yeah. That character, I'm into madness here. Ouchie, ouch, 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 ouch. Okay. It won't suck once we have better. Let's see. Sell, take these off. Maybe I shouldn't have Madness because I could have survived your attacks. That's probably the answer there, maybe. Yeah, because you wouldn't have done enough to me, and I wouldn't be able to scale armor. True, but just to be safe, I'm going to go with the Silver Boots. Okay. And then we attack. Yeah, I would have survived because of armor there. Fair enough. Then we will do attack you, and then I'm going to do the Madness Potion. And then I'm going to attack you. There you go. Just to be safe. Go with this. Okay, Sonic. Thought of how to make Berserker work. Once we have better ways to cast mana, I suppose. But you die because you got to heal. No, we're good here. Yeah, against the, oh, you die. You're saying with magic characters, or you're saying with this? I'm good here because silver is so many moves. But I do need to have enough damage to for sure kill stun characters. Okay. Attack. These guys are all too weak to do damage to me, gosh dang it. Let's see. Thought of how to make Berserker work. Off the top of my head, having never thought about it before, you could go a physical build with... It would be a physical health build for sure, because it's basically the amount of damage, amount of times you heal. So you would want to go with Recovery, Lifesteal. Lifesteal could heal you multiple times in a single turn. You'd want to be able to take enough damage to be able to heal yourself properly, but you wouldn't want to do it with Madness Potion unless you go with the Poison thing, but we're getting kind of redundant here. Poison is always the answer. Poison could make any build work. I'm pretty confident in that. So you get rid of Poison as the option. And I think you go with Vampire, Recovery, Lifesteal, Berserker. But that's not a set. Recovery isn't. So Recovery and Lifesteal can be traded in. You're going Vampire, Berserker. What are the best health-related builds? Multi-attack will allow you to heal a lot of times to scale. Yeah, maybe Demon then. Demon, Berserker... on Vampire character with... What's the final one? What's the final one that really sends it home? We'll see if we can find it as we go. How about that? We'll just look through items here a little bit. Okay, attack. Oh yeah, Vimblow. Ooh, Vimblow. What if you went... Yeah, you could go with... You could be... Consume 1 stack, gain a bonus physical attack equal to 25% of your max health. 20% of your max health, plus an additional 25% damage based off of Berserker. Interesting. You just have to survive through their damages, but you could focus through with... But then what... Okay, now that we've had a very base concept for a Berserker build, not taking advantage of Chroma Lure, Tears of Gold, because that's just busted. Although, if you did do so, I would say you'd swap probably out away from Vampire, most likely. But because the amount you could get for that would be crazy. But if you're keeping with Vampire, you're not using Chroma Lure, then what do you do when you fight a character that does so much damage that they almost certainly would one-pop you? You would need to scale fast enough. Yeah, that's kind of where you get into a problem. So we're saying, yeah, Flesh, Vampire, Berserker on... Sorry, Flesh, Vampire, Berserker, and Demon. Yeah, the survivability is kind of the problem. There's multiple answers to that. You could go with Gold to survive the one hit, which would allow you, with a vulnerability, whatever, which would allow you to scale enough damage probably to kill the Golem at that point. You could go, let's see, attack you. I think that's probably your safest bet. Is there another option? Because, yeah, Flesh and Berserker both have similar directions. Just potions, yeah. Potions is crazy, huh? Flesh or Magma. Flesh good. Flesh, yeah. I mean, again, you could always go with a different direction. But if you're trying to use physical attack, if you're going to go Berserker, and we're saying you want to build it around Berserker, okay, I'm not just going to say, put Berserker on and then just don't use it because physical is worse. Tears of Gold, hard carry, yeah, for sure. That's always the strongest option, but... and this is what I found generally, like, the way that I tend to build things is this mixture of, okay, attack, this mixture of wanting to keep with a certain unit, like a certain set. Yeah, it might be better to use Warrior for multiple amounts of heals in a turn, for more amounts of heals in a turn with Demon. I think gold is probably better though, because you need some survivability against Iron Golem. That's the place that takes you to task when it comes to a Berserker build is going to be Iron Golem, because of the amount of damage they can do. Everything else, and because of the amount of armor that they have. You could do penetration, but you'd have to outscale their penetration against them, which I hate doing. But I suppose that could be a good answer for that situation as well. Alright, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I just miss a Golden Warden? I hope I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Hopefully. Alright. 8, 9, 10. Okay, attack. Warrior for parry and hits. Oh, true. Yeah, but the point of Berserker... Wait, Berserker is based on health or Berserker is based on healing? Because those are two different. I thought it was based on amount of times you've healed, no? Which means you have to take damage. You can't just parry. Oh, you could parry. Well, no, you could parry against the Iron Golem, but it was Iron Golem on 3rd. Pop. Because you want to be able to solve every situation. So if Iron Golem is on 3rd spot and you have some multi-attackers here, then you lose your parry, and then Iron Golem pops you. And without some immunity from gold, or not even Tears of Gold, just gold armor. You don't technically need Tears of Gold as long as you can do the damage that you need, which requires you to take damage. Warrior is crazy. Warrior is crazy, but with Berserker you can't take advantage of... Like, Warrior's not going to help you. It would help you, but it's not going to allow you to heal, I think. Over 30 Warrior Insight. What is... You mean, is that... What is Warrior Insight? Isn't that... What is that Combat Insight? Is that what that's called? Also, there's still Edge of Death Poverty Set. I think that's never going to be a thing. Can I fall below 1 on the first turn? Actually, that's just Turtle, but without the armor shields, right? Actually, this is better. This is better than Turtle. If you were to use this in the Berserker build, because you can heal off of it. So better to go with that than Turtle if you were going to think of Turtle with that character. That's interesting. Yeah. Pyro, but it boosts his healing. Attack. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, some of these sets I haven't tested out particularly, and it's like, how could you possibly fit them in? Better understanding of those things is really good to have, because I feel like once Madness Potion came out, and everybody, myself included, was like, what is this? It feels like, at that point, the reason I was able to figure out a way to take advantage of Madness Potion was mostly because I had played just about every character, and I tried so many different sets and combinations that didn't work. If I hadn't done things that didn't work, I wouldn't know what would work, basically, to a certain extent. And so, like, my understanding of Berserker is so little that I just looked at it and figured out a few things using other strategies that might work, but I have no idea if that would actually happen the way that I want it to, just because I haven't played it, you know. And my experience was very telling, I think, when I played as Kino, to say, I don't... You might think that you know how something's going to work, but until you actually play it, it's very possible there's some major oversight. Because each enemy has their own ways that they work, and those ways might be totally irrelevant to any physical, armor-based, you know, elemental build. All that might not matter at all, and then magic builds might be completely crushed by it. And so, yeah, it's important to actually try the thing out before being too certain how it would work. But by having played so many other things, I'm a lot more confident now than I was then. Especially, I know... Like, I know off the top of my head now, I know how Magic Shield works, 100%. It definitely would be affected by Elemental, where if I had never... If I played Magic and fought against it and hadn't played Elemental, I might be like, does it work, does it not work? But it's... okay, let's see. 1, 2... I need armor! I need armor percent increase, or armor... something or other, let's see. Or base amount armor through Jade. But we'll keep going with this a little bit. It is helpful. I'm scaling plus attacks. Oh, sure, yeah. I'm more talking with Berserker. Would kick off on second turn. Isn't Berserker... You have to take the damage, though, and doesn't Warrior allow you to parry? So with the extra attacks, that would mean you would parry all the enemies, for the most part. And if you would parry the first enemies and there were an Iron Golem, wouldn't they just kill you? That's the problem, is third spot Iron Golem, first and second spot high attack enemies, like Sun, for example. That you can't hit, especially with that, would be a problem, I suppose. If you have Cinder, though, you're okay. All right, let's see. Pop on this one. That's where I run into potential problems. Attack. 1.82 mil. Or you would run it with that specific build. There's ways around it. I'm intentionally handicapping myself by not giving myself Tears of Gold cheating or whatever. Tears of Gold hacks. Attack at that point. 1. I think honestly, the one set that I think just I don't believe has any utility is Royal. I think Royal is a huge, like, I'm just so disinterested in it. I think there was a time where for less experienced players, which was the entire player base admittedly, since no one had played to the extent they have now, there was a time where Royal was workable because it guaranteed you up to a certain point. And for those who don't know how to get there without Royal, it seemed like a good thing, but it was already worse than other options at that time. But now Royal doesn't make any sense. It's still sort of helpful for newer players as a guaranteed way, but I feel like it'd be better in every situation where Cinder comes in. Yeah, true. I feel like it'd be better in every situation to just go with Silver Toxic without getting Royal. Because the issue is that in order to use Royal, you actually have to use Silver and Toxic, which is such a huge shot in the foot. It's crazy. Attack. So it's just never, ever worth it. There's no world where that's worth it. It's crazy. Because then you have, like, what about any set that's going to, like, do anything besides keep you alive? You know? 1. Okay, there's Berserker again. So yeah, Berserker is based on every time your health is damaged. Oh, it's not about healing amount, it's about damage times. Well, that does change things for me, actually. You're right, then. You don't necessarily... It would work a little different. But you do still need your health to be available. You just don't need as many healing times as possible. That's where Vimblow comes in, right? Vimblow is the healing one. So if you went without Flesh, and you went with Warrior instead, you do a bunch of different attacks. But then what happens? Yeah, again, what happens if you have Iron Golem on the end, and you have maybe we'll say instead of a Sun towards the beginning, because we can take care of them with Cinder. What if we had? Who would be a problem there? Who's a high attack character? Well, Iron Golem is in before you get to floor 60, where you probably have better answers. Well, what about at floor 60? Say you have 2 Perfect Slaves and an Iron Golem, and you're playing the Berserker route. You've done pretty well getting to the 60s regardless. I'd say reasonably it's a win. But what is the answer at that point? So use Berserker and still be able to punch through. Because they're going to attack you 6 times each. You're not going to be able to scale up enough parry to deal with it, even with Warrior. And Swiftness at that point to just try to make it happen. You could go with Sid, and you might be able to, though. You'd have to get 12 hits. That's pretty easy with Sid. Yeah, you could go Berserker on Sid. That'd be an answer. Yeah. Sid with Deserter, of course. Of course. Bop. 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 Come on now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm looking for armor increasers. Armor increasers. You know what? I'd take anything to trade in, actually, right now. Anything that's worth trading in. Anything at all. There. Oh, thank you. Yes, armor increaser. Amazing. Let's just look a little more. Probably not going to go for the Faith. A little concerned about getting too high damage. No real answer. Yeah. Well, if it were all Perfect Slaves, then I guess is the issue we might run into, which... you could go Berserker, Warrior, have either Sid as your default attack, or have... If you didn't have Sid as your default, who else would work, though? Oh, I don't know. Still fine tuning the leveling and whatnot. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I'm just off the top of my head, trying to ponder these things. I feel like I probably could come to an okay answer, but it just sucks to, like, if I can't use Celestial Magma as an enhance, and I also can't use the golden potions, how do I make it so that you can counter them? You would have to do wait. Library, Berserker. Is there any option? There's the helmet. Okay, so you use the helmet, and okay, Berserker Helm. You couldn't use the sword because you'd have to go with Excal and Ring of Unity. So you're gonna go Excal, Ring of Unity, Berserker Helmet, and okay, what allows you to beat them? You've dismantled some Dazzle, so you could gain enough armor to... Okay, Demon, actually. Excal, Berserker Helmet, Demon Ring, Boots, and Pants allows for you to hit everyone first turn, scaling up your dazzle like crazy, and damaging characters. That's not bad. You got it, all good. I think that might be the answer, because then you could hit all of them. You get enough. With that, you should... Oh, and Warrior, right. Excal, Berserker, Warrior. Then maybe not Demon, right? Excal, Berserker, Warrior. You need to have enough attacks to be able to scale enough, and hopefully kill one of them. And then you scale enough parry, so the other two, you need 12 attacks worth of parry, so 12 attacks out. Warrior gives... Excal, Warrior, parry. Warrior gives you, and we're saying not Sid as well. I'm just kind of playing with it a little bit here. I understand there are a lot of ways I actually could do this now that I think about it. The odds of it getting there, I don't know. It would be very complicated, but just in theory. Okay. Will it be enough? Oh, it's sure. Well, maybe it won't be. Will it? Oh, it's not enough. Ouch, ouch. Okay. I just recently started playing, and I'm finding it impossible to beat the Sun character with melee characters. His attacks always miss. Anyone help me with this? Yep, you're going to want to go for... some amount of Cinder, because Cinder will punch straight through into them. If you have over 100% penetration, that'll be enough to hit straight to their health, and their health is a lot weaker than their armor. So Cinder damage, good against Suns. I want to go with what to adjust to make sure I can get at Perfect Slave faster is probably going to be Orion here. So we're going to want to hit you with... I'm going to take the gold potion. Is there anything I can find in here that I want by chance? Not very likely, but maybe. Maybe. Nope. Okay. All right. So Orion, in order to punch heavy enough to get rid of you, then we're going to have to do 9 and 9 Q damage one behind, but we'll have more turns to do so. And they'll be hitting us, which will increase our damage substantially. Good. Thank you very much. I started massing Cinder that run to try it, but I didn't work this. Make the switch, right? Good to know that will work. Definitely, thank you very much. You got it. Definitely go with chest plate. I think one chest plate will probably be enough for you for the first set of them that show up. Okay. You can also go with Celestial if you want to enhance Cinder a lot more, like wear the Celestial set, or you could wear the Cinder, assuming you have some health. Those are a couple options to increase that damage if needed. But okay. Now we have enough to self-kill, so I'm going to pop this. Good. And now I want to see if I can get you down. This turn gets you down. Oh, we're going to have to wait multiple turns, though. But you're going to scale me up. Good. Yes, scale me up enough that, boom. How much is this? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. More than half your health, which means, pop, you're gone. Okay, let's swap back off this stuff. Gosh, I hate using that. All right, it's fine. No more perfect slaves there. We have one of you. This is fine. Just got to keep raising our... armor, and yeah, our armor mostly, because armor is going to mean those problems won't be a problem again, and then we can finally go back again to freeze attack, because I would like freeze attack to be enhanced enough. Attack. Good. Attack. Pop, pop, attack. Pop. Boom. I'm going to hit you, because you got 99 Q health, so you're still, technically, you can be a problem. Oh, am I? Oh, are you getting toughness? No, it's because I have 90% penetration, not 100%. True. Okay, I didn't think about that. I am punching your armor. And enough to actually do some damage now that we have to deal with your health at 99Q. 10% of my damage is enough to... Maybe I should increase my penetration a little bit more then. Just so we're doing as much as we can be. Okay, attack. Yeah, it would be fine. We could get some power or some penetration. We go this one, I guess. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, attack. Boom. I think it's random. How to get Tears of Gold to drop more consistently? You want to use full leather. Full leather. Let's go with this. This will get us enough power, or sorry, enough penetration to make sure we can punch all the way through. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. So each of these gives you a 17% chance, and then if you have 4 of them, you're getting more than a 50% chance of dropping items every enemy you kill. So if you kill 6 enemies, and you will want to take that six enemies an area thing anyway, chest, right? The flesh chest or whatever it's called. That one is going to give you a lot of extra items, and also I think it gives some type of benefit that's worth it in the first place. But 6 extra enemies good, or 6 enemies every turn, and every battle, and then attack, and then that will give you, if we say 50%, if we say just flat 50%. chance per enemy. That should give you 3 items every battle, and there's, let's say, 10 battles of floor. It means you're pretty likely. You're most likely, though, to get the tiers of gold in between floors around 7 and 9. You got a pretty good chance of getting at least 1 or 2 there. That's really where you want to be getting them. Then I want to say, let's see, pop this one, 7 and 9, and then as long as you have 1 or 2 by the time you reach, I want to say floor 12 or so, you're fine. It might feel concerning because, like, oh, you've seen people get 4 or 5 at that point, and so then they have all, like, it's just so easy for them. But as long as you have a couple, you'll be okay. In the late stages, they drop all the time, and you wear leather for a long time, so you're gonna be choosing how many you want, not hoping you get them anymore. Let's see. So will you kill me here? No, because my cinder's enough. Good. 6 enemies early in the runs also increases money gains a lot. True, true, true. Okay, attack. Very good point. Yeah, money gains a lot, right? And I honestly, I would say always also take the 80% reduction to sell value, but 25% increase to gold gain, because in the late game, sell value means nothing, and you're probably planning on getting pretty far in the game, and, you know, so I would say that matters. Plus, I think generally enemies outscale leather after a certain point, maybe even earlier than that, helped along by an 80% reduction, of course. All right, attack. But yeah, in the late game, if you have that extra 25% gain from enemies is going to be really important, because they don't give a whole lot necessarily. Oh, look, we're going against a lot of these guys, but I think we'll be okay. Let me do a self attack just to make sure we're getting a good amount, but no, we're fine. Now that we have the armor at 1.2 mil, even though we're only getting we're getting up to 10 mil. If I didn't have this, if I didn't have the dazzle armor, I would only be at like 8 mil, which with a whole enemy here still to go and only 3 potions might be a bit concerning. Not terrible, but if I have to win in this span of time. But because I have the extra couple million, it helps. Yeah, it helps so much. Plus, I've also scaled up my health a little bit more, but that's a little riskier. The armor is more important. So see, boom, there you go. Which that would be a lot less without. Okay, and we were running out of potions, so 1, 2, 3. So it's easy to get in that position. Plus, every other enemy up until then would have died slower, so it's possible to lose there without some dazzle. It helps so much, especially if you don't want to just go crazy on health. If you go crazy on health, yeah, early loss can't happen. Okay, we'll go with you. Boom, boom, and boom. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Break them down, break them down, break them down. Did I go over? I guess I didn't go over Mihilsik's original thoughts on this. So yeah, I was planning on doing it at 210, but we'll do it now. Okay, we'll go with Discord. Let me show you this. Hold on just a moment here. About this full. We'll go here, and because I think it is. Well, I'll say this first. Well, I disagreed and gave some corrections from my perspective on how this build should be played out and how you should construct it. Mihilsik has got a ton of different really cool builds that can get you really far in the game. So I would highly recommend, if you haven't already, get to the Discord, get to their Discord, the Frank Discord, whatever, the frog one, and take a look at these builds because they're very interesting. But in particular, today's build, I had made, and I don't know, we've kind of been bouncing back and forth on creating, but I was in the middle of this build, and then Mihilsik posted this, which is kind of a breakdown of the build, and then how far Mihilsik had gotten, and then I think it was up to 192 floors, which is really good. I think a couple adjustments here would be what I would make, but once again, trip at the finish line. Narrowly missed my goal of floor 200 with this unfair Viron build. Fair enough. For defense, you'll be exploiting the synergies between your built-in Chromolure tag, the silver set, gold potions. Chromolure converts your damage received into poison. Silver cleanses that poison and other nasty effects, so you ignore damage and debuffs the first 2 turns. Yeah, on the way up, sure. Although I think the silver is a lot less important than the gold potions, and you definitely don't want to hold on to a silver set too long. But sure, actually, well, in case you need it in certain scenarios. But I think the reason why Mihilsik may have held on to silver is just because of some differences in the way that it was built that I disagree with. So we'll get to that. All right. Viron's Chromolure, or let's see, poison damage also only counts as a single instance of damage, so each gold potion you drink can extend the number of turns you don't care about damage by 1. In fact, Viron's Chroma Thorn specialization sometimes allows him to dump his poison stack and get yet another free turn in there. I'm not really into Chroma Thorn. I think it's not as good because you can only do the amount of Chroma Thorn damage based on your current poison damage on you, which does not scale very fast. But it's okay. Also, it feels like poison doesn't get scaled by, not power, but faith. It feels like it anyway. I could be wrong, but from my understanding, it doesn't. So that does also weaken Chroma Thorn a lot in my mind. But if I'm wrong there, and it does scale by faith, and so you're able to do 1.8 million multiplied by faith, that could be something. I just haven't found it to be true myself. Chroma Thorn specialist, let's see. For offense, you're looking to leverage the open-ended scaling of Celestial Set, yep, with Cinder damage. So you can see that here. Celestial Set, Cinder, close. Damage converted by Chroma does still count as damage taken, causing your elemental damage output to scale up and up as enemies deal more and more damage. Yes, up to a point. Up to a point at which you don't get their damage amount, and it would be a problem if you did, because the Iron Golem will be doing 300 quadrillion or something, or like 200 quadrillion damage every turn. And that would scale you up so fast that it just wouldn't work, because you get the negatives really, really quickly. So it doesn't quite work that way. It does for the most part, and it's fair to leave off that caveat, but it is important, because it's based on how many times you're hit for at least your health worth of damage, to my understanding, because that's what really scales it up. So it's based on the amount of poison damage you take, basically. Or like poison damage that gets added onto you each turn is then converted. So, kind of. Alright, be careful, there's a damage cap of 99 quad, and at some point past that, where you'll start to wrap around and start from 0. I don't know where the cap is, or why it's there, or how we're supposed to know about it, but you have to make sure you don't let your scalers fly out of control, so that's kind of that's a big focus of what I'm doing. Alright. For talents, follow your heart. The most effective pre-60 is likely the Chroma Thorn path pictured here. Frailty might actually be better. I went with Frailty. I think Frailty is better, but Chroma Thorn has its place, and maybe I'm mistaken. I think Frailty is better because the percentage increase to your damage is just like it's so much that if I'm going to say let's skip Chest of Opportunity because I don't need it, it's not important to me because I don't want to take the 25% reduction, then I definitely don't want to miss a 50% increase. There's no way you go with Chroma Thorn here, in my perspective, unless somehow toxicity becomes your primary option, but based on how this is all being written, I'm assuming the answer is no, so Frailty is the correct answer here. Do pick Chroma Thorn path, it's probably just as viable to run with toxicity, +1 attack, +20% freeze attack. Do not pick the Chaos path, because even with Silver Cleanses, which I don't think you should use Silver Cleanses, but even if you think you should, you'll often have more than 2 turns to clear the battle. Some of the random debuffs are absolute run enders, absolutely. Alright. Absolutely, sort of, kind of, because I actually don't think that Chaos can give you anything that locks you out with this build. I thought that it could before, but Drop of Chaos, even with the Golden Heart thing, doesn't seem to actually stop you. What are you looking at? Hopefully you can see. I'm looking at this. Okay, this is a Discord. You're asking in general. This is the Discord where Mahilsik is breaking down this build. I'm adjusting or critiquing, and hopefully you can kind of learn something from it as to how maybe you prefer to build if you're going for something like this. Do not pick the Chaos path. Might be time. Yeah, so I actually kind of disagree with this outcome with Chaos, but the reason you don't pick Chaos is because it just doesn't help you. There's no reason to pick Chaos. I look at what Chaos actually offers, but my understanding is Frailty will be a lot better than the others. Alright, some of the random debuff are absolute run enders. Okay. I don't know if I actually agree with that. I used to think so. I think in the early game it would be, so I would still agree with this. Don't pick Chaos for that reason. But I'm not sure in the end game that it matters anymore, because I don't think any of the debuffs can stop you. I think that they would weaken you, and the single attack one, for example, would stop you from gaining armor as quickly. And assuming you're playing Silver, I guess that doesn't matter, but I wouldn't play Silver, and so that would hurt me. Okay, carry on. Early game, floor 1 to 20. You'll need to force Mercenary here, and I kind of explained my perspective on early game, but force Mercenary here for as long as you can. I agree with this. Collect gold potions from leather, right? I need at least 4 gold potions. We plan on making it to floor 170, and after that, the more you have, the better off you'll be. True up to a point. 99 missed calls from League of Legends. They want to include you as a new champion. Hey, I appreciate it because you were a champion. I appreciate it very much. Stick with magic damage for now, but don't dismantle too aggressively. I don't agree with this. I don't know why you would do that. Physical damage is stronger than magic damage as a general rule, so I disagree. I think you should focus on physical damage with gold, but this is maybe another option. And I'm not going to say it's wrong because I don't use magic damage particularly, but I just don't agree with this. Don't dismantle aggressively. The reason they're saying don't dismantle aggressively is because you're going to swap away from magic damage or physical damage no matter what either way. I think you should dismantle aggressively with physical damage because none of the early stuff actually helps at all in the late game. So who cares, right? However, with physical damage, the reason why maybe you wouldn't want to dismantle aggressively with magic damage, but you would with physical damage, is because there is a... let me calmly dismantle. It's because there is a hammer that gives you penetration percentage. So you can get up to 100% using the hammer if you fully aggressively play with raising physical damage. And more physical damage means you get through the early floors faster and so on. So it's just a nice positive all around. Okay, anyway. But for magic, yeah. So just use physical instead of this. I think that's just the better play, so you can make sure you get to the 100% penetration, as he mentions later. Stay precision capped for Jupiters, and just steamroll right through Katoyas. Your damage immune for the first 2 turns. Who cares if they parry you? True. Okay. Do not open the opportunism chest. Agreed. You do not need it. Yep, because opportunism chest will decrease your damage by 25%, a pretty substantial loss. Reach 100% penetration as soon as you can. Be prepared to scale it up to keep up with iron golems. I explain why... oh, well... penetration, yeah. By floor 26, you need 154% penetration, and then about 15 more every floor after that. I disagree with this because I don't believe that you should scale penetration. Inevitably, as we're seeing currently with my location in the game, having more damage is allowing me to kill every enemy and diversify my builds, allowing me to do everything very well. If I had more penetration, the Saturns still have 999Q health, so raising penetration would not help me at all. And in fact... what this comes down to, the 15 per floor, is 1/6 of all dismantles become penetration dismantles. That's a huge loss in dismantle effectiveness. That is just, in my mind, again, it's not worth it, and I've kind of explained why already. Think about your max health. Some Orion chests and giant rings are nice to sprinkle in there to dismantle the rotation, but only if you have room. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, fair enough. Now, here's another spot that I'm going to disagree. And again, I think this is very well put together. I'm not trying to, but I think Orion's chests, maybe 1, definitely not 2. You do not want to go Orion's chest. You want Giant's Rings, because Giant's Rings will be good from beginning to end. They are the strongest percentage health increaser. So lots of Giant's Rings, as few Orion's chests as you can justify. They're health gain in the early game that is so weak compared to late game. Now, on to mid-game. Okay. Once you have a good set together, you dismantle a few Jester's Bone Masks and Giant Rings, you should be ready to make the switch to full Cinder strategy. True, 21 to 60. I actually think you could do it a little earlier, as I explained earlier, but this is fair. Between the Flesh and Magma sets, you should be burning through just about everything, with a few exceptions at this stage. Flesh and Magma. Okay. Yeah, I didn't go Flesh. I'd go for... honestly, I would have made the swap sooner, so it makes sense. Once you dismantle a few Thronglers, you should be safe to drop the Flesh set and put on Celestial set. It really depends on how many gold tiers you've got at this point. I think you'll have probably enough that you could swap to Magma rather than having Flesh ever, or Celestial instead of Flesh. Saturns and Iron Golems, you probably won't be able to burn straight through their armor shields. Well, the reason for that is because you've dismantled a lot of things that I don't think you need to. By this point, assuming you have some gold potions... luckily you have 6+ gold potions, which I think you will at that point, fair. But also, only have 2 to 3 attacks, so it might be a little patience at this stage. But also, because you've scaled up health enough by this point, and whenever you take damage, you're then outputting that or increasing your Celestial by that amount, this should be enough that you can punch through them in a few turns. It'll be fine. Plenty of time if you need it. Yep, exactly. Once you swap Celestial, these get much easier. So we've already swapped. Okay, we've already swapped before we even reached Iron Golems. Saturns, probably as well. And remember, if you want to break through Armor Shield just a little faster, dismantle 1 Electricity and 1 Malice item. Yeah, Malice is interesting. Yeah, I've considered Malice. I don't know for sure on it, but I think it's compelling to me. It makes some sense. Let's see. Crazy, how did you become so good at the game? I've been playing it nonstop for weeks, buddy. But I'm not trying. Okay, I'm not trying to down this immensely or anything. It's just this is a build. I've looked at this, but I also have some perspective of my own. I would adjust this quite a lot in these important ways that I think will allow you to be a lot stronger in the super late game. But it's for the late game. If you just want to make sure you're getting to 60 floors, 100 floors, this is perfectly fine. But I disagree with the need for penetration, especially, which gets you so many other options because it's 1/6 more dismantles. Each instance of damage pings a shield, so that helps. Okay. But yeah, the shields are important. You want to be able to hit them enough times to break through that shield, and then to be able to cinder them down. Dismantle rotation. You'll need to continue keeping up your penetration for Iron Golems. So again, this is a huge loss to your amount of dismantles. You need 100%, but beyond that doesn't matter. And also, yeah, again with Saturns, it's so easy to kill Saturn as long as you only need 100% penetration, and then your Cinder will hit them directly. And because you're scaling health instead of armor, it actually doesn't matter that they're gonna armor break you. It makes no difference. Okay. Penetration and Iron Golem. But Iron Golems are important, and so instead of doing penetration, we're doing damage. Aside from that, rotate items with high max HP and max HP percent. Throngler, Giant's Ring. True. As often as you can. Orion's Core is great because it has HP and penetration on it. Here's the thing, if you went with physical, again, you would have the penetration that you need for the Saturns, and because we're not going penetration with this, we don't need Orion's Core, which is a much weaker HP option. We can just purely focus on the best HP options, which scales you so quick, and then you're just able to just counter damage. You don't need all this. Jester's Bone Mask and Magma Chestplate. No. Okay. Sorry. So Jester's Bone Mask, not good. Magma Chestplate, not good. You do not need these things. Wear the Magma. If you're wearing the Magma, your amount of health scaling is going to outscale Magma Chestplate and Jester's Bone Mask so massively. This is just turn 1. Jester's Bone Mask and Magma Chestplate, turn 1. This is not helpful, in my opinion, okay? But it's because I'm playing it differently, but this is, to me, this is a big loss in your ability to scale. Are good when you go to transition over to the Cinder Strat, but don't go too wild on them. Yeah, exactly. And I would say don't even use them at all. Your health, well, use one Magma Chestplate so that every once in a while you can test other options if you want, so that you still have some Magma, but beyond that, forget Magma Chestplates. Your health is your main source of base Magma damage, and Celestial Set is your main source of elemental power. Right. Cycle in some Faith in there, like from Ring of Unity, but again, don't go too crazy. Yes. Faith in there, yeah, I would say, honestly, I would say just use one, I would recommend, in general, use one Faith necklace, just so you have a little faith in those early floors, so you can do crazy high damage, and you don't have to think about it too much, and then go Ring of Unity, and I would say even a couple Rings of Unity is fine, but then I would try to go for the divine ones from there, so we're not using so much of our cash on Rings of Unity. All right, more on that later. Freeze attack. As your elemental power scales up from Celestial Set, it also increases your freeze attack damage. You should sprinkle in some freeze attack into your dismantle rotation, but that damage is going to be way behind Cinder for you anyways. Nice to have, but not important. I agree with this, though theoretically, in the super late game, that's what I'm trying to do here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll just never catch up. It probably will never catch up. I'm really hoping it will, but it might never. But if it does, I could eventually be hitting them for freeze damage that is enough to kill, which would totally change the game here. It would mean that I could go Demon instead of Celestial, or sorry, instead of Cinder, and I could hit all enemies and just kill everything. It would be amazing, especially with Demon Potion on the way, right? For the build, in terms of the build, it would be amazing. But yeah, definitely agree. You just cannot keep up with... and actually, here's the thing. You can't keep up with Freeze Attack, and really you should be trying to use Dazzle, which will not be mentioned here because it's something that I've kind of come up with separately. But you should be going with Dazzle here instead of Freeze Attack for this span of time. All right, on to this. The only new enemy is the Perfect Slave, and your strategy for the Perfect Slave is just to drink gold potions until their shields go away. No. So what your strategy for the Perfect Slaves is to use Excalibur with the Faith Ring. And the reason you can do that is because you've built up so much amount of damage and you have enough golden potions that you actually don't need to wear silver anymore. You can just use the gold potions and allow your swords to push on through them. You never actually want to use silver after, like, once you'll swap off silver somewhere earlier in the game. Basically, as soon as you swap over to the Magma Celestial, pretty much by that point, you can just swap off the silver, forget about it, never touch it again, unless you absolutely have to in the case of where you're getting stunned. But hopefully you can do enough damage by that point with Cinder and so on to get rid of those enemies, at least for a pretty long span of time. And that's because you've traded in differently from some of these. I feel like I'm being too harsh, okay? I apologize if you're watching this after the fact. I feel like I really do like these builds, and so many builds are so interesting. These are just like, I strongly disagree with this, and then it solves this issue, and then this issue, and then this issue as you're going through, where you have to find a way around it with this. Anyway, learn to do the I know everything glasses adjusting. Okay, well, come on now. You could do the anime one, you know? Right. Okay, no, but I'm just, whatever. Anyway, need at least 4, okay, what are we saying? Safe strategy, drink gold potions, their shields go away. You'll need at least 4 to get to floor 170, and more is better. As you approach 60, you need to slow down on Dismantle for damage. Okay. So again, as stated, don't wait for the shields to go away. Instead, get an Excalibur and just swipe through them with with the ring. As you approach 60, you need to slow way down in dismantling for damage output. In fact, by the time you hit 80, you're probably going to hit the brakes on dismantling almost anything that increases damage output. Okay, yeah, I would say make it... Your goal is to find this sweet spot where you're able to kill iron golems and able to kill perfect slaves without going too high on perfect slaves, but without being too low on iron golems. That's the sweet spot, which is so easy if you have dazzle armor. That's the thing that's being missed here. We're going to talk about the sweet spot right now, but... yeah, and here actually we'll probably go into it right here. Why? Because your damage is already scaling to the damage you take. Your damage in the end game is to flirt with the damage cap beyond 999, but you don't want to fly too far past. Very true. What you really want to do is aim for the max HP sweet spot. Now here's the thing. The max HP sweet spot is nice because it allows you to just, like, every time you die, you get revived, and you get even more damage, just over and over again by having so many potions. But the armor isn't going to scale your cinder, which means it's way safer. So if you go with the armor, then you can get to this sweet spot really easy, where every turn you're destroying iron golems, or like every battle, and you're destroying perfect slaves. But because your dazzle is getting to a set amount, that's like every turn you're guaranteed to do, let's say, 10 million, but you're not going to go that much higher because you don't have enough health to go that much higher, right? That's the point. So the max HP sweet spot is a lot lower than the dazzle sweet spot. All right. Health potion will get nerfed. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I think so. See every hit. Okay, let's carry on though. See every hit you take converts its damage to elemental power, but every hit you take can't exceed your current armor and HP. Meaning, just your HP, since this build doesn't care about armor. Huh? Right? This makes a lot of sense, and I agreed with this at the time that this was made. I thought this was probably accurate, and then I played it more, tried out Dazzle, and I was like, wait a second, the numbers. What do they mean? Okay, I understand. I see the matrix. Okay, I see what's underneath. And it is indeed Dazzle Armor that takes the cake. In the image attached here, each of the Perfect Slaves hits are exceeding my max health, so they stack my full HP bar as poison. So 6 hits of that brings up to 2.59 mil, which means I'm getting 2.59 mil per elemental power every round per Perfect Slaves. Yes. Max HP also determines your... But it's not... Actually, no, it's not this simple. So I thought it was this simple, but it's actually every time they hit you, the amount of poison they're applying is increasing at the time they're hitting you, I believe. Because if you have 3 perfect slaves, as they're hitting, your damage is going, like your elemental percent is going scaling crazy up as it's going. It's not at the end when you take the damage. It's not about taking damage. It's about the amount that they have applied during the turn. The importance of that is that if you have, let's say, 10 mil on you, it's not like you're going to get 10 mil every turn from the poison. So it actually is a very important distinction here, because it's about how many times you've been hit. So maybe you have 10 mil, and maybe you have maybe like 15 million percent, but you're actually still at the end of the turn from that poison damage, you're only going to get your health bar's worth of poison, or sorry, your health bar's worth of elemental percent, not your poison's worth of elemental percent. Huge, important distinction that, on the face of it, doesn't seem that crazy, but actually becomes really relevant depending on what enemies you're fighting. Okay, carry on. Your max HP also determines your base cinder damage because of the magma set. True. So by increasing your max HP 100, you deal base 25 cinder damage and extends the cap of every hit you take to 100% elemental power. Okay. Sweet spot is when low attack count enemies in the endgame, like Saturns, are still scaling your damage output high enough to keep up. Okay. Sweet spot is when low attack count enemies in the endgame are still scaling. Yes. So you want to make sure that when, like, let's say, well, really the prime example is 3 iron golems or 3 Saturns all hit you. They're going to all do only 1 attack. How do you kill them, considering how little attacks you've gotten? Well, the answer that I came up with we'll get into later, but let's see what they say here. But high attack count enemies in the endgame, like Perfect Slave, aren't scaling so high that it breaks the game. To find the sweet spot, just play it by ear. Absolutely true, although you should think some about it to try to find answers around, because you'll never find the sweet spot properly, because enemies are going to have 2 tiers of 99Q eventually, and there can be up to 6 of them. So this will never work, to my understanding, mathematically, because if there's 2 tiers of Perfect Slaves, they're going to do so many attacks, and 2 tiers of Saturns, it's just not going to be enough. You're going to really need that Dazzle armor. And there's another aspect to it I'll get to in a minute. After a fight with 6 perfect slaves, you should be just starting to tickle the 99Q cap by the end of the battle. If you're not keeping up with Saturns, dismantle a Throngler or Giant's Ring, just take it slow. Here's the thing, their health is going to catch up. You're going to die. But yes, this is kind of the start of it. As you start to get to where you're always just barely hitting that cap by the end of the battle, always able to kill everybody. and then they start catching up with their health. And then you have 2 tiers of 999Q on 2 tiers of enemies, and you run into a big issue with this. Okay. Stat line I recommend for the late game is max HP around floor 100. You should be aiming for 350 to 400k. Ease that up to around 600k slowly as you make your way up towards 200. My final was 574, and it just wasn't quite enough. The fight that killed me was Death. That was behind a lone Saturn, where the enemies in the other 2 ranks were flunkies and didn't help scale my Celestial EP. True. I have an answer for this that is, unique from the problem that I had with this general thing here, is a way to scale it faster. I was 1 to 2 potions short of outracing Death's 311Q HP. So it was the HP, though, that inevitably killed. Okay. Faith. I parked my Faith right around 30k%, left it there. I didn't want any other variables flapping around. And you can think of Faith and Health as being 2 sides of the same coin. They scale up your damage massively. Base elemental power percent, an overwhelming amount of elemental power percent is coming from the Celestial set, base HP or EP, so electric power or elemental power, is going to get lost in that after the first round of combat. More EP base does mean your first Cinder damage is going to do more damage, which is nice for clearing out flunkies. I don't know. I guess. You also have plenty of... I don't think this is necessary. Also have plenty of room in the dismantle rotation, so you might as well slip some Jester Bone Mask. The thing is, you don't have any room. No. The Jester's Bone Mask, everything that you can do in order to get yourself to the most possibly optimal build is important, so extra room does not get used on something that does not actually help you. And in this case, this will not help. Okay. Well, it's not just opinion. This is a fact. But because of the way that the build was made, it might actually help this version of the build. It's just that this version of the build loses out because it doesn't make the adjustments that I'm talking about. Precision. Feel free to overdo it on these. And this is the unfortunate part. I feel kind of bad about this. Feel free to overdo it on these to make sure you stay ahead of Jupiter's. I can't confirm, but I've heard they have secret agility that doesn't show up. You'll have dismantles to spare. You don't have dismantles to spare, no! So drop in a Hunter's Jerkin now and again. I had around 1.5k precision by the end of the run. So the person they heard this from was unfortunately me, because it used to be true. However, an adjustment was made probably because I complained so much about it. Because they don't say their agility amount, and so boom, they had agility that was hidden. They don't have it anymore, and so all of those Hunter's Jerkins, which actually means there's probably an extra, I want to say 8 to 10, what is it, 8 to 10, I think, Jerkins that got traded in this run. And that's 8 to 10 floors. Rough. That's rough. Okay, aside from the aforementioned penetration, so that means we've got 1/6 of all, which we're saying, let's say it's 180 floors or so that you get to. That means, let's see, what 1/6 would be, well, so 10 and then, 10 and then times 3, so that would be, right? 10 and then times 3? Yeah, so it would be 30. So 30 wasted, not 30, we'll say 27 wasted precision items have been dismantled, and an additional 10 27 wasted penetration items have been put in, and an additional, we'll say 8. I'll go on the low side, 8 to 10, but so we're probably looking somewhere around 35 wasted dismantles on precision and penetration. Precision, my bad, okay? And I even said it here, all right? Precision has been fixed. Feels bad, man, on the info I gave there. 100% should do fine these days. So that's, that resolves some of it. I disagree on pen. Isn't worth it past 100% with this build because it reduces dismantle effectiveness by 1/6. So then I'm just going into my general disagreements. Figured out a few workarounds. So here's the first major workaround to a lot of these problems is the Madness Potion. So what do you do about finding this sweet spot, but then you just don't do quite enough when there's so many enemies that only do 1 attack, or that don't even do enough to do damage to past your armor or health? The answer becomes to use, where is it? The Madness Potion, because that will self-attack, as seen here. Bop, bop. That will self-attack, allow me to raise up my damage substantially. Of course, this enemy also raises me up, but that's a little bit of extra shot I can do. I'm already at 11 million%. In part because I also did a little bit of armor damage to myself because of Dazzle. Okay. Now, bop. Get these guys down. Boop. And you. And so Madness is a really nice one to kind of universalize against different enemies, and that's the point. When you get to this stage of the game, the point is to universalize your ability to work around enemies. So that's Madness Potion. What seems to matter is how many hits you take, not necessarily the damage they do. And this is the important thing that I was talking about. Or at least, it doesn't matter how much more damage they do to you than your health. This raises the value of Madness Potion substantially. So it's every time you take a hit, it's not every time poison does damage to you in the amount of the poison. Now, not only do you take health plus in damage, multiplied by your attack amount, which this is for Madness Potion. So each time you attack yourself, you're taking your health plus, so really just your health. But then that's, let's say you do 3 attacks, so that's 3 extra hits to yourself, but you should also take, for example, health in electric each turn, because now you've thrown a ton of electric on yourself, which is scaled up by the amount of damage you've taken, or the amount of, I guess, the amount of poison you've applied. And so that should be enough to kill you every turn going forward for the rest of the fight. Well, kill you as in give 1 extra hit to you, which scales up again, scales up your damage. Let's see. I haven't tested it with Malice, but in theory, if you got Malice enough that it was high enough that it would kill you in 1 shot, then if you were to self-attack, it should reflect and hit you again. And so for those 3 attacks, they become 6 extra attacks. I think that makes sense. I don't know, however, if Malice scales off of power. So if Malice scales off of power, I might have enough power here where a little bit of Malice could get me up to doing enough damage to self. That would be great. I don't know, okay? I'm not 100% there. So that's kind of the answer to Malice, but if Malice is good that way, that'd be an extra 6 hits, which is really good when you're trying to fight against Iron Golems and you don't have any really big, many attack enemies to deal with. Nice stream. Hey, I appreciate you very much. Welcome. Dazzle is the second thing, which we've talked about before, but armor doesn't raise anything besides turn 1 elemental percentage, making it way more controllable than health. So that elemental percentage flat boost, amazing, allows a flat boost against Iron Golems without causing problems against Perfect Slaves. Gloom Necklace and Gold Warden raise armor faster than anything else. You want 1,000,000 plus to smooth out battles, and you can see we are sitting at, let's see, why don't we? I'll attack you. We're sitting at 1.82 million. I want to keep scaling it up, honestly. I think it's a good thing. I think it's probably the best option for me right now to make sure I can always destroy everybody, especially with 99Q armor, 99Q health, Iron Golems on their way. Okay. And yeah, these are just some of my, and I explain exactly, or try to, in terms of like actual numbers as to how this would work, because Iron Golems will each only do 1 attack versus Perfect Slaves do 6 attack each turn, and because of our lack of knowledge of exactly where the line is, where you start to do negative damage, it could be very concerning very quickly. So here's kind of that breakdown. I'm not going to read through it. Orion, and then also a suggestion, you could use Orion before you get the optimal setup to take care of Iron Golems. Seeing how far I can go with live tomorrow, starting at floor 190, hopefully I don't insta-die and make a fool of myself, which would have been a disaster. I was really kind of concerned with it, because it's like, okay, what if there's just something I'm not accounting for? There were things I wasn't accounting for, as we've seen so far. I had to grab some silver, just to stay safe. If I had had that right away and just died straight away, it would have been a very embarrassing stream of how not to get to 200 floors. Luckily, we've been okay. All right, where am I here? Yes, nice, I'll check it out. Good luck. We'll see. All right, we'll see how we do, but we've already made it a pretty good depth. Took this build as far as I could, try and break it. Let me play with 999, I think Q, not S here, for a long time before it scales off to do nothing. Was somewhere around 1.5 mil, 40k faith. Side note, I gave, this was the speedrunner, 0 to 61 in 14 minutes. Highly recommend you get a look to Spoon. So if I go to YouTube here, I'll show you Spoon. I might even subscribe to them. I don't often subscribe to people unless I kind of feel like I know them on YouTube. So like Cody, for example, I've had a lot of conversations with, and so I like trying to keep track of that. Spoon, Megaloot. I'll say speedrun just in case, but I'm sure that should show up. Okay, so Spoon here is, yeah, crazy good at the game, at speedrunning the game especially, and you can see, let me turn the volume a little bit there, but nice volume there. Okay. And we can see, like, within 31 minutes, we're getting up to this these crazy floors. And let me just... It's just non-stop moving. We're attacking constantly. You can't even see the attack. It's so cool. And it just does this for the whole way through. And this run is 30 minutes 29. I think he's actually got one like 28 something I watched. Yeah, 28:37. But supposedly, there's one coming up that is 14 minutes, which is an unbelievable jump. Somehow taking advantage of this. I don't actually know how in the heck you're using so many health potions on the way up. Unless, no, you're not using health potions, you're using silver. Yeah, I guess so. So for a 0 to 61, that might be optimal. That's cool. Anyway, ideally you bump up against 99Q without taking too many extra hits in the PS fight. Don't hit them fight against Iron Golem. I think this person was actually, they said they were trying to, as quickly as possible, trying to get the self-attack as like, I don't know, speed run or something. So at 135-ish, they were able to get the counterattack on themselves, broke it only at 135. That was the goal of that run, right? Hitting Quince at 80, yeah. And so I was kind of saying like, well, yeah, the point isn't to hit quintillions, the point is to avoid hitting above it while still doing enough quadrillions. Freeze attack dismantles with it too. They weren't able to get close, which I'm not able to at this round, so at this point, so makes sense. More attacks might get it there, true, probably would. Does take a crazy amount, and I kind of go into that, but most of the point of this is to look at like this. It's a really cool breakdown of everything. I do have, you notice quite a lot of pushback on different aspects of it, but I think it works. It works for what it is. It's consistent. I think mine would also be consistent, but different builds. Different people like different builds and so on. So it's cool, and I think. I haven't really looked at many of the other builds. Maybe like every certain amount of floors we'll take a look at another build just to kind of chat. But like Friend, Tyr, Viran, Ellis, Experimental, I think this one didn't end up working. It is very hard to make a health build, admittedly, in most situations. Kino, Sid, Jace, Pyre, and like so many of these being made by Mahilsik, all of those made by Mahilsik, Jace, Pyre there, and then you see finally someone else makes a build. It's like, it's been pretty intense, the amount of builds made by Mahilsik, so it'd be nice to take a look through some of them. All right. I'll take just like a couple minutes. I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on through here, and every maybe 10 floors we'll start talking about just a little bit. Because you found some more tiers, true. Yeah, I'm not too worried about finding tiers at this point. Like I chose to sell or get rid of a lot of tiers on the way up here just because it's not necessary. I could have a full inventory full of tiers, but it just doesn't. What I want is the least amount of tiers necessary, or like just a little bit over, to make sure we always can win each fight. Okay, but I will take just a moment. I'll be right back. Very much appreciate you guys coming around. Just give me 1 second. All right, thank you for your patience. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Okay, so there are a few different responses I also want to give to some chats. Appreciate you, Vetras. I will respond to some of those and some of the people possibly. But just as a final thought with the Mahilsik thing, I feel like for this one specifically, I can get a really, I don't know, cohesive and exact. Here's what I would do differently. This spot, because I've played it. I'm playing it now. I'm very well aware of what I want to do. With the other builds, I'm probably going to be a little bit more like, oh, that's interesting, and how would this work, and kind of pondering a little bit, because I haven't played, well, Ellis, for example, I haven't played very much at all, and then some of the other characters I'm a little less experienced with, so curious to see what the ideas will be there to all the different character builds. Okay, attack, and boom. Might also look for a second, just see if we can find anything as a mask. Any chance of a mask? I feel like it's really just about armor. Oh, yes. Oh my gosh, 2 gloom necklaces. Very cool. All right, so let's run through some chat messages while we continue on here. All right. Potions will be nerfed. Wow, it's been a few in there. All right, anime. I'm doing the anime one every time someone makes misplay repeatedly in Lone Star videos. Yeah, Lone Star, it is kind of similar to this in that there's a lot of complexity to it. Do you think that Lone Star has... It's been a while since I played. Do you think that it has the same type of complexity? Like, it feels like There are certain items that are just optimal, but there's not a lot of like there's no dismantle aspect to it that I can think of. But it is, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of ways in which you can do that. Especially, I remember, I'm surprised, I was kind of surprised at myself, actually, at the time, with that Lone Star podcast, how, like, initially I was like, oh, it's Lone Star, you know, it's cool, they maybe don't know everything about it. But after a little bit, I was like, come on, you don't know anything about this game, this is crazy. Like, how are you so negatively talking about Lone Star in these ways when you don't know anything? I felt kind of bad, though, because it's like, you know, I respect the hustle or whatever. You're trying to build a channel. You don't maybe have a whole ton of time, maybe, but to be so negative in such specific ways about something that you're just wrong about the things which I had not exactly the same feeling, but I was watching. I actually had a response. You guys might appreciate it. Well, I'll wait a few floors, but there was someone specific to Megaloot that I was responding to. They made a video that was basically saying, here's some adjustments that the game needs, but also like here's some things that I think are holding it back. And while I did generally agree with the maybe core message of what they were saying, I just kind of think that I just think they were kind of wrong about a lot of things. Maybe that's mean, I don't know, but I shouldn't have madness there because then I can't scale as much armor, but oh well. But yeah, I was kind of maybe more negative than I needed to be, but I was trying to avoid being too negative. Maybe I even got a response, I can see. I was trying to sort of just say, hey, I agree with the core of your message. Here's some ways in which I might adjust it. There were some changes that were made that I think maybe because of you or at least influenced by you, and I do agree with them. I appreciate what you're talking about here, but also like then here's some spots I disagree, right? So like two different ends of it. Because even Exhilarate was there as well. The dev was there, sort of saying like, yeah, I appreciate it. I know it's a lot of changes need to make and so on. And so I didn't want to be too much like, hey, you're wrong. Because I think fans sometimes do that of games where they're very, hey, you know, this isn't right. You shouldn't complain about this. You don't know what you're talking about. When a dev really kind of wants the feedback. Because the thing about feedback is, for a dev, if someone doesn't understand the game, but they've played maybe a few hours into it, and so the person is saying, yeah, I like the game, but I think it's lacking in these spots, and maybe you're a more experienced player and you're like, hey, no, it's not, you're just wrong. The devs still learn something from that because then they learn that maybe it's not as intuitive to some people as others, or maybe for like, yeah, more casual players, they just need to make some type of adjustment. And so there's still always a use to someone's complaint, even if it's not accurate, if that makes sense. Because it might explain or it might showcase some difficulty in the game and understanding how it works. Okay, attack. So yeah, I wanted to mostly focus on the like, here's where I agree, and here's some adjustments I've made, and here's why maybe you should consider coming back to the game, and so on. But we'll get into that at like 2:15 or so, floor 2:15. Doing anime one where I see a video about a game that's merging/combining mechanics. Oh, anime one. Oh, when I see a video about a game that's merging combining mechanics, I was thinking videos about Lone Star in my head. Okay. Or no, you did both one. Also the anime one when the merging combining mechanics. Yeah, merging combining mechanics are great in games. Definitely do keep an eye out for those. Health potion will get nerfed. I think it's too good. Fair enough. Me too. Yeah, fair. All right, attack. And I wish I could talk about Lone Star like this. Just it needs someone to talk. Needs someone to talk about it. Yeah. I mean, breaking down and understanding all these different mechanics, but then being able to convey that is a really challenging thing that I've had to work on to a certain extent. I probably benefit a little bit from coming from a family that does a lot of like argument and some of these things maybe, but I think anybody probably could learn to explain things in that type of a way. It just, yeah, it's taken time. And I still have all kinds of, in terms of explaining things effectively and quickly and so on, I still do all kinds of things that I wish that I didn't do. Like, someone actually left a comment at one point about how the constant, like, thing that I do. I try to avoid those sort of vocal tics, or whatever you want to call them. But, you know, not perfect. No one's perfect. And still got a lot of work to do on it. So, you'll get there. Be on call with you when you'll play Lone Star when third ship comes out. Oh, maybe, yeah. We did go on call a little bit at one point with Lone Star, and I think it can be interesting because you know more about the game than I do. There's the thing, right? You know more about the game than I do, and have probably played it up to this point more, so you could point out different things that have been changed or adjusted, and I can kind of give my feedback to that or what I think about it. Why are you reviving this guy? Theory crafting. Here first. I think I think with theory crafting, it's interesting to talk about. It's something I can kind of go over, because it is the case that as we continue up these floors, while it is interesting to find new ways in which enemies destroy me and to keep scaling up and hopefully get to negatives eventually. I don't know how long that might take, what have you, but I think it's also cool to talk about different aspects of the game and talk about theory crafting and listen in on other people's stuff, especially with this particular person, because they made this Mahilsic person made a sort of crash course sort of thing, or a list out of exactly how to beat the game or how to get into the game and different strategies and so on, and is continuing to build something like that. And so it's sort of a community thing as well that I can get into, where I'm showing it off, I'm bringing more attention to it, and so that feels like it could be a good thing, just so people are more aware of it who maybe normally wouldn't be, because there is a community around the game, and it's a pretty decently large one relative to a lot of indie games, at least, right? It's all relative, but so if people want to join, they want to get involved, they want to see this thing, or they want to see, or just know what's going on in the community, like that feels like a decent use of my time, or focus, whatever. Changed a mechanic because of you. Hey, that happened with me with Lone Star. I've been generally surprised. I don't like to assume that things change because of me, because I do say a lot, and sometimes changes happen, and it's like, well, maybe that was me, or maybe it's just a coincidence. But in this case, I had asked the dev about it, and they told me it was changed because of me. 1, 2. Try to get the guy on a call. Yeah, maybe. Best podcast stream, Theorycraft, about a build. Yeah, I could talk endlessly about it. It's funny with Empires of the Undergrowth was a game that I was very focused on for a fairly long span of time. I'm sure you're aware. And with that game, there's a group that made a group call where they all would talk about different changes to the game they wanted to see happen, and changes to stats of different units in particular. And I didn't join, partly because I've been very busy with this and work and so on, but also partly because I just don't feel in this. I feel like I'd be pretty confident in I could answer any kind of question about just about anything well, because I've played every aspect of the game except for maybe a couple, and I've played them in depth, and I've seen a lot of people talk about them, and I feel like I could bring a lot to the table there, where in Emperors of the Undergrowth, it's like these people have been playing this game for, I don't know, 7-10 years sometimes, and I'm here like, oh yeah, I played the Harvest on Impossible and died for 7 hours. Does that count? So it feels a little bit. I feel a little out of my depth in that. Even though maybe I could bring something to it, but I would just worry that a lot of what I'm going to say is going to be about particular levels and maybe more surface level in some cases. Where, like with this game, where how now I can go in these in-depth things and talk about changes and how they could or couldn't work and so on, at least to some extent. These people are going to be way more into that, considering the amount of time they've had to mull it all over and so on. And so, yeah, I think it's cool to theorycraft it this way, but then, yeah, I've also seen the flip side of it, where it's just, I feel out of my depth. I think you would love the second mech in Star Invaders. Star Invaders is probably the game that I've been most requested to play that I haven't played. People tend to suggest it, and the look of the game reminds me so much of Gurren Lagann, and I never watched that anime myself, and so I feel a little bit like I don't know. I'm not going to be able to look at it and be like, oh, this is just like that thing, because I think it is inspired by it, if I'm not mistaken. And so I'd be a little bit unsure there. Kind of a similar concept to what I was just talking about. A little unsure if I'm the right guy for the job, but it could be interesting to talk about, and I have seen, as well with the game, I don't tend to like tile-based movement games. It looks visually pretty nice compared to a lot of tile movement games. And I mean, I like Tendril, right? I like Tendril, but it feels different to me somehow. Maybe I should take a look. Also, I think it's already been around for a while. A lot of people have already played it, where this game, very few people had played when I started, and so then I was able to get into it and really grow at a time where no one had seen the things that I was doing yet on YouTube. And I think that was helpful, I guess career-wise or whatever, but helpful in motivating me to keep going, to try this thing, try that thing. No one's done this before. I have this brilliant idea of how this could go. It's not just I want to do well on YouTube. It's also, how do I have the passion and the energy for it if someone's already done it and 10 people have already done it, It's okay. I mean, it's cool. If I play Binding of Isaac, maybe I could get really good at it, and maybe I will someday, to the point where I could do some cool thing and I could, but I know it's been done so many times, so it's kind of harder to feel as excited about it. Okay, what do I want to do for these guys? What would I do for these guys? I was a surprisingly large amount of enemies on that one. I want to punch through you. I'm mad. I don't know if I Madness Potioned early enough there. I'm not sure. I want to punch through you. Silver isn't going to help me. You guys are all going to break. No matter what I do, you're going to break through my Dazzle armor. What can I do to win this? It feels a little bit awkward. If I can get some health here, I would appreciate that. We can see. Okay. I don't. Fine. We can try to we can convert that. Feels bad, man. All right. Anything else? It's getting expensive. Power's not really gonna help. No. Come on. What do you got? Oh, you know, maybe what I could do... I could also go with... Instead of Excalibur, I could go with more attacks. I could go with Warrior. That's kind of an interesting option. It's a bummer. It feels like I shouldn't have to, but I might have to. Some extra attacks would get through that faster. Show me something. Okay, so we're going to take off this... I don't think I need this. Let's buy this and put it on. We'll go with Warrior. Because then if I do enough attacks, I can scale way more armor percent really fast, and that could help. Alright, what are we saying in here? Because it's different from the heat system in first one. Okay, and cards. Alright, let me where do we have something? I need Warrior. That's not Warrior. Gosh dang it. Warrior. Where are you? Warrior, come on. Because that would get me, for each extra item, I think it's 1 extra attack, right? Something like that? Wait, didn't I? Oh yeah, the hammer, right. Hammer, 1 extra attack, yeah. Come on. Where? Nope. Ah. Right when you don't, the things never show up when you need them, huh? Oh, come on. Warrior helmet, but I don't really... helmet's not gonna... I mean, technically helmet could work if I could get... the Cinder pants or something. Okay, there's Cinder's shoes. That'll work. So put on the helmet, put on the shoes. I just want to make sure we survive this one, and then we'll be okay. I don't understand. I don't actually know exactly why I died there, but I want to be 100% sure it does not happen again. Oh, there actually is a warrior ring, isn't there? Maybe I've passed one of those. Didn't even think about that. Okay. Warrior pants, thank you. Good. And then ring. Yes, good. Okay, that'll work. So now, throw this on, and I want to punch you, and I'll have a ton of extra attacks, 7 attacks, which means I'll be able to scale up my... And punch straight into your... whatever, but I'll be able to scale up my armor substantially. That's the hope. Okay, what are we saying in here? Cards, nice stream, because you found some tears. Heal power was not worth it, apparently. Yeah, unfortunately, heal power doesn't actually increase healing when you Golden Heart. Because Golden Heart says revive and heal for 25%, but it actually somehow, I don't know, for some reason doesn't work that way. Okay, this might be good. So now we attack you, scaling up a lot more armor this time, which gives us a lot more... No, wait, we should be okay. Wait, why? 1.9... Oh, because you didn't... Oh, because you broke the rest of it. But at least I got a little. 1.9. Okay. Now I want to self-attack, which is good as well, because when I self-attack, I'm going to hit myself a ton of times. Okay. Self-attack. Come on. What do we got? 7 mil. Thank you. Now, pop. Boom. Come on. Let it happen fast enough. How much health you got? Okay. Now we're going to have enough to get through you, but that should be okay. Good. Oh, all right. I shouldn't need these. Again. I don't think I'm going to need these again. Whatever. Put this on. Put these on. There we go. Okay, that was a bit awkward, but it's okay. That's the most awkward I've had by this one. We didn't have to convert, which is good, because I could just take it instead. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's go with attack on whoever. Only go with one piece of Cinder and one piece of Elemental for the damage cap. No, neither of them benefit. More of these wouldn't benefit me. So extra Elemental Power would only benefit me in the first turn. The later turns, we have way too much Elemental Power for it to mean anything to get an extra, like, 500. So, or maybe it's like 700 or something. It just doesn't matter. And then when it comes to Cinder, the amount of Cinder damage similarly doesn't matter. So you look at Cinder damage at 13.2 billion, the base Cinder damage at 218,000, the extra like 200 or something just wouldn't make a difference. So it's only about the sets. All right. Normally I don't even have this because it just doesn't make sense to me. Bop. And then bop. Okay. There you go. Let's see. 1 billion Goblin Steel. Ouch. We'll be alright. Make magic work. Gosh dang it. Yes, indeed. Why only 4 items? Okay, I think I've explained that with this mostly. And it also means I have less that I have to swap off of when I want to swap sets. So there's another reason for you. What's the Dazzle stat? Parry would be good too. The point is to do a lot of damage. I want to be taking hits. I actually don't really want the parry. So, but it's sort of good because if I can parry enough that I don't actually take any damage for a while, it's like if I don't have to use the Tears of Gold, but once I have enough poison damage to kill me in one turn, I want to be taking that damage. So, stage of the game is the permanent buffs which keep him going. Yeah. All right, we're going with attack on you. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay. Pop. And you pop. But imagine if I could get a demon potion with a ton of warrior. When demon potion actually comes out, we get a ton of warrior instead of Excalibur, and then we and then we take off. No, not instead of Excalibur. I guess just instead of magma helmet, and then I can do enough hits that I can scale my armor enough that when they hit me, it actually gives me a decent chunk of boost. Maybe that would make some sense to my freeze attack, and then also we have so much parry that it blocks it all anyway. So that means that we'd have even more turns potentially to go with armor. I don't know if that would ever work, but all right. Pop. Sage's permanent buffs. Keep going. Okay. Pop, pop, boom. Okay. Gotta keep scaling up armor, though. If we can get enough armor... Like, right now we're getting pretty good armor, but if we can get enough armor from dismantling, we'll be in a nice spot. And then after... Okay, so after, what, floor 215, we're gonna go over... There's a video that I left a comment on that I think I'd like your perspective on. And then... Ouch. Okay. And then, on floor 220, we'll look at our first Mahilsic build, besides the main one, I suppose. I put this in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Slaves have 6 attacks. Yes, indeed. We'll only work against Saturn and Iron Golem, I guess. Well, yeah, I suppose. Well, if you had Demon Warrior... So, the idea would be 3 Demon items and then... Or even just 1 Demon item and Warrior, enough that we could, in first turn, we'd hit all enemies for enough attacks. Let's say it's 7 attacks, that's 14. Yeah, but then parry requires you to have, what, 5? So it might not work. Anyway, yeah, they have 6 attacks, and Warrior Demon just wouldn't keep up. Fair enough. Okay. I think. Yeah, because only 1 extra attack each. Fair enough. Max 25 stats. Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly right. Just wouldn't keep up. Okay. I wonder with this one, is it possible that I can... Yeah, because you guys don't do anything anyway. You just keep stunning me forever and then take some damage. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead and try to stun me. See what happens. Interesting that I can still use Cinder while I'm stunned. Love that. 1, 2, 3... It's mostly, though, because they don't do enough damage to actually punch through anything anyway. 4, 5, 6... I wonder what kind of armor... What kind of armor am I getting these days? Where is more armor, please? Because the armor is what's going to carry me, so in those situations, I always have enough, and I don't have to do all that crazy swapping around stuff. Instead, I'll just have crazy armor that will scale this up to the numbers I need. That's the hope. Every time you roll past Divine Ring, it hurts me emotionally. Yeah, but I don't want it. I don't want it. But I hear you. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I'm rolling past these days that... I used to actually roll past Dazzle Necklaces, but I found that there is a way to incorporate them that works extremely well. So we swapped back to using those again. Give me something worth having, which is mostly just armor. Nope. Okay, attack. Okay, so these guys, again, these guys are the ones that kind of test the theory. So 16.5 mil % increase, scales up to 19, then I punch you, scales up to 22, and then I'm going to punch you. Okay, up to 24. That's where things start to get kind of awkward potentially, but no, we're still in the 999 area, which it might actually be a lot safer than I'm giving it credit for, but okay. 9, 10, 11, 12. Because it really just depends on exactly where that line is, but if I don't know where it is and I know it will insta lose me the game, like I'll have to reset, or I would have to reset if I hit it by accident. Yeah, too dangerous. Okay, and boom. Okay, now that we have made it here to floor 215, I would like to take a look. Much as I'd like to look at the speedrun, we did already kind of take a look at that. I would like to take a look if I do Megaloot and see if I can find the. Can I sort by? It was like 3 weeks ago. It was 3 weeks ago. Floor 1 through 60. It would probably be up here somewhere. Let's see. Here, Megaloot has a few severe design flaws holding it back. Let's talk about them. I left a comment as I'm wondering if it was responded to or not. But the design flaws in particular, off the top of my head, let's see. Skip can see if I remember this, but I'll also pause my music so you can hear.
Hey, hello, how's it going? Welcome to a different video than the videos I usually make. Most of my videos, like 98% of them, are just like.
Well, he's gonna go. He's gonna go into his deal. You can go watch his video if you'd like. But the different points that he made within the video.
This game. Perfect Slave, Saturn, and the Kotya.
So these are the 3 characters that he points out as being like there's only really one way around them, or it feels like it's very limiting, and that's a fair criticism. However, I don't think it was true when he said it, and I don't think it's true now. It's a fair criticism as, like, you want as many different... Let's see if I can... let's see. You want as many different options as possible within each different character to try different ideas, or, like, at least a lot of options. You want people to feel like, I could go with this strategy, as long as I do it right, it will work fine against all these different characters and so on. But I don't really think that this was true at the time. So this is 3 weeks ago, so things have changed some since then. But let me see if I think I had a breakdown in here. Well, okay, there's that. That's the first point that he makes. Like, for example, Kotya, you've always been able to go with either turtle gear, which I never went that route, but that was the main one, I think. You could go with gold gear for 1 turn blocking, I guess, if you had to, but no, it would be turtle gear. You go with poison silver. Did I break down exactly the different options you had? Multiple ways Kotya and Saturn roll was never worth. I broke it down, then I deleted it because I didn't want to feel like I was like ranting at them. I'm like, oh, do this. You have so many different options. You're dumb, you know. I don't want to say that because that's not my point. I'm not saying that they're dumb. I think it's a fair argument. It's just that there are ways. Let's see if I can. Gosh, if I can think off the top of my head. Well, technically, poor man's can mean you can only take one up to one down to 1 health on the first turn. Other options. If your damage is less than your health, obviously is a potential way to go about it. You could also potentially scale armor in such a way to avoid Kotya there. Let's see. Roll past divine hurts me emotionally fair. Let's see if I'll pull up on our library here. Am I forgetting something? I feel like there were different options that also would have. Ryan's ring wasn't one of them. Some way. Is there a way to punch through? What was it that I was thinking of at the time? I remember breaking it all down, and then I like deleted it though, because I was like, you could dodge your own attacks is another option that would work if you had higher agility than your precision. And then there's also technically skipping a turn was also always an option. Like there's a few different ways you could have gone about it. Maybe I can't remember all on top of my head, but those are some options that have always existed. Let's see, and then past that. Oh, and then also the bubble shield. The bubble shield work on Kotya as well. So if you're playing a magic character, that's another option. Just to say, like, there's like a few different ways in which Kotyas have always been surpassable. Saturn was also the same kind of deal. If you have enough penetration, you can just punch them straight to the health. You just have to do enough damage. And the options there's like, you could go with physical attack, magic attack, or armed attack, all's options to get down Saturn, and especially because magic attack does really high damage first turn, it's really great anti-Saturn. Physical attack has it can do a pretty high amount of damage as well, depending on just how you scale it up. But this is an area where you're going to want you need to be strong enough to beat them, but that's really not much of a complaint. And then finally, the Perfect Slave is maybe the most valid one, because at the time that this was said, you kind of needed Dazzle. But Dazzle worked, and you didn't have to go full Dazzle, you could just do a little Dazzle, so you know. I kind of agree, though, at the time it did need an adjusting, but the overall, like, the specific choices I wouldn't totally agree with. So that was kind of my critique there. Not a big deal, but I don't really agree at the time, and I think it's way better now as well. And so I wanted to, like, I didn't want to focus too much on the, like, here's where I don't agree with what you're saying aspect of it. The other side of what he talked about was gold. So gold gained with different items. Let me skip forward to a spot talking about that. So at the beginning, I don't think that he was right about this either, though I think he was right about the last aspect of it, which was gold gain does not force you. Gold gain has never necessarily forced you to keep pushing down through items in the way that he talks about it, because leather has always been an option, but there's a downside to that, which is that I don't like that leather becomes kind of pigeonholed in. Like, it's still the case. You always have to use leather just because the drop thing is so important. So, yeah, that's a fair criticism. It's not the one that he made. The one he made was that you kind of have to keep at the edge ends of it. At the end, he talks about Excalibur, which I agree with. And so that part overall I agree with the message. I just don't agree with some of the wording maybe or whatever. So here's what I said. Consider giving the game another try soon with the newer updates. It had major updates that address some of your difficulties with it. I'm a big fan of the removal of wearing equipment for gold gain especially. Well, I can't say I agree with some of what you mentioned. For example, there's always been multiple ways around Katoya Saturn. Royal was never used. So the other part that I really disagreed with, where I was like, okay, you're probably a newer player. You just don't, again, like, don't know exactly what you're talking about, but it can be helpful to devs because this can be the outer vibe of the game, even if it's not the truth. And that's important because it influences whether people want to play it or not based on how people generally feel about it that have played it, right? Makes sense. But it makes this point about how Royal is like, you kind of just have to go Royal, or it's like just the best thing or whatever. And Royal was bad when it was 10 turns, and it's 5 turns now. So I just don't. It was 5 turns when he said it too. He scrolls over Royal. It just was. So. Well, not bad. Okay, Royal was fine. It just wasn't as good as some other options. And now it's not really at all. So I say Royal was never worth using despite its popularity. I do agree with it. It's funny as well because maybe it's partly because of me, because I have that thumbnail where it's how to get to like 100 floors and it shows the Royal chestplate on there. But I actually end up swapping off of Royal after not too long because I actually think, at the time when it was 10 turns, thought it was worse than just going with leather because the attack increase. Which doesn't exist anymore, but now everything's changed, whatever. But I do agree with the core of your message. I'd say there are even more enemies to puzzle through. Because, like, this felt like kind of the complaint is, like, I have to puzzle through these enemies. It's not... The complaint that he's saying is that these enemies make it so you have to play one way. He's wrong, but the puzzle through them aspect makes these maybe frustrating enough to make you feel that way, which you could see that as a complaint for the game. And so I acknowledge that there's even more enemies to puzzle through, but then also, there are more ways to make different characters work, which hopefully should mean that because there's so many different options, players feel a little bit more... They feel a little bit more like they can control the outcome instead of it feeling like, okay, I didn't do the god build, my bad, right? Like that's kind of what the complaint is here, and so I'm trying to address that with this response. The game is still very actively in development though, so maybe you'll want to wait a little bit longer, but I'd keep it on your radar at least, and that's because I think you might come back, find these new enemies to be even more frustrating, and say, you know what, this game, yeah, this is a major problem in the game, even though I would disagree with that, but they might, well, actually, not totally. Cinder being the only thing that seems to penetrate through suns is a problem, I'd also acknowledge, because for some reason, like, electric should also, like, push through, and they could also be only physical attack against, for example. Like, we already have magic shield, so why not make suns, why not change suns to be only for physical, to be a flip on the magic one? I'm just throwing it out there. I think it makes some sense because, yeah, you've made Magic weak, make Physical weak in a way that's targeted so that people feel like they have to diversify to find an answer. I feel like that would make some sense because no one really complains about the magic shields except for me. So, so maybe that'd be fair. Okay, let's see. So that's a response to some stuff there. I thought it was pretty interesting. I left my thoughts, and I think the player that person mostly now plays. What's that? I don't remember what's the name of that. Let me click on their profile and see it. What game is this? Slice and Dice, which I know was pretty popular. Actually, I was recommended to it by my brother at one point, and it looks like it would be up my alley, kind of, but it's already really. It feels like every big channel for a little bit was just constantly playing it. Maybe it got a ton of views, whatever, but still, it's like. I don't know. I don't want to be like the last to the party. I really like entering into a game when it's very fresh and everyone's excited and it's like, oh, what about this? What about that? Because it lets me delve in a little bit easier. All right, attack. Okay. Bop, bop, bop. Dismantle enough armor and don't make damage high enough. Yeah, that's an option just in general for dealing with coaches. But I feel like there's a few different options. Like you can do that way, you can do other ways, and so on. I like that there's different enemies that have been added. I do wonder, like, potions are going to be interesting, but the game is like, it's so actively under development. There's so many different things that are going to be added that it's hard to feel super confident with Megaloot as a whole as to where it's going. In some ways, I feel pretty confident because I feel like Exhilarate is dedicated to making all these different changes, and that when there are problems, they will be addressed in a pretty short span of time. So, like, confident in those ways, but I'm not confident to say like where it goes from here because of how quickly it gets adjusted. Okay. Attack. Which is okay. Which is alright. Attack. And then attack. Good. I'm going to do self-attack here. Oh, not when I'm confused, though. Okay, there we go. Now self-attack. Good. Good. And what are we up to right now? 7.73. So that's enough to get you some of the way down. There you go. 1, 2, I need more armor. Just keep going with armor. It is the best bet. The best bet without causing me any potential problems later at continuing to scale alongside enemies. Gosh dang it. Okay. Oh wait, we do have some armor here though. We're alright. Attack. Okay. Attack. And then yeah, 220 we'll look at the next build idea. Attack you. Attack. There you go. Open. What do you got? Heal power, yeah, I do think that needs to be adjusted, although technically I think it's helpful for me, or like, I wouldn't want heal power, because I like that it's 20% each time instead of a full increasing of damage, because that would be really extreme. I would probably want to reset and adjust based on that, or I might have to, if it was a full reset, but technically heal power should affect the heal part of revive and heal. Okay, sell, pop. Alright. Ooh, okay. There you go. Boom, and this should be 1, yes. 1, 2, so I'll put this in 3, 4, 5, 6, by, nice. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, sure, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, dismantle. Alright. Okay. Ugh, what happened? Who did something to me? It was maybe I held space by accident? I'm gonna hit you first, I guess, because I don't know. Okay, then take off hand. I'm gonna do a self-attack. Okay, just to be safe. Attack. There you go. Alright. Good. Alright, give me a little bit of armor gain. More dazzle is really good. It seems like it scales a lot faster than percentage increase to armor, but they're both good. Because it's not like we're using a dazzle equipment, so it's not going to be that much faster, but... Okay. Pop. And now we scale up like crazy off of the perfect slaves. Thank you very much. Good, good. There you go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give me armor, 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 armor. Okay. I suppose since we already have a couple things, we can pretty much just boom, boom, kind of clear through. Gosh. Got some strength out of you. 736 Q. I guess it makes sense, yeah. Wouldn't be able to take enough damage, but you guys do, was it 3 attacks or was it 6 attacks on Jupiter's? Should be enough. Well, maybe their damage isn't high enough for it to work that way, though. Yeah, these guys are good. They have plenty of damage. Yeah, it might be that Jupiters only do like a smaller set amount of damage. Okay. Boom. Alright. Ah, stunning characters, yikes. Okay. Nice. Yeah, love that love the agility thing is adjusted on Jupiters now, though. Okay, so yeah, you guys only do 4 attacks, but each of them are a lot smaller. So I'm going to self-attack so that I can get you a little faster then. There you go. I wonder, yeah, maybe I should try with Malice. I'm really not sure. I'm not really sure how Malice functions. Plus 675 Malice. Every time the owner's attack, apply Malice damage to the attacker equal to Malice. Sure. And that's a pretty good amount of Malice. But is it... Oh, wait. Also, would Malice count as from Excalibur if I have Excalibur on and I get attacked by Perfect Slave? Let's look at Malice stats just to make sure we're using the optimal ones. So this one and this one. Anybody have higher? Nope, nope. So we will finally at long last trade in a Jester's Bone Mask just to have a little bit of Malice in this super late game. I may as well. It would also pop shields, right? Self-attack. Okay. Attack you. It would pop, if anybody attacks me, it would pop that one of their shields. If they're, I mean, I don't know about Perfect Slave necessarily, but definitely for Iron Golem and Saturn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just one of these. I don't need more right now. 8, 9, 10. Okay, attack you. Okay. Boom. Not bad. 16.9 mil%, which means one hit should be enough. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Yeah, we have a decent amount of trade-in options though, which is good. Self-attack and attack. Attack. Open. Sell. Sell. You. Are you guys at 999Q now? Gosh dang, we have so many different enemies at 999 these days. Okay. I would need to do a... Okay, what happened? What might have happened there? I don't know. Oh, stun characters behind this guy, but no, that wouldn't have... I would have popped them first. Okay, I gotta be careful again. Good. Okay. Seems fine. Malice. So, yeah, big question, big question. We have 8,000% power on 675 Malice. Let's say it was 1,000, so 8,000%, so 800% would be 8,000, so it'd be 80,000 damage in Malice in response to any hit on myself. Right? I mean, it boosts me up a little bit on self-attacks. And then I could get a Jester's Mask, which would raise that up substantially. Oh, no, actually, then it would be enhanced by elemental %. So then my extra attacks would do way more. So at least the second and third attack would insta-pop me, which is great, right? So maybe this is good. Wait, no, Malice... No, wait, Malice isn't affected by... Malice isn't affected by this. Is it elemental power? No, gosh dang. Okay, then... Power... Malice should be affected by power. Let me try self-attack. Let's see. How much Malice damage? 1,000. Oh my gosh, 1,000. Wait. Okay, 200,000. Is Malice effective? Hold on. 675. Oh, okay. Wait. What if I hit myself with my own electricity? Does that count as Malice? Okay, you're blocking. How much Malice damage am I doing? I can't tell. It feels like that was that 69? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, wait. How am I doing so much Malice damage? Is that the truth? Is that what's going on? Okay. I can't tell. Seems very strange. Okay, well that's Cinder anyway. No, it can't be that Malice is doing that much, can it? You attack me. I don't see Malice damage, I'm not sure. Okay. So I'm gonna self-attack. Let's see it. So I do 1,000, 1,000, and 1,000 to myself, but then I'm doing 200,000 to you. Why? Why? What could possibly... Oh, you know what? Maybe faith and power, or at least faith. Power might not be affected either way, but maybe faith doesn't get included when I'm self-attacking. But why not? Gosh dang it! Gosh dang it! I don't know. I'm sure this stuff hasn't even been thought about or tested. This like, because who's gonna do this? He's gonna do this nonsense. Okay. Interesting. I do appreciate that it allows me to break some extra shields, though. Armor shields at the very least. Because when you hit me, I'm gonna break some shields on you. That's good. Yeah, fair enough. Let's do self-attack, just to make sure we're getting out enough. There you go. Gosh, you have a lot of dodge on you. Okay. 1, 2... Is it worth it to try to get Malice up to where it can do enough damage to myself? Let's see. If I got an additional 600% to the 1,000, it would still only get to 6,000 damage. It wouldn't be much. It'd be a little bit. Is that worth it for me? Eventually, it would be worth it for me if I just keep scaling, because there's just one more option. It'd be an extra 3 hits on self when using Madness Potion, which would be very nice. I don't know, maybe. But then also just armor. I mean, armor kind of does that. But then what if I have a ton of shield break characters where I can't take advantage of armor in the same way? Like if I have 6 Saturns, and I could instead self-attack. Are Saturns already at 999 on both? They are. So I think I've already fought that. I don't know if that problem is going to be a problem for me after all. I don't know. Malice iffy, Malice iffy. If I get Jester's Bone Mask, maybe I will. All right. Do we have anything here I care about? No. Gosh dang. It's been such a long time since I saw... many years since I saw a Dazzle Necklace. Okay. Pop up. Good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Nothing. Okay, attack. You. Maybe it could be worth it to use, yeah, Jester's Bone Mask. Just... yeah, for the extra 6 attacks. Alright. Or extra 3 attacks. Yeah. Attack. One of the few things I can fully control. Okay. Any... yes, we'll go with this. Okay. Self-attack. How much percentage? 8 million. Yeah, the armor is the main thing carrying, though, I think. This extra couple million percent at the beginning always is like, it's huge. Attack. Don't need this. 1, 2... oh, another mask. I don't think so. Give me... No. Oh, the ring maybe, but I want necklace or warden. Okay, attack. Okay. Nice. And there you have it. Okay, 217. So we get to 220. We make the swap. I wish there was a way I could tell... I guess if someone could figure out, if I figure out exactly where it is, I can look at their penetration. So as soon as they get into negative armor, I can look at their penetration, and then people will know how close they are going forward. Sell. Okay, I love wars. I'm gonna do maybe a self-attack here. There you go. Okay. Yeah, better to keep with armor. Well, I'm doing okay. We'll go with, we'll increase our malice a little bit. Oh, it's 400% at 600. Yikes. Okay. Attack. Then on turn 2, I'm going to do self-attack. I didn't see it. Oh well, we'll look at the next one. Okay. Let's do 1x speed. We'll do an attack first, actually, at 8x. And then we'll go to 1x, and I'll do a self-attack. And we'll see. Malice. Doing 1 million to them. Not that it really matters. Doing 5,000 myself. Interesting. The more you know, the more you know. Then I don't think Malice is probably that useful for this build. It's probably better to continue focusing armor in any case. But... well, I like that it stops their armor shields. It actually is... that use is there, but it's like you don't care about scaling it at all. Attack. Okay. Attack. Boom. There you go. Need to find, if I can, find myself... okay, armor increasers. Armor increasers. Oh, hello. Didn't even notice we were fighting these guys. Let's do a self-attack then. Give me some extra damage. What are we at right now? 8. Well, it should be enough. Yeah, should be enough. Takes care of them. Now we're up to 10. And then, yeah, it takes care of them. Yeah, we're fine on Saturns. Good. I guess, yeah, all their attacks on me were decreasing their armor shields. So you know what? Yeah, a little room for malice. Just for that. Give me something. Attack. Oh. Okay, hello. Hello, enemies. Let's do madness on myself. And pop. Good. Okay. 218 floors. Okay. Percentage 13 mil. Good. Okay, 11, 12, 13. There it is. Okay, yes, Dazzle Necklace. Very nice. Okay, attack and attack. Good. We got Dazzle Necklace. I'll stop refreshing. Well, I guess I could refresh a little bit. It's not really going to change much of anything. Timing-wise. Attack. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow. Gosh, they're definitely struggling more to get through my health and armor now, which I do appreciate. 1, 2, 3, because it means a lot less. It means I can hold on to my health potions longer. All right, attack. Okay. There. Self attack. So I know we're gonna have this guy after. What do you got? Boom. Okay. Boom. So it's gonna, yeah, push me to my limits, but we do get you down. Put this on. Dismantle. Okay. Do self attack. I can even a million armor just by self attacking. Nice. Okay, attack. You could go with multiple madness potions. That's the only thing that I think I don't have that might be worth having. Okay, how much do I got on you? Okay, no, you're fine. Nothing. You're nothing. Okay. Let's go you. Okay, that gets up to 2.15 mil. Nice. Boom. Boom. Yeah, what if... What if you could go Demon... What if you go Demon Dazzle? Like, would that be possible? Demon Dazzle, and then use Frost Attack instead of Cinder. Like, Dazzle would allow you to scale up quite a lot more armor, but it wouldn't be consistent because some enemies are gonna, well, like Saturns, are gonna cause you problems, and you'd need to have enough damage with Frost without it. Okay. And then you'd have to, yeah, you'd have to definitely scale up health at least at that point if you wanted to try to make it work. Okay. Attack. Attack. And it would mean against Perfect Slaves you have a lot of turns, because you wouldn't be able to punch through them at all. Attack. Attack. Give me something good. Bop. 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 Nothing. But it does feel a lot more universal. I'm semi-confident. No, I'm not that confident. I need to get I just need to keep raising different things. I need to get it to where stun characters just will not cause me problems, because ideally we would go with the ability to toggle Tears of Gold and then clear through like so many floors at once, basically. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's kind of why I'm going for this, because like if we can't do that, then ideally it'd be Demon and Freeze Attack, and we could just kill whole front row first turn. But I don't know how close I am to that, because I kind of stopped going with Freeze Attack for a bit there, so I could scale armor to make it more consistent, because we don't want to lose. It's not worth it to lose just to get a little extra Freeze Attack. But eventually, when we for sure can't possibly lose, we're going to need Freeze Attack if we want to keep going that route. Attack, but it just grows so slow. Okay. But I guess by building these, like building armor, for example, it will help Freeze Attack as well. Consistency, because we'll always have a certain amount of percentage increase to it too. Attack. 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 Okay, I'll do self-attack here just in case, and then attack. Attack, there you go. 1, 2, 3. But that was good. That was more consistent. Put this in, so 2.22 instead of 2.15. 4, 5, 6, 7. They're kind of similar. Whether you go with Dazzle Necklace or Golden Warden at this point is pretty similar. All right, attack. Yeah, look how little of my armor you can get through, which does, yeah, again, does mean that I can avoid using Golden Warden for a lot longer. And if I have enough armor, maybe eventually I can do enough damage from my armor. I don't know. All right, attack. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure, 9, 10. Boom. Boom. But gosh, yeah, it's so much more common. I think self-attacking is maybe worth it. But we do get a lot less when we self-attack. A lot less armor. Attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Oh yeah, we are on floor 220, I suppose. Yeah, we're at that floor where I'd like to look at one more build. Okay, so we've got what build to look at. So our options right now, let's see, Fren, working, nice. Okay, these are saying these are actually ones that work. We're experimental. Here's for Ellis. Okay, Fren would be Windwalker crit. Hey, how you doing? Welcome back. Maybe you, if you'd like, you're certainly welcome to pick or choose. Viran is the one we're going with right now, is the one I already kind of showcased. We've got Tyr, Fren. I just like to kind of walk through one of these and see what they have to say, especially the newer ones. Like, what do you think, Fren or Tyr? So Fren for a scout, dodging character, or Tyr for counterattack. I just want to like look through and kind of give my thoughts on one of these, since we've reached 220 floors, and every 10 floors or so we'll take a look. Straightforward, pure physical build, or okay, Fren. Gotcha. Let's go for it. And then I can, let's scroll you over a little. It's weird I can't just like make this the full page. Maybe there is a way, but I'm not familiar. Either way, it's okay. We got a decent amount here. Oh, and then I could also, wait. Oh, no, that didn't work. Okay, Windwalker crit. Is there a way for me to, oh well. That'll work. Straightforward, pure physical attack build that doesn't use any potions or cute tricks, just huge numbers. Your goal is to maximize damage and plow through enemies without needing much in the way of defense. Respect into Friend's Windwalker path for a few reasons. So Windwalker is Blink, right? Even though Striker and Pursuer are both very good, Windwalker offers a ton of crit rate, so we can skip on Hunter slots if we need, and the rate of energy means we can get all the dodge we need out of 1 to 2 Scout slots. Okay, Striker, Pursuer, not as good because crit chance is the focus. The good thing about this build early and mid-game, click 3 dots top right. Full view. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. Awesome. Thanks very much. All right. Pure physical attack build that doesn't use any potions, cute tricks, huge numbers. Respect Windwalker because you can get more crit chance, but also it's nice that the blink allows you to do so many more dodges, I suppose. But you can't counterattack with that, so the crit is maybe more important. The good thing about this build, early and mid game resilience, no weaknesses to speak of, and big numbers. I hit my first million damage on floor 14, my first billion by 26, my first trillion, nice, on 43, and quadrillion on 76, very nice. Just from straight vanilla attack power, that's huge. The bad thing about this build is that, while its damage scaling is very good, its damage scaling is also fair. Every increase in damage is coming from an item. Game will outpace you eventually. I don't know if I totally agree with this. Well, okay. If you could get up to... Yeah, but it's coming from an item, I guess, dismantle, instead of coming from a scaling from having a set, is what we're saying. So... I sort of agree, but if the scaling is pretty good, then it's like it says very good, then you could hit pretty close to 999Q and then you just clear through everything. The enemies have a stopping point where you don't, up to 99Q, which is an instant one shot. So as long as you can survive long enough for them to cap out, then from there, aren't you just getting closer and closer and closer to them? We'll see. Well, we're only saying this is, 1 through 131, so we wouldn't really get there yet. But if you could break past this, couldn't you? But I guess, I'm sure they would have if they could have, pretty likely. We'll see if we can come up with any idea to get around it. The bad thing about this build, yes, is that they'll outpace you when they're getting up towards 99, and then you get popped before you can catch up. That would be what's happening here, I'm guessing. Friend shines in the early game, with dodge being a very nice layer defense. Yep. Should have no natural predators. Focus on your damage. Floor 11, you'll be in Demon, Hunter, Shadow. So Shadow to allow crit to work with magic damage? Magic damage better than physical, or what are we doing here? That seems unusual, but first turn massive damage is nice. You have the equipment that you'll need all the way up to floor 60. Dismantle some items with insight here and there to send your damage to the moon. Shadow set is a niche and pretty narrow. Has the potential to allow magic and physical attack types to borrow each other's extra layers of multipliers. Does that mean insight... Wait. Insight gets used on physical attack? Another whole layer of multipliers means that you can outscale the game by a wide margin to floor 60 plus. If true, that's huge. I don't totally know if I understand. So Shadow allows you to take advantage of insight while using physical attack. How does that work? Or is it the first turn you get to use magic, and the second turn, because it's a weekend, you get to swap back to physical? Dismantle up to precision cap and maybe penetration cap. You'll need 100% precision. Might have some from your equipped gear. For penetration cap, you would normally need 154% by floor 26 for iron golems, plus 15% or so per floor after that. But keep in mind that your damage output will be so high, you wouldn't even notice iron golems exist until floor 80 or so, when their armor scaling starts to get wild. Get to penetration cap if you plan on going for a long haul, but you can stop at 100% penetration if you're looking to get Celestial Border. Well, couldn't you just keep going with damage increase, or are we saying it's never going to outscale? You just wouldn't be able to survive? I'm guessing there's got, well, if you use golden potion tricks or whatever, you probably could go up past this just by not going penetration, because it's such a big weakener. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Open opportunism chest, or you will also be able to hit the suns. I think there's a way maybe with this. If we're saying crit is this strong, legitimately, then maybe it's worth it, instead of going for the penetration, to go with a little bit of Cinder. It's just that the elemental percentage is going to be hard to keep up with. But the mask gives the high... Isn't the mask the high... Wait, hold on. The mask is the highest... hold on, library... wisdom. Isn't the mask the highest wisdom increaser? No, yeah. So... This is the highest percentage increase to wisdom, unless I'm mistaken. I don't think I am. So this will allow you to get elemental power. If you just trade in these as you're continuing to trade in for wisdom to allow your first hit to do crazy high. Sorry, this one. Shouldn't you... shouldn't this scale enough elemental power that you can always kill suns with Cinder? How high is Cinder now, I wonder? Or sorry, suns now. Because if suns right now... We'll look for one. If suns right now have 9 and 9 Q, then maybe not. Maybe not. But if not... Maybe you could just scale strong enough and kill suns at that point. So I want to look for that. I want to look for that. We'll continue reading after that point, once I see for sure. Because that'd be pretty interesting. So you would go Shadow. Instead, you would go with Cinder and Shadow. You wouldn't build health. You would just be building Cinder base amount, because, yeah, Sun is only at 25.6 trillion at 220. I think the route here, instead of what they're suggesting, this is my recommendation as a possibility, because I haven't played it, so I don't know, but I think so, is that you, instead of going with dismantling penetration, you just keep focused on damage scaling, and then to handle suns, rather than going with opportunism chest, which weakens you by 25%, now you be 25% stronger, but you have to figure out a sun counter, but you already have a sun counter with just one dismantle. You only need to dismantle, yeah, like one Cinder chest, and then you dismantle the masks for the wisdom increase, since you're going to do that anyway. So I think that that's the answer, instead of opportunism chest. Kind of a similar concept to what we're doing here, where I strongly tend to go against penetration, or sorry, yeah, penetration increases. So just go 100% penetration, and then go no opportunism chest, and go the mask and one dismantle of Cinder chest. That's my recommendation here as a possible counter. For Kotoya's, your low attack count means you can just dodge the parries and their normal attacks. If you see a full row of 3 parrying Kotoya's, just skip the turn. Otherwise, you'll run out of energy and die. Okay. And this is 1 through 20. Interesting. Mid-game. The new enemies that appears during this stage shouldn't slow you down a bit. Your damage output in multi-targeting with, okay, so 3 Demon, 2 Shadow, and 2 Hunter. Okay, with 1 Scout. Focus on dismantle and remember to rotate items with different stats. See below. My best guess at the damage formulas while you have Shadow set equipped is physical attack, multiply physical attack, plus combat multiplied by combat percent. Yep. Multiplied by power. So all of this is being multiplied by power. And then multiplied by critical damage, if you crit, which will be 100%, so you will. Multiplied then by faith. Yep. And then all of this is multiplied by Magic Blitz times 100. Okay. Okay. What? Okay. Is it Omni Magic Blitz? I guess it is. That must be what's going on there. Is that Shadow gives... I thought Shadow just gave you Omni Crit, but maybe it gives you Omni Crit and Omni Magic Blitz. If that's the case, there's some chance for this even to become a 200 plus build. You just got to get rid of Opportunism chests and all this nonsense about penetration, okay? And probably do the same same toxic poisons or potion strategy, because it's just crazy. But I almost feel like this is a potentially stronger option, because if you can do enough damage with an attack rather than having to do it with a amount of times you die situation, then you don't actually care about anything, because you just 9-9 everything all the way through. Maybe because like, yeah, the extra from opportunity chest and so on. If you're saying you're hitting quadrillions in when? Hold on. And that you're scaling with any of these options, you're going to be scaling really fast. So this might be a pretty broken choice. Okay, now we carry on. Oh, I almost feel like... this is interesting for me, because I almost feel like you go with this and you see if you can in one go. I wouldn't want to do a bunch of different runs of it. Maybe I could just do it in one go. It's like, potentially, because this is a really cool idea, just with some tweaks. In my perspective, I could be wrong about how these would work, though. Insight magic build would just add physical attack value, but I did a couple tests. I think it multiplies everything separately at the very end. Oh my gosh. Dismantle rotation should look something like this. Okay. So we can afford to get rid of this, and we can afford to get rid of what else? This one, and we can keep this one for the 100%. These are the early things, I guess. Okay, interesting. And then end game. Once you break 60, you're going to have to start caring about some things that you were ignoring before. Perfect Slaves and Legacy 2-piece. Yep, I agree with that. Maybe this is new. It appears that Legacy 2-piece now removes the armor shield buff from Saturn's. Really? Is that the truth? Or are you just hitting them often enough with enough variety? But maybe that is true. I didn't know that. Okay. Goodbye to one of your sets. To make room for Legacy, you'll need to lose either Shadow or Hunter. Drop Shadow since front row Perfect Slave, protect back row enemies from attacks, and lose Magic Blitz. Is something else I get up? Okay. You could get rid of Demon, couldn't you? What are your two options again? Hold on. The two options they're saying are Shadow or Hunter. What's the other? Wait, why? Why not get rid of Demon? Because you can't. Oh, because you can't die. But if you just had, but no, it wouldn't work. How much crit chance? You're getting like 65% crit chance here. Who cares? Don't even wear Hunter. It's not worth it. Don't need 100%. You don't need 100%. You just need one of your attacks to crit, and you do enough damage. That would be the goal. So if you have 3 attacks, you're guaranteed for one of them to crit, and then all this damage combined should be enough to get you into the quadrillions. If you can get it up as high as 9-9 quadrillion, you could every single turn be doing enough to kill one row. That would be the goal. But then, of course, you would have to use Toxic as opposed to Demon, and you'd have to use... where you have to use Legacy as opposed to Hunter. That would be the goal, I think. Okay. If you tend to climb as far as you can, you'll notice big armor... armor starts to outscale your damage, so you can't one-shot your way through it anymore. I feel like if you just, didn't do opportunity... Yeah, I've already explained, but I feel like if you just made some adjustments to this, you would have the damage you need in order to kill the 999Q Iron Golems eventually. And that's amazing. That's that'd be a dream. Dismantle these, since their base attack damage is out of control, but you can keep dismantling Blood Edge and Throngler. Excalibur. Base attack damage, yeah. And then dismantling Blood Edge and Throngler as well for penetration and crit damage. So Throngler for crit damage, get rid of Blood Edge, which gives you an extra amount of dismantles you can do. At some point, if you want to stay on the Moon Rail, how you doing? Welcome, Rob. Appreciate you coming around. You have to come across a Perfect Slave that you can't quite one-shot. Eventually, yeah, but not if you scale damage exclusively. I think you probably could outscale all this because, unlike Freeze Attack, the damage you would get from this would be monumentally higher because Excalibur does so much more base damage. You're also doing crit. They give so many options that you'll be able to do like 20% increases on each of these for such a long time or more. Okay. At some point, if you want to stay... Okay, yeah. Damage threshold, screen caps. Damage threshold, screen caps? What is this saying? What do we... Oh, at different points, sure. Yeah, 1 quadrillion. Yeah, I feel like it seems like your average build, but when I first encountered the slave, I got insta-clapped because I had to stack more damage. Maybe his build is like heating up a knife and then cutting butter with it. Had a good time with it. Not enough issues. Yeah, I kind of think this is a similarly. This is like a 200 plus build with a few adjustments, but I could be wrong. Okay, if people have, if you disagree on it, whatever, I'm gonna. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back to this one, but this is interesting. I think it's just there's a couple problems with it. The penetration focus, instead of focusing on raw damage, is holding you back from being, and opportunism, is holding you back from being able to just punch through to the very end, in my perspective. Okay, gotcha. But that is an interesting build, very, very interesting. And I could be mistaken. There might be some reason why you can't just use Cinder instead of Opportunism Chest, but 25% damage reduction is so massive. It's so massive. I don't know if you, how you could possibly justify that. Okay, as opposed to just finding another way to get damage. Okay, or sorry, finding another way to get around suns. That's crazy. Okay, because if I was 25% stronger right now versus getting all of my Cinder dismantles back, well, I guess it's a different character. It's harder to judge exactly that way, but you know what I'm saying. It'd be so bad. Attack. Attack, good. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we return. Where's my music? Okay, bop, bop. Move this over. But yeah, doing pretty well so far. I'm at floor 220, which is a nice place to be. Well, at floor 230, we'll go through maybe the tier one. I'm curious what they say for tier, because I was surprised. I'm surprised by the quality of that friend option, and I think with some little adjustments, it's got potential for being a winning build. A lot of builds have potential, but that one is quite interesting. Because the ultimate dream, if you could do 9 Q damage a turn, oh man, and you could get rid of so much of the stuff that you have there, and honestly, by the time, like, once you can do 9 Q damage, also get rid of Scout. Wait, no, you can't get rid of Scout. That'd be nice if you could, but you go Demon. Because just that amount of crit chance given by that character. If you had a character with that much crit chance, that does Jace have any crit chance they can give me, or does Chromalure? I wonder. Maybe we can take a look at that real quick. Save and exit. I'm not going to do new game and actually go in because that would be upsetting. Okay, we'll go. Yeah, well, do any of you give crit chance? No. Wait, you do. 10% and 10%. That's not enough. It would need to be at least 50%, I think, to justify. Nope. Okay. You two are the biggest ones that I care for. Is there anybody else that would be potentially viable with a strategy like that? 10%. Yeah, it really is only Scout that gets crazy crit chance, huh? Is there anybody else? Okay, no. Let's go one by one. Crit chance, looking for crits. Is it really Scout is the only one with crit chance? Okay, no, I know, not you. Kino. Gosh, imagine Kino, no thanks. And then, Rail, I already did, yeah. Okay, interesting. Back, continue. So, yeah, Scout is the best option for the crit chance where you don't have to actually wear any Hunter's gear to get it. You have to go Scout. You'd be Scout, and then you would be... Shadow has to be one of them. The other one has to be probably Excalibur, like his Legacy. And then the last one has to be... Well, I don't know if it necessarily has to be, but I would like it to be. And then the last one has to be... I forget the last one. Not Cinder, Celestial. You'd be able to go... I mean, Demon would be a really nice thing. Yeah, Demon, actually, because first turn. And if in one turn you could do 9... Well, you could do enough damage to kill someone with 99 Q. Then if you had Demon, Shadow, to make it work. So Demon, and then Demon Excalibur. Demon Excalibur is the only thing you need. If you can do enough damage from raw physical attack, Demon Excalibur would allow you to kill everybody in one turn. And then you're good. You're golden. That might be the dream, because of the crit chance given by Scout. Not necessarily, like, the actual amount of energy doesn't matter at all at that point. Okay, self-attack. And attack. Good. Interesting. Someone's going to do it, I'm sure. Someone's going to someone's going to get to like 1,000 floors, you know, with that. Like, in theory, I don't see why that would be a problem. The issue is, of course, when enemies have negative armor, but this build also works, but I'm envious of the crit chance that exists there. That's crazy. Okay. Attack. Of course, also, you'd have to wait a long time. I feel like, as well, like, when I'm thinking about it, tiers of gold, once you can toggle things, like, oh boy. Alright. Oh, yeah. Because the goal would be, you'd be scaling up and just trying to make it to the point where you do that much damage, then once you can do that much damage. But gosh, they're hitting those damage numbers in such, these early spots. Like 1 million by that point? I don't know. I feel like if you can hit 1 million by that point, why couldn't you hit 10 million? With so many different options to choose from, you get a 20% increase to each. If you do that for 5 things, you're basically you're doubling. I don't know. But if you could somehow get up to that, well, you really only need 100 quadrillion, right? Well, no, you have to survive a certain amount of turns too, though. With you already have scouts, so you can dodge enemies that can do the type of damage that's concerning to that, except for perfect slaves. But if you do 100 quadrillion, how much perfect slave do right now? How much armor do they, or health do they have? I wonder. Okay, we're gonna go with freeze attack here, I suppose. I would really like actually armor over freeze attack. Okay. Dismantle. Okay, and attack. Good. Keep raising our freeze attack, because eventually freeze attack, yeah, it's kind of a background thing, but eventually freeze attack will get to a point where I can, where it can do that as well. Like, technically, the crit chance thing and the crit, but eventually as well, what if you could? So you would go with crit damage as soon as you're able to kill all enemies on the front line in 1 turn via crit damage with Demon and Excal. Then you would be trying to scale it up higher until eventually you could remove the crit damage aspect. I just don't think that might be impossible though. But that would be the idea. Would be eventually you would try to remove that, so then you could get rid of Shadow and use a different set, and you just kind of keep scaling like that. Like you keep looking for some set that allows you to 1 or 2 turn kill everybody with less and less requirements. Okay, attack. Like that's what I'm doing is like right now I'm not 1 turn killing anybody because I have to scale with magma, but I'm trying to go for that 1 turn freeze attack kill, and I know it's going to be so much slower than it would ever be with than it could ever be with. Oh, do we have more info? No, than it would ever be with. Oh, actually we do. Okay. Heal Stick responds here. Perfect Slaves, make sure you're swapping to 2-piece Legacy as soon as you hit 60. That cuts through PS Shield, and after a recent update, it also lets you burn through the armor shield buffs on Saturn Iron Golem. Yeah, you gotta make sure you don't let penetration get lag behind. If you do, you get hand attack convert items. Now, no penetration, no. No, I'm not big into that. Not big into that, but I can see why the advice is important. Okay, pop you on. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like the potential there is really high. Oh, it makes it tempting to want to play the build, but also it would take a while. It would take a while to get to crazy levels with. But I wonder if, like let's say the goal would be let's say by floor 200. By floor 200, you can do 100 quadrillion damage a turn. That would be amazing because I'm on floor 220 right now, and I cannot. I can do that with a bunch of revamping, but because it would be instantly effective instead of being effective after a certain amount of turns, it would be so impressive. It'd be so amazing. Pop, pop. Potential of crit is high. And physical damage, yeah. Gosh dang. I'm envious. I'm envious. Envious of that build, conceptually. Okay, attack. We just keep building up. Keep building up. Attack, good. Okay. Maybe I don't know if there's any room. It feels like there's just not any room to try going for freeze attack yet. The armor increase, though, is going to continue getting me closer. Let's see if we can find, yeah, like an enemy of some kind that this might work with. So we go with, instead of this and this, I can sell this one. We put on the demon. Okay. So this is like, well, how close are we getting now? So how much damage to this 99Q can we get in, is the idea. I want to do Tears of Gold, and then we attack. So first turn... Did you stun me? I don't really know why that happens sometimes. It feels like I get stunned by something, but there's no stun enemies. Oh, the boar was a stun enemy. You know, that's what it is, of course. Which does weaken this a little bit, but that's okay. So we take that damage. We're going to use Tears of Gold, and I'm going to self-attack. Just get myself up even higher. Okay. And then I'd like to kind of keep scaling up, but okay. Let's do you. What is this going to get me up to? So that I can still kill Suns pretty easy, even without Celestial. Or sorry, even without Cinder, because we have Celestial. And now the tricky. How much damage can we do to you within all these turns? So we're taking you down from 999 Q as much as we can. Yeah, it's good. See, like, it just... Oh, 930 down to... Can we do 100 quadrillion, though? 100 quadrillion across all this? We can. That's... Oh, we can't. 905. So close. Okay. Well, and then finally we pop. I mean, I guess technically we did the extra damage, but it wouldn't count. Okay, so we got to stick with this for a span. Pop. Attack. But slowly but surely we get closer. One day. But that's the thing about the idea of doing a build that first turn you're already doing the maximum damage you're gonna be doing, is that if it can be in excess of a certain amount of quadrillions or whatever, it can do so much. Oh, excuse me. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, imagine it's not though. Be insane. Terrible news. Okay. Return to me, Megaloot. Return to me. Okay. Okay, continue. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right, 221 floors. So on floor 230, a ways away now, but on floor 230 we will get a look in at the tier build. Curious how that's gonna go. I mean, with any luck, maybe it'll also show me a new light. I don't think tier has any potential though. I think tier is gonna be a lot less powerful than Friend. Friend Windwalker could be the strongest build in the game. Okay. Attack. Pop. Come on. Take him out. Shouldn't be much more. Where are you sitting at right now? 216. There you go. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give me... You know what? Give me something I can trade in. Give me something. Not seeing anything. Okay, open. What do you got? Sell. I need armor. Armor. Okay. Attack. And then we do self-attack. Attack you. And you. There you go. Alright. Armor. In here somewhere. Not seeing it. Maybe power. My next project is Cold Attack Pyre. Gotcha. Yeah, I might say that I want to do... You know what I'll do is, depending on how it's been updated and so on as it goes along, maybe what I'll go for is we go Pyre as the next character, and then maybe like next weekend I'll try for like a super long, like all day master build like that, because I really do think that the Friend build they have there that they went to 131 with has decent potential for over 200 with just some build adjustments. Tech. So I would like to give that a go. No, we're looking for armor. Self-attack. But also, yeah, it's a big one. It's a big time-consuming thing, which I don't mind, but I think Pyre would be a bit more of like a, casual, oh, give this a go. Was doing the same thing. Nice. We're doing the same thing. Gotcha. One. Brony? Is that a... Okay. Attack. 1, 2... Where is my... One-turn Cinder Kill? Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, one-turn Cinder Kill, nice. Wait, one-turn Cinder Kill, though. Yeah, I don't think Cinder can get you... in one turn. That's the problem with Cinder, is that assuming you're going with Celestial, it's just not going to work. And if you're not going Celestial, you'll never be able to keep up. Okay, attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then cold cleans up. No, it doesn't. No. No. Not very far. It stops working when they start getting in the upper quadrillions. It'll never keep up. That's a tough thing. That's a tough thing. You can't go with freeze damage. I think freeze damage is a dead end unless this build, at which point you hope that it will work. But well, you know what? Actually, wait, 1 turn. You're saying maybe 2 turns. First turn doesn't work that way because you have to scale off of Celestial. But if you're saying 1 turn as in like 1 death and revive, maybe. Because if you had enough health, Cinder could be really crazy. And then, I mean, Cold doesn't really do much. That's the issue is Cold is, like, I'm doing everything I can with Cold right now except for scaling health like crazy. But I'm scaling armor like crazy, which should work pretty well. Okay, then. What are we doing here, buddy? Okay. Okay, gotta be a little bit... I have to do a self-attack earlier there. I'm gonna attack you first. And then I'll do a self-attack. Good. Gosh, there's a lot of these guys, though, huh? Alright. So I would like... Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe... Is this gonna get me killed? How much damage am I doing to you right now? 902... Yeah, I think it's because I didn't do self-attack before. I think this will be enough. 586, 356. Yeah, because I think crit damage and so on is possible to use in that way, because crit damage and physical damage and like all this stuff you can scale to some crazy amount where you can with actual damage. Like the amount of freeze attack that I'm doing right now is very, very little. So like let's do. I'll attack these guys even. Attack these guys, and I'll let it scale up pretty high because I can do a couple attacks here, and then there you go. And now we'll do 1 time speed, and I'll attack this guy. Should be the case. You can see 998 Q. All of my attacks just went into them and did 1 quadrillion damage, which is tragedy, tragedy, tragedy. Now let's try this guy because we should have scaled a decent amount off of all of these guys' different attacks. So now we try you. How much damage do I do to you in 1 turn? This is cold after 200 floors of like probably, I don't know, like 50 or 60 cold ingredients have been put in at this point. I just don't think it's very likely for cold to ever be an option unless you don't go with Cinder being on. Okay? Do you have Cinder equipment for that kind of build? Because I feel like if you have Cinder equipment, it's just not going to work because it's going to get too high maybe. But maybe not. You know, I have been a little bit careful. I have been a little bit more careful than maybe I need to be. Attack. Attack. Get you down. Because cold is just... Well, it also depends on what floor we're talking, because I think like sub-floor 100, cold can do good damage. And maybe sub-floor 150 too. Self-attack. And then this guy. Get out of here. There you go. I need armor. More armor. We keep going with armor. And someday cold. You would be strong enough. Maybe I go for some cold. But it's just like look how much cold I can get increased. It's like a freeze. We have so much. I've dismantled... What is this? 30? 30 of these, the freeze swords, and I've dismantled like almost 30 of these guys. So probably should dismantle these ones first if I'm going to attack. To get up to this amount of damage. Oh boy. Okay, attack. Boom. Boom. Okay. These guys are struggling. Can't punch through my armor. Well, that's good, I guess. Yeah, I'm going with armor to a certain extent. Maybe I go a little more health. I just don't want to. I just want to risk the self attack. Feels like it's inevitable though. Okay. Up. Okay. Good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Go with this one. Smell. All right. Because it's all about the late game. Like, I don't know. Okay, let's see. 1 time speed. How much damage can I do to you with my freeze? Okay, yeah, still only a couple of quadrillion. I'm gonna need a lot. But if I keep dismantling, eventually it increases in speed of how much it's going to grow my freeze. That's the concept. Because every time I do a 225% increase, if I have an extra certain amount of attack, that's the 225% of that is going to be higher than the last 225% of it was. And then vice versa should work, but oh boy. It is a lot. Attack. Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me something that I want. What do I want right now? Armor or freeze percentage increase, I think. Nothing. Okay. Attack. Hello, confusion. Boom. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on. But yeah, because you could get... there's so many options, actually, with the crit thing. I'll have to give that a try. Maybe next weekend would be interesting. 8, 9, 10... Attack. What day is it now, anyway? It's Thursday? Technically, I could try it this weekend. It's only Thursday. But I want to try Pyre. Maybe I could try Pyre tomorrow and then try that strategy. But then, like, what about this run, right? Like, what about this run? I don't know. We'll see. Gosh, it's crazy. I've gotten the amount of floors I've gotten to in this many hours. But I mean, I'm not like just gunning it through. I'm definitely taking a look at a lot as I go. Let's do self attack, just to make sure we're doing a little bit better damage on the way. Okay, this should kill both of you, and then pop. Oh yeah, I didn't. Oh yeah, because these are only at 34 trillion. These guys scale so slow, which is nice. This guy scales reasonably slow as well, which I appreciate because they're going to be double stacking, unlike everybody else, which is a bit of a problem. Okay, attack. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Self attack. 7, 8, 9. Attack you. 600 million. Oh wow, 6 quadrillion. Must have been a lot of effects from enemies, I guess. Yeah. Scaling me faster. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. What type of armor are we getting now? Where's my? I need ice ring and I need armor. Dang, not a lot of options there. Self attack. Attack. Because we don't really need to self attack as long as there's at least one perfect slave. We'll be okay. Okay. Pop. Don't see perfect slaves. Let's do that. Oh, well, there they are. All right, fair enough. There and there. Okay. Boom. Boom. There you go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, give me something good here. Okay. Attack. 2, 2, 3. How you doing? Welcome. Oh yeah. Yep. We are. we're slowly working our way up through this tower. Self attack. Attack you. Open. What do you got? Okay. But I don't know what I dream of. I guess the furthest I ever got in the game was 240. So that's one thing. It'd be good to beat my record. Let's see. 1, sell this. Don't need 2, but I also need more things. Maybe once I reach 230, we start playing a little bit more aggressive on health, because I think we could raise health more, and health would scale us really fast. Okay, 2.2 mil is the amount of armor I can get off of enemies right now. That's good. There's some damage. But yeah, if we could scale health a little faster, that would help with all of our damage and make it much quicker to kill through enemies, because we would be gaining more each turn. It's just a worry of, is it going to self-pop us? But if we do self-pop, it's okay. Okay, attack. Attack. Boom. There. The armor should be helping a lot, though, as well, because it's like 2,000,000% T1. But we can gain health faster, proportionally whatever, because base health, we have Throngglers that we can use, for example. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One of the uploaded Lone Star videos has almost 300 views already. Nice. Hey, congrats. Let's see. Pop, pop, pop. I need to find... I could also go with a little bit of faith increase. It wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Do self-attack there. Attack you. Boom. Boom. Very nice. Well, it might be that you're starting to hit a Lone Star stride of some kind, that there's like a certain amount of people already interested who are coming back to your channel that liked it the first time, and so they're sticking around. Lone Star might also have some growth it's going through right now, possibly. That, I don't know what it would be from necessarily, but they have updates and so on. A couple different possibilities there. Attack. So return viewers or genre, I guess, or whatever topic. Pop. Done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But congrats either way. That's awesome. Did miss a ring there. It's okay. Looking for something to assist. Pop. Only one currently making videos about Lone Star. Nice. Yeah, congrats. Hopefully it goes well. Most of other YouTubers' videos are from 8 months ago. Yeah, that makes sense. Lone Star kind of had its initial boost at that point. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, it could be that it's topic related, maybe a mixture of it being topic related and being return viewers, because if they like the topic a lot and they see your stuff, then they stick around for it in the future, and there's not a lot of people playing right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Pop this guy. Mostly got recommended people. Yeah, that's how it tends to go. Yeah, I did see that. Although the way that recommendations work generally with YouTube, like almost everything is always mostly recommended to people, pretty much, except like I have a Dragon Quest video, for example. It's an old game that no one except for a set amount of people care about. But generally, it's going to go based on YouTube recommending it. Not that one, but most videos. Because, like, let's say YouTube recommends your stuff to a certain amount of people. Some of those people are people that are subscribed to you, already watch your stuff. Then they're going to watch it because they already like what you do. Then YouTube is going to say, "Oh, we recommended it to people, and they liked it. They watched it." They're not going to click on they're not going to go in your subscriber feed, because most people don't really do that anymore. They're probably just going to go based on their recommendations. Your video, because they've watched you before, is going to pop up in their home. Then they're going to click on it. And because they've seen you before, they're going to stick around more because they already knew that they wanted to see it, because they knew the kind of content you make. Then, because that many people liked it and saw it and so on, then more people, then the next batch is going to be an even bigger amount of people, because YouTube's like, okay, but then more and more of those people are going to start to be people who haven't seen your content before, but because they've got a pretty good idea of what people like, what type of people like what you make, because you've been making videos before and so on, they should be able to find like the right set of people pretty accurately. And that's kind of how YouTube sorts it out. Attack. Pop. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So it helps to make more videos and to whatever, but it also of course helps to have the right genre, or like the right niche, the right type of audience. 126 videos. Yeah. However, it like didn't even notice. Yeah. It helps to have videos. It helps to have videos that have done well in the past, because then YouTube knows what to kind of go for. Or it's easier for them to find your audience and so on, the bigger audience. Because really, like let's say you had 10,000 people who are subscribed to you and actively watch you. Like, that's a lot of people, but at the same time, YouTube is such a massive platform that the bigger point to that would actually be that when you make a video, those people watch it, and therefore YouTube is like, okay, people like this, and they show it to even more people. And because you've already found people that like it, you kind of probably have a good idea of what type of content to make for certain sets of people. And because YouTube is finding people that like that type sort of thing, similar to your audience, that it should scale up and up and up, in theory. Pop, pop. Let's go with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although it's, it's like all of that's theoretical, and you can't control that necessarily. All you can do is just kind of try your best to make things that you would find entertaining, or that people, or that you find a set of things that make sense or is entertaining, and just kind of stick with that, learn new skills and so on, and eventually it'll kind of piece itself together. What approach to go with? 1, 2, like what to focus on, what your content is, what you care about, whatever. what draws people in. Attack. Half of it is Lone Star, though. Yeah. I mean, some people do stick with just the one game and everything. Oh, crap. We didn't get to do self-attack. I guess it's fine. Not a big deal. There's not that many enemies here. And they apparently don't do much damage. All right. Attack. Boom. Boom. Good. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Give me something. Something. Nope. I guess I could have taken the health ring, maybe. So with Stacklands for a while now with Megaloot. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Stacklands, I think I was on for about like a week or so. But I was very active for that week. So, like, day one, I released... Like, day one of me playing Stacklands, I released a speed run of it, and I had, like... I practiced for, like, hours and hours that day to get this best speed run. And then immediately back-to-back with that, not knowing how that's going to perform, I played the game, like, as a speedrunner. Which was good, because it appeals to a lot of people. Like, I know what I'm talking about a lot more than almost any other YouTuber at that point in time, because the game just came out. And then after that, because of the made day one speedrun, well, not day one of the game releasing, but day one of me playing it, yeah. Because I played like all day until like just practice, write down. Like I had so many notes. Like I mean, like I have some notes, you know, that I'm taking here on Megaloot and so on, so I could properly explain the build from start to finish. But with this, it was like, it was a lot. And then eventually just got faster and faster until I was able. I got like 17 minutes to get all the card packs unlocked, and then I was gonna upload that one. And like the next run I did, I was like, okay, I'm gonna start. Like I have it recorded. That's good, and I'll just play one extra one. And then the one extra one that I did was 14 minutes, and I was like, oh my gosh, there was a big jump because I knew this great path. Obviously, compared to what they can do now, it wasn't amazing, but nobody knew how to. Nobody had even unlocked all the card packs by the time I speed ran unlocking all the card packs, to my understanding. Probably the devs knew how to do it and everything, but like in terms of YouTube, people had played up to like a few card packs in and like, oh, this is a cool game, you guys should try it yourself, whatever. Where I was like, here's me unlocking all the card packs in 14 minutes, and then the next day, here's me playing 100 moons or whatever it was, breaking the game and then beating the game, I think. Let me see what it was. It was speedrun, and then it was breaking and beating the game. Breaking the game was really just getting like 100 moons or something, and then beating the game was me kind of resetting and trying to see what the actual end game looked like, because no one knew what it was really yet at that time. So yeah, passion. But with Megaloot, by comparison, I will say I've done so much more with Megaloot than I did with that. But also in terms of like viewership, well, you might look at Stacklands and say, hey, you got 50,000 views or whatever on this video. The amount of watch hours on Megaloot is like, it's a whole different ball game, kind of because of the type of game that it is, but also in Stacklands I cut it down like immensely. I think there is value in cutting down a video. Like it would be cool, for example, with this, the part of this stream at the beginning where I talked about do this, then this, then this, then this, right? Like do this, and this is why you care about this and that thing. I could probably edit that to have a ton of different things moving around on the screen, and that itself could be like a 1 through 200 guide. It might make some sense to do that, and probably would get a lot more viewership than this will get. But this and streams like it, in terms of watch time, get a lot more, because people like to kind of, there's like an interesting vibe that happens when you've got so much going on. You're just kind of constantly, but you're also kind of constantly just like go. Especially, it seems to do well for the first 80 or 60 to 80 floors or so, but these also do well where you're like seeing the late game, because not a lot of people aren't going to see it, or the game gets updated so quickly and so on, and so it's cool to see what it would look like to get a broken build. City Pop, but yeah, I would say with Megaloot, I don't know how many hours I had in Stacklands, but actually I don't know if I can check that, because I played it initially when I played Stacklands. Yeah, when I was first playing Stacklands, it was only on Patreon that you could get it from. So I believe, and then it was on itch and Patreon, and I got it for itch from downloading or from subscribing to Patreon. But I think you could only get it on itch by doing the Patreon thing, and then they added it to Steam like a week later or so. And once they added it to Steam, so many people were like, "Oh, do this." And it's like, yeah, it wasn't in the game when I was playing, but I think it is great that it exists. But yeah, let's see. I want to go with, Megaloot though. I feel like it's a lot, but I understand, like, people have thousands of hours in different games and so on, but the game, I mean, Megaloot hasn't been out for very long. I have 176 hours in Megaloot. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty high. 10 hours, for sure. Let's see. I wish there was a way to check hours played in Minecraft. Yeah, well, Minecraft especially, it's challenging, because even if you could check it on, like, Steam, let's say, you wouldn't be able to check, like, how many did I play when I was a kid on console, or how many have I played in mobile, or how many have I played in, like, there's so many different areas you play a game in. Okay, let's put this on. But yeah, that might be the game. It's hard to say. So Dragon Quest VI, for example, I had 180 hours save, and then I had another that was probably like 50 hours, but then I think I probably deleted and restarted at so many different points with that game, past 100 hours, that it's hard to say. Like, but across all Dragon Quest games, that's probably my biggest, like, series, for sure. I don't know about an individual game, though, because Minecraft, I played a lot of Minecraft. Nothing compared. But then also, like, how many hours of Minecraft have I watched? That would probably be a whole other ballgame. Because when I was growing up, Minecraft, YouTube, and so on, watching these creators who, so many of whom now are, you know, tucked away at this point or whatever. So many of whom have been locked up. But at the time, these were like really big creators and so on. And so I've watched a lot of Minecraft creators in my days. So I would say I probably have, like, I can't even guess really, but let's say I have like 2,000 hours in Minecraft that I've played, and like 200,000 hours of Minecraft watched probably. I watched all of, I don't know, you may be familiar with Tobuscus. I watched all of Tobuscus's, well, the first 200 and something of the videos on Minecraft that were just like a Minecraft series. I just, like, as a kid, just like, that's just like, how many hours is that? Because I think they were each 2 hours long plus or so, if I remember. They might have only been, I'd have to check. Maybe they were only like half an hour, but anyway. What do you like more game style? Megaloot, Lone Star, Stacklands, Dala, Cursed Forest, Tendril. Even though, like, the immediate reaction I have is like, well, they're so different and so on, but I probably could figure out a decently fine answer to that. Megaloot, Lone Star, Stacklands, Dala. Dala to me is, I wouldn't put Dala in that list personally, although I appreciate the game's existence and so on, but I don't think it really stacks up against some of these other ones. I also don't think I put Stacklands up there. I like Stacklands, but I think the idea of, like, there's two different ways that I can measure games. Or there's a lot of games. You can measure games in almost an infinite number of ways, but the ways that I like to measure games, a couple of them, would be, you could say a game is good based off of the impact that it has on genres and communities and so on. So, like, I think Stacklands was a meteorically important game for a genre of games, which are, like, deck builder city builders, basically, or, yeah, resource management deck builder city builder type of deal. That's the reason that Witch Hand exists, which I think is also a really cool game that actually I haven't really played, but I've seen people play, and I think it looks really impressive. And Wagon, I really enjoyed Wagon quite a lot. There's a lot of different really cool ideas you can come up with because, and haven't come up with specifically just because of Stacklands. But I don't think Stacklands itself, on the flip side of that, I don't think it's, like, as a game, I don't think it's an amazing. Gosh dang it! I don't know if I would say that Stacklands is an amazing game in and of itself. It's a good game, but it's not one of my favorites by any means. I would it's up there, but I really like Super Adventure Hand, a game that you would never probably consider for me because I don't play games like it generally. But Super Adventure Hand is this. It's like a did I self-attack and I didn't even break through my... Oh, I was confused. The confusion was on. Fair enough. Gosh dang confusion. How could they do this to me? But let me think. I would say then, of the ones that I would put up there in the top areas, I would say Megaloot has a spot in its own genre, that Tendril has a spot in its genre, and Lone Star maybe as well has a spot in its own genre of being, like, games that I would think of as great, without saying, like, they're great because their genre was not existing before them. Like sort of think of Vampire Survivors as another good example of, like, I would say Vampire Survivors is a really good game. I don't know if I would say it's great, but maybe it's great. But I would say it's great in that it shaped its genre. That's a really cool thing. Where I would say you don't even need to say it shaped its genre about Binding of Isaac or Slay the Spire. These are great games from every metric. Does that make sense? So yeah, I think that it would distinguish in all these different ways. So there's great games that are great because they shape genres, and then there's great games that are great because they are just themselves amazing games. and then there's great games that are both. And I would like Binding of Isaac is a great game that is great because it shaped its genre, but also because it's just incredible. Vampire Survivors might also fit that mold. I don't think Stacklands does. And, you know, I feel, I know some people really like Stacklands, and that's totally fair. Like, I know Lapidev really loves Stacklands, for example, but, you know, I think there's a lot of work that can be done that would make the game a lot better, and the reason, like, it was done to a certain extent. Oh, boy. Okay, ouchie. We're going to want to use, in this scenario, we're going to want to use Cleanse, I think. Okay, let's move this up here. Let's move this out. And yeah, we're going to need Cleanse on. I don't need this. Close. Okay. Pop these on. How many lives do you have? I think it's 10. I moved this one down here so I could have Potion of Madness here since it's easier to swap around. Starting to think it's infinite. No, just as many as this, as the potions, the gold potions I have. Okay, so I'm using Cleanse, which should allow, hopefully, for me to avoid damage for a long enough time between the Golden Heart and this, but having so many of these guys is troubling. However, they can't stack multiple in one turn, so it should be fine. I'm going to attack you. They're going to stun me a bunch of times. Oh, that was close. Okay, wait, but I still have Golden Heart. I don't know exactly how that works. So I was able to Cleanse. Potion also gives actual revive. Resets per floor. Yes. No, resets per fight. So Potion is really powerful, but the reason it's working so well like this, normally it just stops one. I don't know, just use Potion. No, I have to use the Potion manually, but just now I used Cleanse, this silver, which allows me to, at the start of the turn and end of the turn, remove debuffs. And then I'm using Poison Chromolure Set, which means that if I take damage, it's transformed into poison, allowing this to then cleanse it. So no, it doesn't automatically use, but this is what's keeping me alive. The reason this is important for these guys is because they're stunning me, not allowing me to use my Golden Hearts after the first Golden Heart. But now that I have successfully avoided dying and taken a decent chunk of damage, we should have enough to pop them down. Though these guys could become a problem. We have, what, 2.52 mil? We might actually, yeah, we need to keep raising up our armor gain. If it was automatic. No, so it's not automatic. I clicked this at the beginning to give myself the first Golden Heart, and then I put on the silver to allow myself to not take the poison damage first 2 turns. So it will automatically use the Golden Heart, but I can only have one at a time. Okay, so now we have an interesting spot. I think I'm not going to self-attack here. I think I'm going to attack. Okay, yeah, it's complicated. Okay, it's fair. Now I'm going to attack. You can't stun anymore. That's good. So then, yeah, I'm going to use Golden Heart again. I'm going to self-attack. Give myself a good amount of damage. Yikes, what a time to be alive. Okay, Golden Heart, can I attack you and you attack me? Okay, reflect damage on Katoya. Does not seem to work when you do this much damage sometimes. Okay, now... Okay, what are we at? 7 points. So this should be enough. We should have enough now. Okay, gosh dang. 99Q when negatives. Negatives should be either it's 99Q times 2, or it's 99, or it's actually, or we have to skip all the way past quintillions and get to sextillions, people are saying. So it's one of the two. One of the two. But these guys have been 99Q for like such a long time. I'm kind of worried eventually. Their armor is eventually going to get there. I just don't know when. Yeah, exactly. I've heard people have gotten to that point where it's negative though, so it's got to be eventually. It's hard to say. Yeah, it's hard to say. So I want to swap. Okay, swap back off of these. Move this up. Swap this off. Kind of feeling like I'm never going to need to use the Orion's Core, but I'm going to hold on to it just in case I'm wrong there. Swap this up and swap this down. Why is it called sextillion though? Yeah, I'm sure there's something to do with like Latin or the way that language is formed, but 3, 4, 5. But yeah, it is something. Open, sell. Can I have some armor? Yay, nice. Another armor increases, but that's pretty good. Attack. Okay. Attack. All right, then pop this one. Attack you. Godfather Games. Okay, attack you. And then you. There you go. Okay, now this one goes in, dismantle, which lets us be able to scale up to even higher amounts of armor. Alright. Okay, attack. 3 of these guys. This is actually concerning a little bit. That's okay. But generally, when these guys show up, in 6 of them, this is kind of this is the spot that can cause me problems. And because I just came out of a dismantle, I got to keep my armor from before, so we got a lot. What mechanics do you like in games? So I guess first what I'll say is the reason that I like Super Adventure Hand is because it has a timer. So and it's level based. So and the levels can be short or long depending on how good you are and how inventive you can get with how to get around everything. So I like timer games a lot. That's like one thing. I don't always play them, but when I do play them, I just think they're fantastic a lot of the time. And okay, so second to that, or next up to that, because I think those are the ones I get most addicted on, usually. Oh, this game doesn't have one, so it's a good example of another thing. So something I like about this is that I like games that require you to balance a lot of different stats and try to find like sort of puzzle games that, well, this game is like a puzzle game that disguises itself as an RPG. And so that's something. So in Lone Star, yeah, in Lone Star as an example, one pilot has a timer, that's interesting. In Lone Star as an example, Lone Star, on the face of it, might look like a modular deck builder, but at the end of the day, it's a puzzle game. And not even a strategy game exactly. Like strategy to me, well, depending on how you phrase it, I guess. But strategy to me has something to do with, well, I guess you call it strategy. I forget, there was a term for strategy games that's, I think, more slow, or it tends to be. Let's go with attack. Okay. Which is like Civilization is a strategy game, the Civ games. And I really don't think that I like strategy games as much as I like games that have puzzles in them, whatever, in this kind of a way. So like in this game, what combination of things could get me there and in what order based on whatever floor and so on. It's like very, very puzzly like that. Okay, then pop you. Where... but like technically that's strategy, like strategy involved, but it's not like it's not the same as like there's something about like I never really liked the Civ games, even though conceptually they should be similarly fun, but they're just kind of, there's not enough action, there's not enough movement. Yeah, I guess it's important for there to be like the pacing matters a lot to me as well. And then I would also say that the visuals matter. So like mechanics, and it's not exactly mechanics in those ways, but when I see games that have very, I would say, gray and static kind of feels, or even just, I think just dark and like very little vibrancy, that pulls me away from games pretty quickly. Like this game is very, you look at it like, you know, it's a little bit gamblery, I guess you could say, because you look at it like, oh, big shiny, I want that. Take this risk, like in Lone Star, and I get all the orange, bright extra energies that can do crazy high damage. Like those sorts of mechanics, I guess, in games are very cool. And make a game a lot more appealing. Where I'm, yeah, not a very big fan of the more gray, slow. I do think there are exceptions to that, but they require action in other ways. Still live, nice. Yep, how you doing? Welcome. There are ways you can get around that. Like there's a game called The Long Dark, I think it was The Long Dark, where you would like there's wolves out there and you have to like you have to like hunker around and find yourself ways into like sheds and other things in order to stay alive. Heat is a constant problem, so it's like a survival open world-ish sort of game. But let's see, I'm gonna pop some self damage so I can actually do damage to enemies. But it is very gray because it's in the winter, and I tend not to like that as much. But I think with this game, because of all the different other mechanics where there's like timing, so you have to survive and get into a shed, there's this interesting strategy, like it's mechanical strategy maybe instead of... but I don't know, what would you call Civ? I guess Civ is strategy that doesn't feel very physical, I suppose. It feels very... but I like Line War. Something about Line War was still entertaining to me. Yeah, there's something there that I haven't fully figured out, that I don't care about with certain games. I don't care for. Like I think also games tend to do better with this, because I think most people probably agree, or like innately feel this way, that they would really much rather a game be vibrant and action packed, or like paced in such a way that doesn't feel too slow or whatever. Like it's something that just comes in naturally that I don't know if you can necessarily say exactly, because like if you say it, it sounds kind of dumb, but it's true. Like tower defense, bullet hell, turn-based sandbox RPG, weapons, roguelike, fast-paced combat. Okay. I like tower defense, but I think tower defense is one of the ones that I like in theory, but I generally don't. I think it usually doesn't actually come out very well. Like, for example, core defense. Core defense was a really cool tower defense game that I played at one point. That I thought, like, concept-wise is really nice, but it does get really repetitive in a way that's not as fun somehow. Like, as soon as, like, that's a good way to put this. Like these enemies, for example, I find this entertaining somehow, even though it's not, like, technically, I'm doing bigger and bigger damage, and they just have bigger and bigger health. How do you do this wave? Just tried it myself with Sid, but I can't get past wave 23 for some reason. It's, like, don't fault yourself at all. The 20s of waves are the first major hurdle, I would argue, and then the 60s are the next one. Core defense is old. No, try Emberward. I have. I actually, when Emberward first came out, I made a video of the base, of the demo, I guess. I played the demo, and then I played it on, like, the hardest difficulty of the demo, and, like, these are the two big streams I did on the game. Emberward is good. I think I like core defense better for its simplicity. Emberward, but I like Emberward. I did like Emberward. It was interesting. Dismantle. Core defense is old. I mean, it's old now. I don't feel like it's that old, but it is a little bit, yeah. Yeah, so the 20s are the first major hurdle. With the 20s, you're going to want to find some way to dish out enough damage to kill enemies, but deal with Katoya. That's probably your first major problem you're running into there. This floor is... There are characters I could play, which I would struggle to get past the 20s in as well. Jace might be one of them, actually. Jace, or no, Sid, though. Sid, if you're going with the leather build, I think I could probably pretty consistently get past that. But it's just because I have an idea of what you would want to do in those situations. So, like, if you're going with Sid, first turn is easy. You know how to get past this, but you just go with some wooden sword to get some good damage going out and enough wooden armor to survive. You can always convert things like extra armor, whatever you need to. Then you want to swap on into the Iron Dagger on floor 2, just because you get to keep the swiftness without having to keep on wood, and it makes it a lot easier for you to go through with some leather armor. And then, floor 3, you might swap into gold and go with some physical attack. This is just generally how you want to go for it. And then from there, now you have leather, you have swiftness, and you have gold. Eventually, you're going to come across demon. And if you want to go with demon, you're going to have to swap off the golden dagger and onto the golden sword. And then, into the 20s, though. When you get into the 20s, to deal with Katoya, you're going to want... One example of something you could use is you could, at this point, once you have enough for demon, you could go with demon axe and we will say demon shoes, and we can get rid of all the gold in exchange for turtle. So the turtle benefit is that on turn 1, you take 0 damage. That means that you would be able to stop Katoya's counterattack. And then the next enemy you're facing in the 20s to really worry about is going to be Saturn. I think Saturn doesn't come in until 26, so technically by that point you could be exchanging in a bunch of these dazzle necklaces and then go with armor damage on 25. That might work for you. Also, you're going to want to go penetration. So I would say on your way up, the items you want to dismantle, physical damage wise, because we're going physical damage build here. Pardon me. Which makes, I think it's fine. Comes in 21. Okay, Saturn 21. Fair enough. Oh, Iron Golem is 26. Iron Golem's 26. So to deal with Saturn, they actually have no toughness, which means you have 100% penetration. You can hit their health directly. You just have to do enough damage for that. So, but to get to there with a penetration, pardon me, we're gonna be trading in physical on the way up. So you start by trading in the Iron Dagger, it's the highest physical, then the next up is going to be the Gold Sword, then the next up is going, well, I guess I'll move these guys up. So we're trading in the Gold Swords and possibly switching to them based on Demon, and then deal with Saturn. We're going to trading in Silver Swords next, so they're floor 4, then floor 6, we start trading in, where's the hammer? Floor 6 is the hammer. So floor 6, this is why you don't have to trade in any other penetration except for this, to deal with Saturns, is that on floor 6 you get the hammer, which at legendary gives you 32% penetration, 32 physical attack. Just trade in like 3 or 4 of three of these really. Trade in 3 of these, you'll have enough penetration to deal with Saturns, and you'll have a decent amount of physical attack. And along with gold or demon, you should be able to punch through them pretty easy. That'd be kind of your route. Okay. Electricity could do enough attacks to beat the Iron Golem's shield. With Demon, maybe? Not in the late game, I don't think, because you can't scale electricity fast enough to deal with 999Q. But sure, yeah, for a while, maybe. I have an idea. I know almost how exactly I would make the genre of the game. So, yeah, this is, hopefully that kind of answers something for you, is this is a pretty good way to scale yourself with Sid. Honestly, yeah, you can keep these on, which is good. Yeah, to scale yourself up into... And honestly, also... you could... Well, no, this is pretty good. Yeah, keep trying. This should help a lot. Dazzle with armored attack allows you to do really good damage, and then you can go with the physical attack for... sorry, the penetration for getting straight to their health. That should resolve it for you, but if you have struggles, let me know. Alright, let's see. Many things I want to do. Like, I have ideas... Hold on. This comes in... Card looks holographic. Well, card game. Wait. Core Defense is old note. Card games. Let's see. Lone Star is arguably a card game. Yeah, arguably. Yeah, it's a modular deck builder. Yeah, that's kind of how I was saying it. Yeah, I agree. Just futuristic holograms that just show you themselves. Yeah. I would compare it to a deck builder or to something like what was that game that I played before? Where you attach all the wires. I always forget the name of that game, even though it's weird because like I reference it quite often. But anyway, it's like a modular for sure. Carlos holographic tablet, Saturn, Rogue Voltage. Yeah, Rogue Voltage. It's kind of modular like Rogue Voltage, just without some of the annoying aspects. That love that one. Yeah, I know you're more in that direction. I can't say that Rogue Voltage is for me, but I do think it appeals to people that like that type of game quite a bit. It's just a little bit too far in that direction for me. The modular, and very gritty. Like I mentioned before, I'm a sucker for vibrancy. I like games that pop, that move. It does move and shift around, but it feels very pixelated, very dark in my mind. And that's not as much my thing. Although I enjoyed it quite a lot. My first playthrough of it, I think I just enjoyed it a little bit less as it extended. Again, because it's not as much for me, but it doesn't make it a bad game by any means. Saturn comes in at 21 or so. I think electricity could do enough attacks to shields. I have an idea and know almost how exactly I would make a genre of a game, but I just don't know which game genre to start with, to mix or start with. I think my understanding with game dev is usually it's better to like have kind of a simple idea and build out from there, where jumping straight into a really ambitious project can be very taxing and make it a lot harder to actually finish a project. But pardon me. But if you wanted to go for something really ambitious, yeah, there was I forget, I think I might have posted a couple ideas in the Discord at some point. Like we were talking about different games and what might be cool for them or whatever at one point. But I don't, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I think like Ooglians, like you want to kind of make something, if you wanted to really stand out and do well, you want to make something that is just distinct, right? Like that just doesn't feel like anything else. Okay, pop this in, and then you. So like Ooglians, for example, I thought was pretty distinct from what I was used to with tower defense. So a twist on a genre that's so extreme that it doesn't feel like this game is another good example of that, I would say, where lately it feels like games in this area are going to be like Luck Be a Landlord type of games that are very, like, they're very spin to get this thing outcome. I'm seeing actually it's getting more common right now. As new things develop, developers are just, I mean, if much like me, I guess, where I'm seeing all these different games, I'm thinking about it and it's part of my job, so to speak, to convey those thoughts in a way that makes sense relative to gaming as a whole. Developers need to be very much with their finger under the pulse of the way that games are developed, like the way that genres are changing and moving. And so I've noticed there was a game that I really want to take a look at. I might like to in the next few days. What game name? Hold on. Let's go. I think who played it though? Who played it? I wonder if Alexa played it maybe, or Reformation. Let's see. Maybe. Because there was a game that was just so cool. I was really digging the playthrough of it. I was like, okay, I got to give that a try. And again, maybe it's Alexa, or maybe it's blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Let's scroll down here. Wanderbot potentially. I don't tend to watch Wanderbot's videos all that often anymore, but there was. It could have been. It could have been roguelike. Do you want to change Pachinko roguelike? No, not this one. this one. Was it you? It was you. I feel like I didn't see it by you, though. Spin Hero, Alexa, let's see. Yeah, it was this one. It was this video. And I actually sat and, like, watched the whole thing. It was so cool. I want to play this game. I think that this is a good example of the change that's happening right now, where people could tell from Luck Be a Land with the mass amount of success you could have with a concept like this. You see it right here, and to a certain extent, which is I have like it's instead of a roulette or like instead of a slot machine, it's a different concept, but still there's this core feeling of like we're making a game that is like buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, spin, 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 basically, except that the outcome is like actually we're going to focus a ton on making it complex, making everything fit together in a really cool way. This is a game that I want to look at very soon. I think in the next few days I'd like to showcase this game. It looks like this. It's very vibrant, very nice looking. I really love this style. And it has a slot machine kind of feel where, let's see if I can, where like you roll, you land these different things, they all mesh together. It makes sense that this would be kind of a progression from Megaloot to a certain extent. I would like to keep playing Megaloot. I have ideas on how to, like more ideas on builds and so on, but I also want to give something like this a try because it feels like it makes sense. And also it feels like this is the direction developers are going right now. This developer is, this game is, and it feels like you notice more of these sorts of things. Dungeon Crawler was another good example of this that was happening. So if you were a dev right now, it might be a direction, a path you could take that would make some sense. Would be to try to capitalize on the interest there is right now in visually very fun and lighthearted games that complexity-wise have a lot of depth. Let's see. It specifically in like these nerdy, percentage increase, flat increase, like these words that I this is like common parlance or whatever within my videos on this game. These are the things that I think are doing really well right now, and so that's why you see it reflected in games coming out. Okay, electricity. Like I have an idea and how. Okay, pop this damage on myself, and then we're gonna want. Okay. How exactly I would make, but that's like just one genre. There's a lot of different genres that are doing really well right now, and generally I think any direction you go could do well if you just make a game that's, I guess, enjoyed. Whatever, it doesn't have to be this one, but that's where my brain goes right now. I think. Pop, pop, and then you, pop. Okay, pop. There you go. Things I want to do. Thanks for your help. Keep trying. Rogue Voltage. Love that one. It's dark theme because end of the world. Yeah, it's okay for it to be a dark theme. Like it might make sense contextually. It's just that I don't enjoy that style as much, and so it's going to limit my interest in it a little bit. And I think along with that, if the game itself, like the connecting of wires, just to me is frustrating or doesn't work quite the way that I would like it to, then there's less kind of fun atmosphere to lighten it, if that makes sense. I do not have simple ideas. Fair enough. My ideas are inspired by a lot of games and being a mix of them that no one ever done. Yeah, I do think, yeah, there's a lot. It feels like, yeah, you want to mix a million things, but you have to do each one of them well, or else it's not, like, no one's going to want to play something that is, like, it's, like, ambitious, but without any of the polish. And that's why simple can work. So, like, you could start with a couple of these ideas and build it into something great. In fact, Exhilarate with this game has done something along those lines, where we just keep improving and improving the depth, but it has to fit. And this is a really cool way to do it, is have the beta and everything. It feels like that's worked out super, super well. And I've noticed a lot of games that don't have Discords and people actively playing them in that way, where there's not like this feedback loop, which I think is a big mistake if you actually want the game to do well. So I appreciate what Exhilarate's doing there. I can also understand that, like, for some people, they just don't want to be, they don't want this constant outward pressure, and it makes sense, but I think it's limiting. And you're better off if you can handle it, or if you can, and you don't really have to respond like that. You notice that Exhilarate doesn't respond to every message that comes in. Usually people are responding for him, and that's how you know that you're making something that people care about, I suppose. It's a good sign, but... Next genres, Minecraft pixel art. Just pixel art items like Megaloot. I see you liking pixels. Yeah, I tend to prefer pixels over 3D. There are some games where 3D can work pretty well, but actually, yeah, there is something nice about pixels for sure. Okay, pop. Go watch Pixels movie with Adam Sandler, yeah? Oh, okay. Love nerdy stats, true. So you're not going to be electrician, so I should not recommend you any monochrome black and white games. There's something even, I think, about... So there's a type of art where you do a lot of extra dots and shading, but you do it in a way that's kind of dark. And it can look good. Like, okay, let me give you the best example of a game that I think I just would never want to play because of the visuals that is really successful, that people probably would want me to see me play at some point, potentially. What is the name of that game, though? It's the one... Oh, wait. Dark, gritty RPG game... Steam. What's the name of that? I don't actually know if I know. Dark Gritty Games. No. Let's see. Images. It's like. Let me see. Hold on. Let me find it first. Dark Cave. Darkest Dungeon. Yeah. Was that it? Yeah. I think Darkest Dungeon. I'll do Darkest Dungeon game. As much as I know people love the game, I'll do 2 as well, I suppose. No, I think Darkest Dungeon, the first one might have actually been more my point. Is like, I can respect that visually this is really nice. It looks good. I'm not saying it's bad. I think a ton of people love the game. Like, it's not limiting its success at all. I wouldn't even criticize it all. But, like, to those ends. It's just, for me personally, when I see this, and, like, as you're fighting, I just don't feel excited. I just feel very, like, it just feels not good. So it's an example of that, where it's like, there are games that I think suffer because their art is too gritty and too dark. I don't think this is one of them. This is a game that does it really well and reaches a broad audience for it. It's just, yeah. It's just not, for me, appealing visually. That's like the best example I can give you where it's not like... Because in a lot of cases, I could say, like, I've seen so many games over time that their art that they use for the game, no one clicks on it because everyone's eyes just go right past it because there's nothing to really make it pop out. And vibrance and saturation and so on can make a logo do extremely well and draw in eyes. There's a lot of examples I can use like that, but the point of what I'm saying isn't necessarily to say, like, I don't like games that do a bad job advertising and marketing and showing themselves. That's not the point of what I'm saying here. I think those games, there are games like that, and that's fair too, but I think personally that I just don't like, I even if they're good, even if they're well done and it works great and a lot of people love it, there's a certain style that I'm just not as big a fan of. That has nothing to do with, like, whether the game is good quality or not. Self-tech? Okay. Tech. Room definitely doesn't have black painted walls. I do like, okay, it's not exactly that. Like, there's black here, there's gray here, but these guys are, like, vibrant. And this is vibrant. But there's black all around here. It's not exactly like not liking the color black. In fact, like, black and red, this is the greatest combination for me. I think it really, like, black makes red stand out really well. So dark and light isn't exactly the point. It's more like gritty and like, if you just turn down the saturation of the game by like 50%, I would probably find it a lot less appealing. A little bit, if that makes sense. Like, not necessarily because... I don't know, it's hard... Yeah, I love black, gray, blue, orange. Yeah. It's not the color scheme that's the problem exactly. Like, I'll pull up Rogue Voltage as well to show what I'm talking about. And you can kind of compare this against Darkest Dungeon as well. Rogue Voltage actually is brighter than Darkest Dungeon by a decent chunk, but I think visually... it just doesn't pop to me like this. Like, look at the ground, look at the background. It just feels bleached, and I understand why. It's because the world is supposed to be this way, and so that's fine. It's not as a bad strategy. It's just, to me, I don't feel invested. I don't feel excited and energized. I feel, like, drawn down, kind of. But it's the same for Darkest Dungeon, which is a fantastic game to my understanding. It's like one of the best games of its genre, right? It's known as being fantastic. But I look at it and I just, ugh, it's just not for me. Even the brighter ones don't work as well for me. This is a moment where everything is brightening up and it still looks kind of gritty and stale to me. But that's personal taste a little bit. And I don't think that, like, I would try not to complain about it. That's actually part of why I didn't really want to play too much more Rogue Voltage, is because I'm going to bring some of that negativity. Like, I can't help, I can help in not saying those things while I'm playing it and showcasing it, because I think that could kind of harm the reputation of the game and give people a feeling or a sense of something that I don't really want to do. Like, if people are there to see that game as well, they're probably excited. They probably already like it in the first place. So if I'm saying all this stuff, they might be like, okay, well, I like the game, so screw you, or whatever, right? But, okay, we'll keep popping through here. But, so I don't want to be that way about it in those sorts of moments, but I can't help it if I'm playing a game like that and like I'm just not feeling it, and then because of the atmosphere, I'm also a little bit less energized compared to what I could be. Because even if I'm playing a game like this game, I've played this game, like we're on 229 floors. I've been playing for what, like 6 hours almost, and I still have energy. I still feel good. If I feel, I'm okay with it being kind of slower and that pacing stuff. But if I find something really frustrating and the atmosphere is lame, or like in my opinion lame, it's going to affect my mood a little bit while playing it. And so I don't want to show that side of a game if I don't think the game actually is the reason, or like if I don't have a problem with the game. If that makes sense. All right, wanted to make the game that looks 2D at first and later becomes actually 3D. Unlocking new dimensions would feel good. I agree. That would be really cool. I can't think of any games like that. A game that starts out as 2D and becomes 3D to, like, yeah, kind of visually show a change in tone in the game or something. My brain goes to games like Sally Face, which I think is also, like, if I were to point out games that are great, both because they shape their genre and because they themselves are fantastic, I would probably point to, like, this is a set of games in a different genre from anything I've ever really played on the channel. There's Franbo, which then was next Sally Faced, and then there was Little Misfortune. So these 3 games were amazing, like, story-driven, quirky and odd feeling, like sort of a weird atmosphere with characters that are off-putting almost in some ways just because of their approach or reaction to the surrounding existence. I think Sally Face to me might actually be the best of those 3. I really liked... I mean, and I watched all these. I didn't play them personally, so I can't speak to the feel of playing it, but I can definitely talk to, like, the game itself, the structure of it, whatever, is just so awesome. But the reason I like Sally Face the best, I think, is because the story itself was probably the most captivating, where I would say Franbo does get a little, like, all over the place, and Little Misfortune is really short. I think, you know, they're great, and it's okay for a game to not be super long, but it does hurt the overall experience if you've only got this short. Like, what would it look like if it were way longer? Maybe it would just kind of get stale. Maybe it wouldn't do as well. I don't know, but we'll never know because we can't see it. Where with Sally Face, we know for a fact that this game holds up, like, all the way through no matter where, because it goes and goes and goes, and it's so interesting. Sally Face, actually, I wonder if there's anything to be said for chapter organized games like that. So, like, Sally Face, I would then say that the one everyone knows, I think everyone knows, would be Life is Strange. Was that the name of that game? I think so. Life is Strange, which was Life is Strange was a supernatural elements drama game series. I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe because I don't play this type of game where, like, normally I can say, oh, it's a roguelike deck builder with tower defense elements, and then but with this one, it's like I'm not as familiar with this set of things. It's not my direction normally, but I did think Life is Strange was really good. Actually, you know, Life is Strange, it's funny, I think Life is Strange came out, if I remember right, after Life is Strange came out, there was Until Dawn. I guess I won't look it up, but there was Until Dawn, which is another chapter-based game that did really, really well. And then I know Sally Face was chapter-based, not just chapter-based in that, like, because you could say a lot of games are chapter-based, right? Like, well, you do this, and then you do this, and then you do this, so it's a chapter game. Not exactly. What I mean with that is Sally Face came out with Chapter 1, and then several months to a year later, Chapter 2, several months to a year later, Chapter 3, and that's very unusual with games. Normally, like, maybe you have it to a certain extent with, like, betas and like the full release and so on, but you don't usually have it that broken up. And it did extremely well. I might have done better had it released all at once. Not sure on that, but I believe then Life is Strange was kind of a similar way. And then you could argue, well, I mean, like, if you think about Telltale games, right, in general, you could look at The Walking Dead, right? That released kind of in chapters. And so you would have, like, all of these fans that be created from, like, sort of one generation or one group. And then a year later, they would all be like, oh, it's back. It's this big event that we all love because we were invested. And so then they tell all the next group of people and the next group and the next group. So you have, like, years of this growing and growing legacy of a game. And I don't know if you could do that. You kind of need a story for that to work. You can't just do that with like this game, for example. It wouldn't make sense in. But yeah, there's something to be said for that there's like this other alternative, I guess, that you can go with for building up a game and an interest in a game. Attack. 40 Minecraft games someone is making. Well, I feel like it's I mean, going from 3D to 4D in more of a casual sense like that, like with like in Mario, right? Like you've got like a part where you go into a pipe and then you're moving around and then you come out of the pipe and now you're in 3D. That's another option. Those would be a little bit more similar to like Nintendo type of games, I guess, as opposed to story-driven games. Like my brain with 3D into 2D or 2D into 3D is very like story-driven, even though I don't play a lot of those types of games because I think that's the coolest way you can do it. But as just testing a mechanic, and for an indie dev, it'd probably be a lot. It'd probably be like there's so much you have to consider there. You have to learn so much about how to write up a story that's interesting, compelling enough to justify it. And you'd also have to be interested in that type of game design, whatever. But if you were instead to go with sort of more like going from like 4D Minecraft. What the heck is a 4D Minecraft game actually? I'm thinking of 3D and 2D, but I might have to look that up. Yeah. Okay, so pop through these guys. Now we've got a couple things on deck then. 4D Minecraft to start, because I don't know what the heck that means, and I'm interested. And then, let me see if I... Videos, I'll just do images. 4D, built a 4D Minecraft. What the heck? Okay. Okay, I don't know what this would mean. 4D Miner. Okay. Let's see. All four-dimensional survival sandbox game. Oh, let me pause the music. Hold on. And then we'll also look at tiers build for after this. We'll look at the tiers build, which is builds and turtle power. Okay, we'll get to this in a sec. But first, what is this? Okay. Okay. Can we? Yeah. Show me thing. Maybe I could do music here then. Okay. Animation versus geometry video inspired me a lot. Whoa. You can wait. Oh, you can wait and then the world changes around you, maybe? Why is everything moving like that? Or wait, I don't know. Wait, am I not understanding? If you're waiting like that, why is the world changing? You scroll to do what? What is happening? Okay. It's cool, but okay. You're scrolling to change. I made 4D Minecraft. Okay, hold on. That's interesting. I made 4D Minecraft. Okay. I made Minecraft, but it's 4D. All right. Hold on. Let's pause this.
This is 4D Miner, a four-dimensional survival sandbox game. I'd rather not start this video off with an explanation, so instead, I'm just going to show it to you. First,
I want the explanation.
Let's quickly make a new world. After the world generates, you'll notice a very familiar, blocky-looking landscape. But there's more to this world than meets the eye. As I scroll with the mouse wheel, the landscape appears to transform. Blocks seem to contort into all kinds of different shapes, while some seem to appear out of thin air, and others slowly disappear. Even the sun appears to grow and shrink.
Oh yeah.
This kind of behavior is not unusual when three-dimensional beings like you and me try to interact with a four-dimensional world. In order to explain what's happening here, let's look at what happens when a two-dimensional being tries to interact with a three-dimensional world. Let me introduce you to Frank. Frank is a two-dimensional being, restricted to a two-dimensional plane, and therefore cannot see anything beyond the second dimension, much like how we cannot directly see anything beyond the third dimension. Luckily for Frank, we three-dimensional beings have the technology to give him a glimpse into the third dimension. We can allow him to explore a two-dimensional slice of the 3D world around him. In addition to this, we can give him a superpower that allows him to rotate his cross-sectional plane in the third dimension. which lets him explore anywhere
Right,
he wants. in
right,
his
right,
new
right, right.
3D
Okay, it's changing the 2D
environment.
map. Yeah, yeah.
When Frank uses his superpower, to him, it looks like the landscape is completely transforming. The blocks around him seem to change shape, appear, and even disappear. To us, what Frank sees makes perfect sense. We can look at him trying to explore different cross-sections of the 3D world around him. We can see him get stuck inside a cave, and while the way out seems obvious to us, it's not so easy for him. This is exactly what happens
That's really
to us
cool.
when we try to explore a four-dimensional world. Imagine you're in your living room.
Oh, that
minding your
itself
own-
makes a good game. So, okay, so you're going to make it even more complex with this. I feel like that would be a more interesting, potentially, because it's hard to follow what's happening in 4D Minecraft, but if that's our starting point, that's pretty impressive.
business, when suddenly, a being from the fourth dimension snatches you away.
Okay.
Next thing you know, they place you into a totally different world. A four-dimensional world. Now you're completely out of your element, and your only hope is a magical dial they give you that lets you rotate yourself through the fourth dimension.
Is it a puzzle game then? Uh-huh. That's cool, but okay. So it is a puzzle game. Can you fight? Oh, are there enemies to fight? Okay. Okay, tell me more. Oh, there
That's
are enemies.
basically
Okay,
the
okay,
scenario
okay.
you'll find
Gotcha.
yourself in when playing this game.
Uh-huh.
The first thing you'll want to do is get some kind of weapon, because while we can only see a limited 3D cross-section of the
Oh,
world,
that's cool.
the creatures of the fourth dimension can
They
approach
can still
us from
attack you
anywhere,
and,
we must be
yeah,
ready to
that's
defend
awesome.
ourselves. Punching
So
tree
you'd have to, like,
trunks doesn't
scroll
seem
around
to be
to
of any
find them.
use. But if
But
we
they
look
can
up,
chase after you
maybe
regardless.
we can get a stick out of the leafy branches.
I'd like a visual. Is there some? I wonder. I'm hoping it's going to give us a visual. Like that 2D versus 3D was a great visual representation. Is there some way to give that
Of
for
this
4D?
tree.
In the situation where we can see
It
the enemy
doesn't look
approach
like we
us
got anything,
in a way we can't see
But some
them.
sticks may have fallen and landed somewhere else in the fourth dimension, outside of our 3D view.
Uh-huh.
Let's try scrolling through the fourth dimension to see if we can find any.
Oh.
Here's one.
Wow.
Now we're a bit more safe from any enemy creatures that may approach us.
It's also okay. It's also interesting. Like, so in a 2D world, you can only go so far. On the 3D world, it's kind of a similar distance. But in a 4D world, if an enemy's approaching you, do they move faster than you can move in your 3D world, or is it similar to 2D versus 3D, where technically it's the same speed as long as you go one direction? Okay.
Just in time, too.
Whoops! I dropped my diamond sword somewhere in the fourth dimension.
Those weird shapes appearing out of nowhere?
Uh-huh.
Let me introduce you to the hyper spider. It's not too much unlike a regular spider. Actually, it's very much unlike a regular spider. It's a four-dimensional
Love that.
being, about the same size as you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least the parts that you can see. You'll never be able to see
right.
the entire thing at once.
Oh,
It has
love
32
that.
legs, and it can follow you anywhere through the fourth
Mm-hmm.
dimension.
okay.
Hopefully the stick we found will be enough for us to defend ourselves.
Wait, does stick actually give you more damage?
Well,
Uh-huh.
it looks like we've killed it. And what's this? Hyper silk.
silk.
Is that like four-dimensional spider
Oh,
silk?
what a cool idea.
a
Wait,
matter
so
of
can you
fact,
build
it
some way to
is.
maybe see the fourth dimension, or to interact with it in a way that you can't
Let's
on the
see if
third
we
dimension?
can do anything with the items we have.
Oh, this is cool.
Maybe if we use the stick to dig through the soil, we'll find
Uh-huh.
something else to use. Oh, look, a rock. And not
Okay.
just any rock, but a four-dimensional one. So we have a
Four-dimensional
stick, some very strong spider silk, and a rock. And with those items, we can craft our first tool,
Sure.
a hammer. The hammer
Okay.
not only allows us to break more blocks, but it also serves as a much more deadly weapon than the stick we started out with. As I harvest some of this wood, many of the items disappear
Sure.
into the fourth dimension.
As long as you see any of it, you can pick it up. That's good.
Scrolling back and forth
Right.
allows us to find where they landed so we can pick them up.
Huh.
Okay,
So how are
I
they
think we're ready to
jumping
look for
into
a
other
cave.
parts of the fourth dimension? Like, I wonder what this looks like coding this
Still
and
have
so
to
on.
watch
What is
out for
understanding of how
spiders,
this
though,
works?
since they can attack from any number of places that are outside of our view.
Like, when you're scrolling, like if you break something in Minecraft regularly, it falls and it drops within a certain radius. But in this version, it's falling and dropping within a certain radius in 4 dimensions. So you're looking for it and you're finding it. What is that like in the actual game itself? How is it falling? Where does it go? I don't know. It's weird. Like, because the game probably doesn't work like legitimately 4 dimensions, I'm guessing, or maybe it does. But if it did, could you fall into a hole, and then what would happen if you scrolled it so that you landed, so that the Earth was where you are? I guess, yeah, you get stuck in Minecraft anyway. Okay.
It doesn't look too big, though.
Oh.
Maybe there's more to this cave than what we can see right
but
now.
Oh, yeah, you can get stuck now, too. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Oh, that's so nice. What a great visual.
This cave is actually a lot bigger than I first realized. And it looks like there's some iron ore over there.
Oh, it'd be so easy to fall into lava.
I should be able to take it out of the cave walls with this hammer. I have to be careful to make sure
Never turn straight down. I don't know what you call that.
There's always stuff in the 4th dimension that you can't
hammer
see.
To break. Okay. Oh, trippy. What a cool idea. Okay.
With the ore we just got, we can make some iron bars. Now we can make much stronger tools, like this iron pick, which can break blocks much faster than this hammer. Let's do some more exploring. Maybe if we go to this strange-looking biome, we can find something to help us travel through the 4-dimensional world more effectively.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want, an item that somehow interacts with 4 dimensions.
There's a lot of cool-looking stuff here, but look what's down in this cave. What's that teal and magenta stuff?
Yeah.
Well, let's get some and find out.
But what if you turn it and then you fall into a pit? Okay. You have to be very careful, yeah. Huh. Okay, what is this?
It looks like we got something called Deadly Ore. This is actually the most valuable resource in this 4-dimensional world. With it, we can make tools to help us see beyond our limited 3D slice of the world.
Yes, this is what I wanted.
First thing
okay,
I'll
gotcha.
make is a pair of 4D glasses.
4D glasses,
which
that's
let
funny.
us see the location of entities that exist outside of the player's 3D cross-section.
with three different colors.
This includes item drops and enemies.
Clever.
Now I can see all the item drops that I missed. I better go pick them up.
Interesting. Like to power 4. Yeah.
Now that we're back on the surface, let's see if these glasses will help us find hyper spiders before they find us.
Okay.
There's one. You think you're sneaky? Not anymore.
That's kind of useful, sure. Wait.
These 4D glasses will also help you find chests that you placed earlier. Because nobody wants to lose their loot stash.
True.
And that can happen very easily in the vast expanse of the 4th item called a compass.
Compass.
Now this compass doesn't work exactly like the compasses in Minecraft, or the ones you'll find in real life. That's because
shows you
it's
where
a
you're
4-dimensional
looking
compass.
in terms of the 4-dimensional.
It'll show you your coordinates, which is useful for getting back to your base, and like a real compass, it lets you know which way you're going. It also
How would you build
helps
a base in this game, though?
orientation of your 3D cross-section of the
Wouldn't
world.
it be all too easy to,
That may seem complicated,
because
but
if you change
trust
the
me,
4-dimension,
after
your base
messing
isn't
around
going
with it
to
in
fit
game
right
for
anymore.
a few minutes,
It's going to be all
it
crazy.
should start to make sense.
And it can't enemies just walk through your base?
Not only can you explore an infinite,
3 dimensions won't
procedurally
want to
generated
hold
4-dimensional
it back.
world, but you can also build 4D structures in any way you want.
Okay.
Speaking of which,
That's interesting.
I haven't really tried building any shelter for myself.
Yeah,
yet.
right. It seems really complicated.
First I'll go get some stone for myself, and I'll try to build a simple hut.
Sure. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. Nice. But once you have it done, it's just gonna be... It's not gonna work. Okay. Nice.
There we
Right,
go.
right.
Now we're safe from those pesky spiders.
They'll just walk in. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Of course,
Where did
right.
you come from?
Okay, so let's skip around until they're gone.
You'll end up making a really ugly
yeah.
building, but at least you'll be safe.
Oh, make it so it exists on all 4 of the planes, maybe?
A better way to do things is to just burrow
underground. Yeah,
that way,
okay.
you'll be covered on all sides.
But then if you rotate it, won't you
if
get
you're willing
buried?
to take a more mathematical approach, you can try to make your house into the shape of a 4-dimensional hypercube, but that's going to be a lot more work.
Interesting.
There are also other unique aspects of building in 4D. When you rotate in 4D, you're looking at uniquely shaped slices of 4D blocks.
Right.
If you take an artistic approach to building, you can use these shapes to make more interesting creations than what you could normally do with
True.
3D cubes.
Yeah, it's a really cool idea. Wait.
Expanding this aspect of the game much further in the future, so that most of the new game mechanics and features focus on how the player interacts with
it's a really cool idea. I don't know exactly. It feels like it'd be kind of like it would work really well in a puzzle game where you're rotating the dimensions of the world around you to get through puzzles, and then the whole thing can be pre-designed for you in a way that makes a lot of sense. It's just really hard, I think, to design something yourself, because normally, like, the cool thing about Minecraft is very simple and very intuitive to design for yourself. It's just not, this game wouldn't be intuitive in that way, but it would be really cool. And I don't know what the success of this would look like, but it depends on how it's built from here. Maybe it's possible to build it in a way that it feels like more intuitive, or it feels like more, there's more things to discover. Okay, Mash Po, cool channel. Multiplayer to my 4D game, devlog, gotcha. We can look at this more in future, but it is pretty interesting. I'll subscribe so I don't forget. How about that? All right. Okay. So carrying on. Interesting though. Interesting game. It does. That feels like a really ambitious thing to try to do as an early game, though. I like ambitious in a way that might keep you from being able to do it if you're trying to start with something like that in mind. But maybe. All right, a few people struggling with tier builds. In the process, so this is a 115 floor tier build. So we're bouncing on over to Mahil 6. Next build option. We'll take a look at this. So a few people, so you know what? Do we jump to this now, or do we do a little bit? Let's get up to floor 235, and then we'll read through that, because I would like to carry on, get to 240, at least by the end of the stream. So we'll get ourselves up a little bit higher. Use dot vision. Sometimes I think about it, we'll use a little bit higher, then we're going to look at tier and see about that, because I am curious with tier. It feels like, well, tier is interesting, and the flip back damage you can do is good. It also, since it doesn't work against bubble shield, you have to keep your physical attack high enough to be able to pop those first. I wonder if that's the direction that that Mahil stick went or not. Very curious. Feel things around you is 3D. Just a dot of vision. Feel things around you is 3D. What if world was 3D, but we could only see one dimension through our eyes? Well, you basically would be blind. I don't know if there's a lot of distinction there, because the dot would be nothing. Like, it wouldn't give you any actual info. I think. That's my gut instinct, but could be wrong. Okay, attack. Do a self-attack. Boom. Okay, we also are on 230, so it's possible we go for a little bit of health increase. Well, if we find any Thronglers, we will grab them, or any Giant's Ring. There's Throngler. Open, what do you got? Sell. Only single light. Let's see, 230, that's awesome. Hey, I appreciate it. Welcome. Big numbers go burr. Yes, indeed. And we'll take a look. Yeah, we'll take a look at Mahil 6 tier build at 235. But yeah, we're up to 230. Amazing. Amazing. Big number, big number. Let's see. Put this in. So I'm going to do a little bit more health scaling. Gosh, look how much health that is. Just because I think we'll be fine against perfect slaves. I think. Because if it's actually accurate, that it's in the sextillions of armor that they have. So we'll see. And this would allow us to get higher damage way faster. Maybe not a ton more, but like we'll go for... I don't think I know this wrong. We'll go for one more Giant's Ring as well. And we'll say right around 1 mil is fine. Okay, pop. And then we can start going for armor again. But it's nice to bounce around just a little bit and have some things to trade in easily enough. Attack. I'm going to try this Berserker build we talked about. Berserker build, okay. Oh yeah, give it a go. I'd be curious to see how that goes for you. Okay, pop. And... yeah, and I'll have to try Pyre. Hopefully I can get it going pretty decent. Okay, so we're scaling for damage a little bit, which should help us keep up with, our health a little bit, which should help us keep up with the 999. Well, I guess I'm not too concerned with these guys because they've had 99 for a while, but there are enemies that that we have to do both armor and defense and health for, which is going to be a bit tough. Like this guy's, you're up to 3Q. So once you're at 999 and 999, it's going to be a little bit concerning. So let's keep ourselves scaling up. Self-attack. Bop. Here to spread the propaganda. I heard Pyre. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just not, I'm not 100% with Pyre as like how I'm going to successfully manage it. Probably I'll see if there's any suggestions already there, and then I'll, you know, go from there. But attack. What is isometric roguelike? Isometric. I don't know if I know. I've seen the words before, but off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Isometric. Isometric means equal dimensions relating to or denoting muscular action, and then we'll try roguelike. Endless roguelike, Hades. I would say meaning. I played a bit with the Unchained guy in a similar build, worked well. Nice. Yeah, there's like an end stage thing that I really want, which is to be able to do enough damage to kill without needing to use Cinder, but uses isometric graphics and is in the roguelike style. A parallel projection uses a viewpoint to show parts of the environment that are not visible from a top-down or side view, creates a 3D effect. Can I see an example? Let's do images. Isometric roguelike images. So, oh yeah, okay. So you've got the walls in the background, but then you have partially cut down wall in this part. So you're seeing like from an angle, yeah, that cuts off one part but then shows another part in a way that normally you would be able to from top down or first person maybe. Oh, look at this. What a cool visual here. I like this a lot. I don't know what this is, but this looks like an awesome. That looks awesome. The lighting effect looks really good. Anyway. All right, what are we saying? Okay, attack. Just a perspective. Focused on Mana Steel regen with a focus on hits. Mana Steel regen. Mana Steel regen. Focus on hits. LE damage with ice damage, electricity, and mana, or and magic crit. Magic omni crit with dodge was kind of crazy. Magic omni crit with dodge. I think that to me is, yeah, that's like the highest potential winner here. Self attack. Attack. 1, 3, 4, 5. I do need more armor, but okay. Pop. What game would be crazy as isometric view? What game would be crazy with an isometric view? Don't know. Oh boy, that was crazy. I don't know what just happened there. I guess we're fine. Who Arthur's marked me? Weird. Okay. Does not want to be viewed from such perspective. What game would be crazy as an isometric game? I don't know. Does not want to be viewed from that perspective. Like, I feel like a lot, like Isaac is isometric, so no roguelike should be too crazy, I don't think. Set of regens all mana after the first turn, and I stacked potions and swapped off since I have a bunch. Regens all mana after the first turn, and I stacked potions and swapped off since I had a bunch. Well, I feel like, yeah, if you're going for like a super heavy amount of mana, are you going for polymorph? Isometric Lone Star? I mean, visually it might be interesting, but Lone Star is, it's not like a, not like a movement-based game, so 1, 2, 3, 4. No, let's look for armor. Go back to look for armor. Attack. And we'll trade in some health. It would need to become 3D and not 2D. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it would change, since it's like you just insert into slots and attack. It's just a visual thing, I think, at that point. Weakening me. Not a biggie. It's fine. Gosh dang it. You know what? Let's do self-attack. Boom. There you go. Attack. So games that work work in 3D on hard to make them in 2D work. I think games where you're moving. Yeah, games where you're moving around, turning those into 3D games without just basically doing a slight. But isometric, I think it feels like it tends to be just like a slight angle, not like you're actually doing like not first person 3D. Oh, ouch. Okay, let's do cleanse. Let's take off. Pop, pop, cleanse, close. Should be fine. All right. Careful. You're out of mana, good. And Attack. Guys, dang, you got a lot of health on you, huh? I should be able to do self-attack now, though. Should be safe. Give me a little extra. Ooh. Is there any problem I might run into here? No, we're fine. We're fine. Because you're not a... If that was an iron golem, though, that could have been problematic. Okay. Actually, move this out. Swap, swap, swap. Need to make sure that we're continuing to raise our armor. To make sure that we never run into a problem that's actually concerning there. I think it's going to be okay, but I want to make sure I have good armor. All right, attack. Self-attack. Okay. Boom. Boom. And pop. I switch games are actually still 2D. It depends on what you're... Yeah, I think so. They're basically 2D games. Well, they could be three-dimensional games because you could go upstairs or downstairs. But a 2D game, you could do the same, I suppose. It's sort of the same concept. It just would look a little bit better going up and downstairs than a 2D game would, potentially. Excuse me. Should a focus get armor if I'm going to a life build? With what I'm doing here, I am, but only because I'm trying to scale up the amount that Celestial can use without massively scaling up Magma. Normally, I wouldn't say so, especially not in an early game. I would say don't even worry about it until later in the game if you're going with this type of thing. But okay, and let's see. Can I get any armor? Attack. Boom. Forge of Empires is isometric. Doesn't have 3D length. Forge of Empires. Forge of Empires. Let's see. Oh. Yeah. I guess so. Now, those kind of games to me are just like crappy mobile games, basically, is how I think about them personally. They tend to be isometric, yeah. Let's see. Pop. Attack. And then attack. Stacklands. Stacklands is isometric. Is Stacklands isometric? I don't know. Empress Undergrowth is, yep. Doing a Berserker Warrior. Although I guess I don't know what the distinction there would necessarily be. It is isometric, so you can see certain things at certain angles better than top-down 2D or even 3D. It's isometric, so you have that slight angle so you can see cave walls and like edges of things. And I think that is kind of important to Empress Undergrowth, yeah. Okay, we're going to go with attack. Stacklands. Not doing this. I'm doing a Berserker Warrior Vamp Life set build. Then yeah, I would say no need for armor. Doesn't help. Okay. Oh boy. Let's do a self-attack. There we go. Give me a little bit of extra damage, thank you. Good. So when 3D technically doesn't exist, it's a trick. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, technically, even in 3D games, all it is like the frame itself is just 2D. There's no 3D exactly. But 3D exists in the 3D exists in, well, yeah. 3D exists though in the game. It just visually it wouldn't be 3D. But does 3D not even exist in isometric? I guess not. Because it would lean... Well, no, 3D does exist kind of, because it has to account for when it's closer to you versus further than you and your character, but I just know it doesn't have to. Because it could just have that as a rule set, where if it's further away from the character in the negative, then it's only this pixel, and then if it's... Sorry, if it's closer versus further away, it's this pixel, like, difference. I guess that makes sense, yeah. It isn't actually 3D, or wouldn't have to be. Yeah, okay. Gosh, these guys are annoying. I need to find a way to deal with these guys more effectively. New problem arises. I mean, we're fine against them because we just do silver, but I don't like having to do it. Okay. Attack. I'll do self-attack. And then attack. 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 Because this is annoying. Boom. Pop this in. Well, I'll take this off, pop this on, and take back. Okay, another one. There's gotta be... There should be another way. Should be another way around this than to just take this off each time. I need to do enough damage. Initial damage. Okay. Attack. And do self-attack, which just pops you instantly. No! Whoa, 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 wait. Was there a second one, or did you stun me? You couldn't have stunned me. Okay, take these off. Hold on. Put this on. Okay. So I can't self-attack there, but why? Oh, there's a second one behind. Gosh dang. Stressful. Okay. Is there anything I'm missing here? Is there anything... Potentially... I can scale some armor off of you. Am I really not doing enough damage? Okay, we'll use this. Can I convert between turns, or do I lock out? I think I'm locked out of convert after, so... Okay. Let's convert that. Okay, we run into a new problem at 232, which is that these guys are going to cause me some problems. I can attack you. I guess if I had had enough armor by now, they wouldn't though, because I would be able to scale up enough defense potentially to avoid them hurting me enough. 3. Give me... Actually, I guess I can put this on. I can put this on when we fight the next guy, because it can stun me, but then at least I'll have enough defense, maybe. And then I can kill other enemies without... Oh, it's stressful, because these guys are going to also hit me. It's the stun guy. The stun guy. I need to be able to kill the stun guy with enough. So maybe I do need to dismantle this now, so I can have enough killing power. Oh, okay. Okay, what can I do to make that happen? Gosh dang. I don't know. This might actually be a kill shot for me. I'm not sure, but it may be. Could I, if I self-attack here? No, it's better to attack them because then they give me like armor. Okay. Give me something that makes this work somehow. What could make this work? Okay, some faith is good. Faith good because increased damage. 10, which is good. Another faith. Gosh dang, this is crazy. Alright, I'm gonna say that is the best I'm gonna get. 3 faith rings and 1 Throngler. And then we're going to pop a golden heart. And I'm going to attack you to scale up my armor a decent amount. Now, the problem is you're going to stun me. So I need to hit you as much as I can, but 145 Q, is this going to be enough? Let's go 1 times speed and see. Pop, pop. Okay, I didn't get stunned, so it was. This game freaking me out. Okay. Jeez, what in the heck was that? All right. Okay, give me... I'm trading a faith ring. I'm gonna trade in a faith ring. Let's get rid of the mask. Trade in a faith ring. I know that'll boost me up a little bit, but holy cow. To keep up in terms of damage with these guys is not easy. In terms of these stun characters. So a new enemy approacheth. What could guarantee me against the new problem? I need to do the damage I need. I need to do after such a small amount of attacks. Self-attack isn't terrible. And if I'm wearing silver... If I'm wearing silver, I could do self-attack first turn which allows me to take enough actual damage, maybe, or more likely to, that then when second turn problem comes along, because it's actually second turn problem that's the real issue. Okay, let's put this in. Dismantle? We'll see. We'll have to, yeah, we're gonna I'm gonna wear silver for a while here, maybe. Gosh dang it. It's uncomfortable. So I don't accidentally get into a fight that I can't win. But oh my goodness. Okay. I mean, I appreciate that I can step off of silver. Sorry, I can step off of Excal, which is good. Pretty easy. I mean, ideally, gosh, but yeah, silver is kind of the only real answer against those enemies. Okay, stun enemies are just crazy because they got so much health. Like, I can't kill them until I've taken a certain amount of damage, but they stun me for so many turns. Okay, so we got a stun enemy here. I'm gonna say first turn self-attack. See if I die here. Oh, was I confused first turn? Oh no. Okay, I think we're okay. Maybe not. Oh, they don't do any damage, so as long as I don't lose my health, I guess it's okay. Oh boy. But now we're stuck in this annoying loop, because they don't do any damage. Okay. How did you break through my armor? That quick, actually. Interesting. You guys do not make it easy on me. I must have been mind controlled, I guess. Yeah. How was I mind controlled before I self-attacked, though? Does mind control activate pre-self-attack? Boom. Are you mind controlling me before I can self-attack? No, you're not. So I should have scaled off myself a little there. Interesting. Okay. Boom. Go with you. Oh, wait, I can just self-attack at the beginning of every turn if I use silver. Because then I can just remove it. But if I remove it, it's... That's the problem with silver, is that it doesn't allow me to take damage. Two confuses on them using Mimic, they freeze up. Two confuses on them using Mimic. Okay. So, possibly... Mimic, okay. Possibly, we try using Unchained. I like Unchained because it'll spread around. It's like Demon in terms of spreading around my Dazzle and giving me that boost, but sort of. Not really. I mean, I don't know if it actually works that great, but... Okay, here's Unchained. Try wearing Unchained. Attack you. Kind of. Yeah, it gives me... No, it didn't actually give me extra armor. Okay. I'll do Madness. Scale myself a little, then attack you. I don't know about Unchained on that. Can Unchained copy their... Okay, let's try Mind Control. You guys get Mind Controlled. Can I self-attack? Okay, that doesn't help me at all. Are you guys still mind controlled? That's good. And then I'm gonna mind control you again, maybe? Are you mind controlled? I don't know. It's not great. Yeah. True. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I don't know about that. Attack. Okay. I mean, okay, I could, okay, this doesn't matter to me. I could go with Demon, though. Open, what do you got? Hey, that's nice. Sell, move this over. Looking forward to whenever they add the ability to toggle potions. Okay, so turn 1, attack everybody, scale up a bunch of armor. That should get me up to, yeah, 9 million, nice. And then I'll do self-attack, turn 2. Gets me up to 12 million, then bop, bop, bop. Okay. Want to dismantle 1, 2. Any chance I can find myself some armor here? Armor, 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 armor. Come on. What do we got? 21 billion? Nice. Nothing, nothing, nothing. There. What is self-attack? Self-attack is madness. So Potion of Madness grants you only attack yourself for 1 turn. Let's see. Don't think it doesn't go. Let's see. If you stack 2 confuses on them, those 2 come out of it, and then they don't damage you through and your stuff. True, it's not great. You got to be sure not to double stack confuses. Okay, gotcha. I think it is when it happens with the class bonus applying to all enemies. Status effects. Or stat when status effects apply bonus. Weird. Okay, gotcha. All right, Tears of Gold, and let's try Demon. Let's see. Maybe Demon Cinder is an okay time now. Since it'll scale up our armor enough that we can hopefully deal with the stun characters for a long time. It is unfortunate that we won't have Excal with this, but I don't think we technically need it, and we can use Excal in those specific scenarios where we're against 6 perfect slaves. Okay. So now, okay, we have our stun enemy. Let's see if I can counter the stun enemy through just sheer damage. Yes, I can. So, because I was able to scale up enough armor there first turn, all their attacks did get me down to this spot, but then I used Cinder to kill them. So, we should probably be able to outscale those enemies by just having enough armor gain. So we just got to keep scaling up armor gain. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we can go with Demon for a bit. Much as I would like, much as I would love to have Legacy going, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And then yeah, ideally eventually we swap out Cinder for Excal. I don't know how long it's gonna take though. Might take some time. Self-attack. Attack. 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 Okay. Like, let's say, I mean, I could try it now. It's not going to work very much, but it might work for certain. It'll work for certain battles, maybe. No, it won't, because they are already at the quadrillions. Now we attack again. And then I'm going to self-attack, get me up to this level, and then now let's see how much damage I do to you. 89, it's, you know, it's not, you know, it's not, it's not, I can't help you here. 40, how much are we doing now? 49, okay, 49, get you down. If we keep scaling it up though, eventually it will get to be a substantial amount. Then that's down to 14, 800 something. Yeah, we're in, you know, we're doing more damage than we used to. Look at that. Let's say we're at 848 and then pop. 835. You know, eventually, okay? But we keep with this for now. Okay, pop this. This should still win us it. We're just using Cinder instead. Satisfacts, what is self-attack? It does mean you can use those stun guys to stack to the moon. You mimic back the stuns on all mobs. Likewise, Saturns in the late game, no issue, as you use their shield break against them. I think it's a better meta than this, but it's a fun spin. Yeah, that's interesting. Attack. Seal up armor like crazy. Attack. And then Cinder is just slowly boosting itself without really costing me any potions, which is cool. Okay. This feels pretty good. We do very much have to keep pushing up semi-quickly if possible our armor, because that's what's allowing us to kill the that's what's going to keep allowing us really to kill stun characters. Attack. Because we're going to need to get 999 damage though in one turn is going to take a lot, or maybe 1 to 2 turns we could even say, but ideally 1 turn post taking damage. Or if they're, you know, it depends. If their stun characters are, ooh, okay. So this one we're gonna have to, because I don't want to. Yeah, we're gonna have to swap these out and put on this stuff. Okay. Now we do you. I just don't want. Yeah, I don't want to deal with. I don't want to deal with negative damage potentially. Okay. Boom. There you go. Okay, now we take these off, put these on, and take this out. Okay, 1, 2, give me thing, give me thing, give me thing. 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Looking so desperately for armor. Okay. Attack. A little more Faith Ring could make sense, but armor is the main focus. Attack. Am I multi-attacking right now? Is it just... Did you see that? I did 999 damage to it. Did I not? No, it happened to their armor, though. That was funny. Boom. There you go. Love to see it. Oh, would you look at that? The counter damage. Kind of kept me from getting as much armor as I could have, but oh well. It's still funny. Okay. Yeah, do I go for... I'll grab a Divine Ring of Unity, maybe. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. What do you got? Nope, nope. Hey, is there a place where I could find easy-to-follow builds to reach out high-level floors? I've been looking into it through Google without too much luck watching your past streams. Well, I mean, as much as I do appreciate watching my past streams, there are options that may be a little easier for you. The biggest one right now is going to be... let's see. So, if you go to the game's Steam page, you can find linked the Revenge Games... Discord thing here, but there should be some way within that to find your way to the Frank fan club. I'm not actually sure what the link to that is. If I can find it, maybe I'll post it in my Discord or something. But this is where, if you go to builds, you can see builds that have been made by different people. Particularly Mehilsic has made a lot of different builds that can get you pretty far and should be semi-consistent with a good amount of advice in them. But I also have some of my own builds linked in my description, or like this Discord as well, and I tend to adjust some of their builds and talk about it and so on, so could still gain some from me. But if you're just looking for like a set of builds, you just want to give this a try, then this, and this, and this, without whatever in the background, this is going to be your spot for that. It would be in the build section of Frank Fan Club. All right. Which, again, to get there, I don't 100% know. I got here. How did I get here? If I go to Revenge Club, maybe I can find it somewhere in here. Mega Forum. Let's see. Failed to enter leaderboard. Empty chest. Feature. I forget. But if I can figure it out, I'll let you know. Game assets. Roll overload. Builds, PTB. Yeah, not 100% sure on exactly how I even got to this spot, but I know that there are ways in. I would say you could go to the Discord linked on Steam, and then you could ask in there. It'd be a good spot to try to find your way to this. All right, let's see. We're gonna go with Pop. But I will tell you this much. I don't believe that any of the builds that they've recommended in there are going to quite stack up to the ones that I create based off of them, because I'm adjusting them to improve them. But I would say that I and Mehilsic are probably the two, in terms of build creation right now, that are pushing it the furthest, as far as I'm aware. I mean, there could be other YouTubers out there I just haven't heard of, I suppose. But attack, and then Pop, or just other people that are in the comments and so on. I mean, let's see. We've had some people in the chat as well who've talked about like their attempts at different things. So. Attack, and so there's multiple people, but generally for public info, I and Mehilsic are the two. And Mehilsic is gonna be in that Frank Fan Club thing. Move this over. 1, 2. I would like to find. Thank you. Yes, armor. Okay, any other armor in here? I would not mind another piece. Nothing. It's metal. Yeah, I would say the last, like, this is just going from, actually, after the fact, like, or if you can scroll back, this stream itself, the beginning of this stream, I start off by explaining this build itself, and then after that, after, like, I get to floor 210 or something, I go into piece by piece how I got to this spot, and then after that, like floor maybe 220, I go over the difference between my build and what Mehilsic made in theirs, and that should give you a really full understanding of how to get to this spot with this specific character. Then you can try, other characters as well, and I've done different streams and so on, but this one should be a pretty comprehensive look on how to get past 200 floors in the game. Your real objective, though, should be to beat at least 60 floors and hopefully 100 floors. if you do that, I think your character, you've basically beaten the game. Everything past that is just, can you optimally do it in a way that will survive these types of armor and health pools? It takes a while to get to those pools, though, so you're going to be able to get a lot more bang for your buck in terms of time spent by mostly focusing on the first 100 floors or so. Attack. 2, 3, 4. This is just like if you really want to get to these absurd levels and just get a record, try something for yourself, whatever. This is like a semi-straightforward way to get there. Well, straightforward might be a strong word, but... Okay, any chance that I have any more armor stuff in here? Come on now. Nothing. Okay, attack. Attack. And I'm going to do a self-attack. Okay, well, that's fine. Attack. Good stuff. Oh, I do appreciate you, Demon, for the amount of armor gain you can gift to me. But I don't much appreciate it when it comes to perfect slaves. I guess it's not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We will do... Okay, just another attack. Give me more armor. We'll pop this. Give me something good. Okay, another attack. And then attack. Good. Armor, armor, armor. Gain. I mean, I could go for some of that health from the Thronglers and so on. Maybe not the worst idea. I'm just a little worried about going over, but... Okay, pop this. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Hey, don't worry about it. Glad you are enjoying the game. It's pretty fantastic. I've put in a lot of hours myself, so I can appreciate the desire to see what the deeper ends of it look like. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, come on. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. Not seeing much. Let's do this while we go. Do this as I refresh. Okay. Any luck, any luck, any luck. Attack. Starting to get a little better, I think, at this, although it's probably short-lived. I'll be saying that, and then all of a sudden I'll miss something vital, but... I might have just done it. Hopefully not. Alright, come on. My vision went a little bit like, whoa, for a second there, and I don't know if I missed something. Hopefully not. Okay, come on. Let's see. Something worth having. Gosh. Tough luck on the armor increases. I mean, anything besides armor that I could be looking for right now? I think it's mostly armor, because we have to keep up with the new stun character issue. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Okay, attack. I mean, I appreciate with Demon, though. Swapping to Demon, well, it does sometimes slow things down without Excalibur. Does seem a little bit more consistent so far. Okay, let's do self-attack, because I'm not going to wait for these guys to figure out how to break my health. There you go. 2, 3, okay, bop. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Self-attack. Okay. I wonder what exactly the peak floor that I got to before was. Okay, sell this. Any luck? Gosh, yeah, super difficult. There it is, finally. Okay, we got it. We got it. Nice. Okay. Any luck with anything else, but this will... Oh, there was in the last second. Okay, we'll go with selling this one, move this up and buy. I mean, I'll go for a little bit more spins if you're going to give me that much that quickly, but I'm not going to have my hopes up. Not going to have my hopes up. Okay, fair enough. Attack. That's a lot. 2 divine. Nice. Necklaces. Probably as much as I really want to hold on to right now anyway. So we will hold on to those and just trade in. Well, we're about to go to trade in anyway. Good. Pop, pop, pop. Good. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, nothing much in there. Nothing much in terms of armor. Oh well. Attack. This is gonna get me up to. I wonder. Attack. 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 Okay. Next, we're gonna want Demon, and then we're gonna want Excalibur with... But the amount of extra armor that we're getting here, I wonder how close that is to getting us the kinds of damage that we need. The kind of damage we need for freeze. Attack. Up. And you. We'll do like this. just to see. Attack. Okay, scales up armor to 7.36 mil. Then I'm going to... Oh, you're weakening me though. Gosh dang it. What a bully. Alright. Get out of here, you. I'll do self-attack. I don't appreciate this weakening that they're doing to me. Because that is going to mean a lot less quadrillions of damage. Okay. How much do we do to you? Let's see it. 83... 76... 60s, 50s. Yeah, it's going to be kind of slower because we're 75% damage reduction. That is not ideal. Still, it's not bad. We're down to 935. Okay. Swap me back to what I have normally. Thank you very much. 2, 3, 4. We'll do a little bit of looking for some type of armor. Okay, now attack. Good. Should be fine now, though. Even with 75% reduction, it doesn't really matter here too much. Now that we have so much extra damage. Attack. 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 Good. And we just look. 236. Okay. When we get to 240, I'll look at another build. I'd imagine there's probably other ones that are interesting in there. Maybe even the pirate build. We can try to start thinking about what we might want to do for a stream of it. Could be interesting. Okay. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gosh, you guys don't do much damage. Okay, there you go. Anything here? Gosh, you guys are... Oh, well, now all of a sudden you got some serious health bars on you. There we go. Okay, give me... something. Nope. Okay. 236. Good stuff. Okay. Throngler. Any chance I want to increase my health anymore, or is that too risky now? It's getting riskier for sure over time, because we're getting more and more over the 999, I think. Depending on the enemy fight, I suppose. Okay. Attack. Should I go with... I wonder if I should go with, yeah, more health increases once we swap over to Demon Excal. Because you can get 225% versus with armor it's 135%. That difference is pretty substantial. And then, like this one versus if we had the Giant's Ring. And then the other thing is... Okay, we got a couple of these guys, gosh dang. Boom, thank you. Open. Sell. Plus, it's like every single turn we benefit more from health, where armor is only the one time. So there's like a couple different ways in which it might be better to try to make that swap to health increase. It just means we wouldn't ever be able to swap, like we wouldn't ever be able to go back to using Cinder without getting the, without getting too much damage. 1, 2, okay, we're gonna put this in. Give me something with armor. Anything. Armor. Okay, well, not much luck on that end. Maybe, yeah, maybe I do a little extra health. Our goal would be to kill much faster, and then we just do Excal, dismantle. But yeah, we're still so far away, I feel like, from freeze attack being viable that... Okay. Oh, look at the absurdity of how much armor we're gonna get once we can actually punch through this guy. Okay. Actually, a little bit concerning, potentially. Well, no, it's okay. Okay, now that we're gonna pop you next turn, let's do Madness self-attack. And now we have 12.6 mil. Okay. Alright. Good. 1, 2, give me armor soon. Attack. Okay. But yeah, 240 we'll look at probably Pyre next. Attack. 8, 9, 10. Gosh, these guys just don't hold. Okay, there we go, finally. Attack. Pop. Self-attack, I guess, sure. Alright. There we go. Yep, even more Dazzle. We're getting enough Dazzle, surprisingly, to actually trade in, well, 3 in a row anyway. That's really good. Okay. Okay. 5 million. Okay, so it gets us up to, we'll say 7. So let's see if it gets me up to 8 million armor once I trade in the dazzle. That would be nice. 7, 8. Oh, actually, we also have this. It's okay. We don't really need to look for too much more. Okay, so we'll hold on to this for now since we're considering it. I don't think I'm really considering it though, to be honest. I feel like it's got to be armor now, not health, because if we can guaranteed every turn get enough to kill everything, then the health increase doesn't really matter as much, and the armor increase is going to get more and more substantial with armor percentage increases. Okay. Demon's doing a lot of carrying right now. The guaranteed 7.5 million means we always have enough to kill within the first couple turns, and then we don't have to risk it with health. Attack. 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 But if we could get it to where we don't need demon, I guess that would be the idea as well, is if we had so much armor there that we could do it this way as well, with instead of with demon. Since it's not the freeze attack that's killing anyway, it's the cinder attack. So if I could have enough from just one flat out hit in one direction like that, we could be able to get through these guys faster again, basically. Okay, pop, good, open. What do you got? Nothing. So we're getting closer to that. I think right now it must be then 2.5 mil, like almost 3 mil. Try to see if we can get up 3 mil in armor gain. Attack. So we'll look. Yeah, we'll keep looking for a little bit. Attack. Okay, self attack. Give me enough to. There you go. Gosh, even self attack, I feel like didn't. I must have attacked through my armor. It's just that I hadn't died from poison yet. Good. Good, good, good. So now this one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 9, 10, 11. 20. Okay. But I think we're probably going to say 240. We'll look at another meticulous build, and then maybe 245 we'll call it. I don't know. It's crazy. It's really, we're getting really deep into it, but I don't know when I'm going to see negative armor at this point. But I'm glad I was able to show, like, this is, I feel like, a really good build. It's a successful thing regardless, but I would love to see. I would imagine negative armor can't be so much further away, because we hit 99Q armor on Iron Golems forever ago, and I know they're going to continue scaling in the background, but if they're not there by 245, you know, iffy. But imagine we get to a point where we can just auto use potions. I could just, nothing could stop me. Nothing. All right, it'd be amazing. It's just that I have to wait on these potions that kind of slows me down. Okay, there you go. Attack. Attack. Good. Come on now. There you go. Okay. But I don't know when that update's coming. Because it's, I know the dev is mostly focused right now on multiplayer, which I think is an interesting idea. I don't know how the heck that's gonna go. Okay, pop. And you. 2, 3, 4. Just find something for armor. But yeah, this kind of solves it. It's interesting to opt for demon instead of focusing on perfect slave. But now that we have this much armor, it actually does scale us a little faster, I think, because the amount of extra armor we get for turn 1 is a really big boost to our percentage increase. Okay. Boom. Okay. Ooh, hello. That should be fine. Those guys are kind of intimidating. They don't do very much damage though, which is nice. It means that, well, it's really the stun that's concerning, because if that guy lives from that hit, then the stun does kill me. Spooky. Okay. Such luck. Nope. Attack. And we still do have this. Okay. 238. I'll make card game first, then something 2D modular like Lone Star, Megaloot, Rogue Voltage, Backpack Battles, or Automation Factory again. Yeah, it could be good. Open. Sell. Give me. Need just 2 more to get to then 240. Okay. Pop. There you go. There you have it. And then you guys. Pop. There you go. And there. And there. Gosh damn. So much health and armor. Alright. Now we go with... We're gonna go with... Divine Golden Lord. I wonder, is it possible... If I went with 3 of these demon, and then I went with warrior, maybe, instead of... Or if I went with dazzle, I could have so much dazzle armor. And then all that dazzle armor could be translated... maybe. Translated into elemental damage % increase. Is that possible that it could be stronger that way? Rather than Cinder? I don't know. Let me see. But then, I'd have to find a dazzle thing. I guess I could just use a dazzle ring, huh? Probably be easier for me. Or the sword. Yeah, I could use the sword. Where's dazzle ring? There's dazzle something, dazzle something. I want to test that. Okay, dazzle sword. So let's take you off, put on the dazzle sword. How much does this do with demon on? So we pop this, and then I hit everybody. Oh, I can't even hit you though. It's kind of annoying. But still, how much does this give me? Armor-wise, 8 million. That's nothing. Okay, so it's not gonna that's not gonna carry me so well, I don't think. Okay. And then I'll do self-attack, scale me higher. And then we're just gonna attack you. Well, all these guys attacking me at once is nice for me scaling up my damage, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. How much this is gonna be optimal. Yeah, we'll see the optimal use of freeze attack, basically. 60 under, so this would be over, yeah, technically, including the last one, over 200,000 damage, or 200 quadrillion damage, I'd say, with freeze attack. So that's, I feel proud of that, okay? I feel proud of that. We go back to, definitely have to go back to this, though. No chance there. 1, 2, but if I can, I'd like to get more armor. And that's, I mean, it's closer, but it is in a very perfect scenario, of course. Attack. Attack. There. Give me armor. Give me armor. Give me armor. Stop. Oh, these are not the guys I necessarily want to fight with this. So this is potential problem. Actually, wait. Why are you guys... When I use demon, why are you guys losing your shield? Whoa! Wait! What was that? They lost their overshield. There's a break still. There's some type of break still. That's good for me. That's very good for me. Because it means that if I ward warrior, actually, instead, I could use warrior instead of magma. Warrior instead of magma. Increase my attack amount. Allow me to scale higher way faster. And do way more damage. Okay, wait. That's gotta be what it is. That's crazy. That is something. Where is warrior hammer? Give me warrior. Warrior hammer and warrior ring as well. I should look for that too. That would be interesting. I don't know what the odds of that working are. Okay, attack. I just watched someone play a game so much that I think I actually played it. Fair enough. Okay, pop. Warrior, 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 where are you? Warrior is... Yeah, I think I've actually had that same experience before. Because I talk about games, then I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't actually played it, but I have seen people play it a lot, and I know, but if it's story-based especially, it's like, that's definitely fair. Okay, I need warrior hammer and warrior ring. Warrior hammer, warrior ring. Warrior, warrior, warrior. Okay, there's warrior boots. I don't need that. Hammer and ring, hammer and ring, hammer and ring. Okay, we'll keep attacking. Keep fighting enemies. But I'm very curious. Alright, attack. Attack. Pants, but I don't think I need that. Well, I guess... How much do I necessarily need demon? Like, okay. Like, what if I went dazzle and warrior even instead of demon? Interesting possibilities. Okay, because that would be a lot of extra attacks. And I'd have some parry, I suppose. Okay, maybe. Okay. Warrior. We figured a good way around stun characters that instead of silver, I think silver's not as good. There's Warrior Ring. So let's say I'm going to take this off and we'll put on Warrior and Warrior Ring. And then I really do think Dazzle would scale us a lot higher than Demon will when it comes to Dazzle amount. Well, yeah, especially with Warrior, right? That's the idea. So we would go with... Where's Dazzle? Where's Dazzle? Dazzle, Dazzle. Okay. Warrior Pants go on. And... Gosh. This is probably the route eventually if I want to make this switch. I would love to. I would love to, but I also don't want to die. Okay, where are you, Dazzle? Where are you, Dazzle? And where are you, I guess, Warrior Boots and Hammer? Okay, that's Dazzle, but that's double attack. And I don't like that as much as Warrior, because our base attack is too low. Warrior Hammer, thank you. And Dazzle Ring, perfect. And then I would love some Warrior Boots as well. I don't even know what those look like, to be honest. There's Turtle Boots. There's Orion Boots. Warrior Boots, where are you? Any chance, any chance, any chance. Because that would be, I mean, one extra attack would go a long ways here. Chest piece, but no. No need. Turtle. Guys, dig it. Okay, what do they look like? What do Warrior Boots look like? That. Right. Okay. Train my mind to seek them out. Yes, indeed. Okay, so there's no Warrior Necklace, right? No. No Warrior Necklace. Is there anything else that I could wear for a necklace? I mean, the Jade Necklace would be great, but the odds of that are kind of real low. Okay, so that's fine, that's fine. I don't really need the Jade Necklace that much, though, anyway, because it's all about... I have so much Dazzle at this point. Okay, so the goal here is to punch you so many times that I get so much armor that when you break my armor, I'll do so much damage, and you're gonna Frozen Strike me, you jerk. 75% reduction on my damage. I don't know if there's a way for me to get that out of the way. Okay, where's my music? Oh, music, return to me. Okay, well, this is not ideal. This is not... Okay, let's we gotta... I can't hold on to the stuff, though. There's no way to hold on to this stuff. We just gotta test it. We gotta try. We gotta hope. Okay. Attack. I countered your weaken somehow. How? Huh? What? What happened to you? Oh, with parry. Oh, true. No way. That's sick. Okay. Does self-attack... A self-attack wouldn't be a good idea then. I need to finish you off if I can. Okay. So you're gonna... is there a way that I can do this? That's so good. Well, okay, we'll attack you again. Wait, where's my... Oh, you're cleansing. You suck. Oh, that might actually be a problem. But this is crazy. This is crazy. I'll just get enough parry again. So I can keep growing my armor. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait. Let's just keep doing it. So that means that you no longer have... Yeah, you can't weaken me anymore. And I'm just going to keep doing this for a second. I know that this is... I mean, okay. Yeah. Right? Oh boy. Oh boy. This is the funniest situation ever. It's like I'm not actually anywhere near this strong. Oh crap. I want you to hit me, actually. Let's do self-attack. I'm a little concerned. I don't want to do... This might be too much. Wait, it won't be. It probably won't be. It probably won't be because I'm using freeze attack. Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. 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 That was awesome. That was awesome. It was kind of ridiculous. Okay. I don't think I'm going to need Orion's Core anymore either. All right. But now you guys are going to... Oh my gosh, parry actually does work. It just works. It just works unless you do too many attacks. Okay. And then I'll do self-attack now. Bop. Very interesting. But against these guys, it doesn't work. As far as I know. Yeah. Okay. Oh, but it does work. It might work. Because I can get parry off of this. Well, I can at least gain my armor off of this. Some armor. But then you are going to block me. But now I'm going to do self-attack, which is going to scale me up way good. Compared to what it could anyway. Let's see if this is enough. I don't know if this is going to be enough. I mean, I appreciate you guys are scaling me a lot. I just don't think we're quite there yet. I can probably kill at least one of you. That's cool. Yeah, I killed one of you. That's pretty cool. But no, it's not going to be enough. We're going to have to swap back. But this is a really interesting build. Okay, pop this. Okay. And then, yeah, boom. Very cool. That's such a cool build. What a crazy thing. Use the same trick to pop shields too. Okay, so yeah. Unfortunately, we're not there yet with Warrior, but this is probably the closest I will get. If I had... No. I think this is not going to work, but it's so cool. And it might work in a lot of situations. It's just not there yet, but we probably could actually get there. And they put this on. All right. Very interesting. Very interesting. Big potential. Oops. Actually, this is not what I meant to do, but that's okay. It kind of seems like it's not working this time against you guys. I wonder what the difference is here. Normally, instead of using... What would I have used what? Okay, so it's the second row that gets popped for some reason. Okay. Whoa, can you do crazy damage? What's happening? 53.6 mil. Excuse you, game? Where's my cinder? Oh, no. Okay, so I don't know what happened, but for some odd reason, well, maybe it's still registering them as having shields, or what exactly would cause it to not register my cinder right now? I'm not sure, but it definitely should be. Bummer. You know, we made it really far. That was a fantastic fantastic approach. Negative in front of your health? No, that's just my the outer border. It's not negatives. I don't believe. Did I break into the negatives? I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe. I have to look it back. Maybe I did, but I'm pretty confident that I didn't. But, okay, we'll see. Maybe. All right. As a last thing, I suppose, I could look at another build. I suppose we already kind of looked at builds a decent amount. I might leave it off there. For those of you that did check it out and have enjoyed, sure to stick around, subscribe, follow the good stuff, because I do quite a lot of these. I very much appreciate all those of you who have joined me today. Golden Auctions, Parasite, and Kid was in here for a span of time. We have Vetrez, Alexander, and many, many more who popped in throughout the stream, so I very much do appreciate it, and look forward to more of this game. I have Pyrie as a major character that I've never played before, the last one to remain that I would like to take a look at, as well as some other strategy ideas that I think might even be stronger than this one, more consistent, and easier to avoid outscaling, outpacing. It was an unintentional thing there that I used Demon instead of Excalibur. Kind of noticed it right away, but didn't think it might cause me problems. Unfortunately, there you have it. But I do have another idea that could push even past this one, or well past. We'll see. It would be a lot faster as well, which would be nice, but you know, we'll find out if that goes well for me or not. Pirate and so on. But all right, see you guys in the next one. Thanks for coming around. Appreciate it. See you next time. Later now. Next time. Later on. Bye.